Hello, I fucked up already. Wow. Hello and welcome back to Bottom. My name is Hello and welcome back to Bottom. My name is Hello and welcome back to the Bottom. My name is Beast. Today we're back with Daitoshokan with Hitsujikai. Let's hope we're finally gonna finish Kodachi-Route today. So yeah, anyways, Monday, the start of a new week, the week of the Shiomi Festival. The Academy during the weekend was a whirlwind of activity, and today looks like it's going to be even busier. The whole academy is full of noise as stages, walls, and other DIY jobs are constructed outdoors. Attendance in classes is nearly non-existent. Students who do go are too busy doing side jobs or their events to pay attention. This academy is probably the only school where you can ditch classes so brazenly and get away with it. I was apparently sent a photo just now. I'll have to check that out later. Also, something I'm really getting back into Hoshiori Mirai right now, because it's an amazing fucking game, and I'm like finally at the Marika after, and I was reminded in Toko after, where Toko mentioned that while she herself doesn't like beer, she can't help but think that it's absolutely delicious, judging by the way that Ryosuke kind of like just downs it all in one gulp. And I remember mentioning how I don't drink beer because it's too bitter for me. Personally, I drink cider. Well, that sure held up. Anyways. On a different note, Student Council of his Library Club article was published on Saturday's web news. Their article's content spread throughout the net like wildfire. The arguments are happening on message boards at this very moment. There seem to be several people who agree with our stance, but there are also many others who are aware of the issue, yet treat it as inevitable. This won't be enough to win the popularity poll. We need to keep spreading it further. Sakuraba also redesigned our website to fit the Shiomi Festival mood. What was once the best library in the country is now an inescapable prison. Can you beat the overwhelming odds? The mysterious girl's sorrow hides behind the network gone berserk. All those eye-catching banners and a special link announcing our intention to run for the upcoming election to boot. Sakuraba never leaves anything out. Well, hello there. Misano returns from her errand. Shizaki quickly serves her a cup of barley tea. She takes a calm gulp from it. Everyone's closely watching her every move. The pair high-five each other.
Yay! 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 お手柄だぞ、ミソノ。よくやってくれた。いえ、別に。
Misono may sound cool, but there's a hint of shyness to her tone.
芹沢さんがヒロインの声をやってくれれば、もう勝ったようなもんですよ。桜庭さん、サイトでガンガン宣伝しちゃってください。
Sakuraba starts tapping away at her laptop before Konosuke can finish her sentence. Said he's always been growing in popularity in her field these days, apparently. It's a real boon to have her helping us out.
センリちゃん、どうやって芹沢さんを口説いたの？おじさんに教えてよ。
高峰さんには特に秘密です。
Misono giggles lightly. When we were discussing how to advertise our escape room, putting Serizawa as the highlight role was pretty much the first idea thrown out. No surprise, really, given her exploits in Junifest. Shizaki immediately sounded her out, but got a negative response. She was too busy with work. We were about to give up when Misono volunteered to handle it out of nowhere. I don't know how she managed to get a reply from Serizawa, but she does have a brilliant smile on right now. But at least I doubt it was anything underhanded. Seems like it's especially good news for you, Misono.
そうですか?
Yeah, you look a lot more satisfied now.
私は変わってないですよ。
A glowing smile says otherwise. Never seen you this happy before.
先輩、なんか見られてるみたいで恥ずかしいです。
Misono's cheeks are rosy red.
お二方、盛り上がってるとこすみませんが、進めさせていただいてよろしいでしょうか。あなあ、盛り上がってないから。まあ、否定しなくてもいいじゃないか。やめてくださいよ、もう。
Everyone nods at Misono with a knowing grin. She curls up her legs on her chair in response. She then sends a glance my way. She's trying to see how I feel. Answer with a smile, apparently. She looks worried. I'll answer with a smile. She buries her face in her knees as if she's trying to hide the smile growing on her face.
ところで、かなちゃん。嬉野さんのお仕事はどう?
So that was like the third loss. So now we only have 2 more choices left before we are officially in the Kodachi-Route.
その話ですか。
Urashino's not only fielding my request to mold the public opinion, Kanosuke apparently requested her to help with the performance as well. That's the matter that Kanosuke said Urashino should know about when I last spoke to her.
実は先週末に新しいゲームの発売日があったみたいで、本心不通なんですよね。
Oh boy.
大丈夫なんだろうな。
Sakuraba massages her forehead with her finger.
多分、おそらく。水曜には図書館でプログラムの試験をやりたいって言ってました。ゲーム発売前の話ですが。本当に大丈夫なんだろうな。きっと、多分、おそらく。
Urashino, that she's the type to go back on a promise. But on the other hand...
忘れてました。てへいてへい。
I could so hear her saying that already. Still, Kanosuke apparently asked for a beautiful, magnificent, and elegant performance. It should be something to look forward to.
1年は頑張ってんじゃん。2年はどうしたの?
Kodachi interjects while munching on potato chips.
2年は全員で裏方仕事だよ。白崎と桜庭は特に頑張ってるぞ。
Hold on, I need to check something. Oh my god, this is heaven. This is heaven. This is heaven. Hold on. Let me just like show you what's on screen over here. You don't know what's funny? The same is on this side. I'm being stared in the face by best hello goodbye girl times 2. Oh, nice. Wait, are they both? Are they both sharing? They're both sharing the same for some fucking reason. Hold on. One second. Einstellungen. That's the wrong one. Fuck. Anpassen. Für die Wiedergabe dienen. This is fucking weird. Huh. The fuck? Hold on. There we go, it's fixed. Now it is 2 different pictures at all times. It should be fixed at least. Hold on, let me try. It is fixed. There we go. That was weird. I mean, it did give me the absolute wonder that it is Natsume times 2. And Natsume is best girl for Hello Goodbye, so... Although the best badass moment for Kaito is still in Maze Route.
私よりたまもちゃんだよ。ビラとかウェブサイトのデザインも会計も全部やってくれてるんだから。やめてくれ。白崎や高峰の支えあっての私だ。
Sakuraba ducks her head sheepishly. She's been carrying on from Junifest and excelling behind the scenes. She's done much of the administrative work and even pitched in for some of the manual labor.
そういえば今朝、図書部のビラを持ってる人がいましたけど、誰が配ってるんですか？ミナフェスの出演団体が中心になってるメンバーだ。ありがたいことに先方からビラ配りを手伝うと申し出てくれた。
Why would they do that now?
手前味噌だが、ミナフェスを開催したことでうちのファンになってくれたらしい。そこに土曜のウェブニュースだ。
So the declaration of war with the student council brought them to arms for us.
ありがたいことだね。こんな風に人の輪が広がっていくなんて思わなかった。
An unbridled smile graces Shirazaki's face.
さっきから気になってたんだけど、家計は何やってんのよ。ネタないの？
Very sharp. I've had my say in several places, but I have nothing to call my own.
家計くんだっていろいろやってくれてるよ。具体的には？それは
Shirazaki stutters for a few seconds, then starts talking about the recent SOS email incident.
初耳です。
筧、詳しく聞かせてもらおうか。
Everyone else besides Shirazaki start drawing closer.
なるほど。まとめると、白崎さんが筧さんにキャッってなりましたって話ですね。違うでござるよ。
I remember that line from the anime, but it was in a different context. She was pouring tea, but being shocked about hearing that that Kodachi was somehow over on Kodachi's place overnight. So while Sakura was basically accusing her, like, you're pretty shaken up about this. Apparently thou art mistaken, with a full-on with ninja mask on for some fucking reason. Shizaki's gone to a different time period.
つうか筧は走っただけじゃないか。助けてないし。
There wasn't anything to save her from to begin with. It's basically just a story about how Shirazaki's email was so misleading.
いやいや、高峰。白崎はメールの送り先に筧を選んだ。そして筧はメール一つで駆けつけた。そこには愛がある。
Al? Hold on. I still need to buy a shirt like that so I could go full Al Borland. Sakuraba folds her arms and stares dreamily. The usual maidenly delusions are coming to the fore.
ああ、そうなの？じゃあもう付き合っちゃえば？そうだね。ダメ。お姉様、露骨に矢印出てますが。
Kanosuke release as lights a little sigh.
まあ、矢印云々は置いておこう。
Sakuraba puts us back on topic.
ともかく、ウェブニュースに記事が出た以上、後戻りはできなくなった。新聞部も思っていたよりセンセーショナルに書いてくれたようだし。塩見さい、負けられないね。
Shizaki says in a meek voice. Those words cause many a face to tense up.
ちなみに、生徒会はセンターステージのライブで押してくるらしい。
Oh, I was unaware that the student council has something to do with singing. Because that's not usually what student councils do. Your proposal for that event should be very much, denied. Anyways.
やっぱそうなるか。今年は誰が来るのかな。
Every year, a concert will be held at center stage, usually featuring well-known musicians. In terms of the popularity poll, it's about as much of a sure bet as you can get, although the popularity of the musicians does play a part. Why so conservative are the reflections of the student council stating activities now? Yes, exactly. That's what I'm fucking getting upset about all this time. I don't want to be distrusting, but this stunt makes it look like they were trying to troll us by enforcing that policy.
センターステージ VS 参加型謎解きゲームってわけですね。生徒会に勝てるの？
Kodachi throws the question out there.
勝てる勝てないじゃない。勝つんだ。おお、大変な意気込みですな。
Kodachi herself simply looks up from her standard position in her pipe chair.
小立さん、ちゃんと協力してくれるんですよね。大丈夫だって、ちゃんとやるから。でも相手は生徒会でしょ。意気込みで勝てるなら苦労しないかなって。だから、今頑張ってるんです。ま、お手並み拝見ってとこですか。
Stop stirring things up, Kodachi.
はーい。
The whole library club glares at Kodachi. I'm not sure whether she meant it, but she certainly lit a fire under us all. The main event is coming in 5 days, and it's not stopping for anyone. We'll have to do our best to ensure we leave no regrets behind. September 23rd. Thursday has come in a flash while we've been so busy with preparations. I want to help with the Black Sheep matter, but I just can't find the time. To be honest, it's also because I can't find a way to convince him yet. Today is the rehearsal run of everything we're going to show to our customers. We've closed up the library for the day, and all the speakers and lights have been checked. There are flickering PC monitors occasionally showing a female ghost's face, the time remaining for the game, and so on.
嬉野さん、この幽霊怖すぎるんですけど。そうですか？これでもマイルドにしたつもりなんですが。
Does she have a mouth for an eye, or is that just like her eye just completely like gouged out?
もうちょっとコア描写も出せますよ。年齢制限入っちゃうんでやめてください。
The scenario for our escape room involves the ghost of a female library club member possessing the library's network and locking people inside. This creates a link between the players and the ghosts via the library's PCs. The players will be confronted with a puzzle displayed on the monitors. They can submit their answers to the puzzle via the PCs. The correct answer will progress the story and move on to the next puzzle. Presenting our game this way not only emphasizes the standard uses of a library, but it also requires less manpower too. The PCs essentially covers the job that real people would otherwise be doing. All of us will only be on standby in case of unforeseen circumstances.
ねえ、どうして私を見てくれないの？ねえ、ねえ、ねえ、ねえ。
The frightening voice reverberates. You're testing the volume of the ghost's voice right now.
本気で怖いかも。
やべえ、もう乗り移っちゃってるじゃんか。
だって仕方ないじゃない。分かってくれなかったのはあの人なんだから。
Suddenly a female voice shrieks out from behind us.
なんてね。どうも、こんばんは。様子を見に来ましたよ。
Oh, Serizawa.
いや、本気で驚きました。あれ、桜庭、どうした？
Sakurama's frozen up with eyes wide open.
びっくりしすぎちゃったみたいだね。ギャップ演出ですか。姑息ですね。姑息とか言うな。
Sakurama returns to her senses.
私のお芝居、どうですか？雰囲気出てます？十分すぎるくらいです。それは何よりでした。
Serizawa looks at Misono with a cheerful smile.
よくできてると思う。ありがとう。
Serizawa responds to Misono's slightly awkward answer by nodding in satisfaction.
お客さんの反応を見たら修正したい部分も出ると思うから、その時は連絡してね。最後の最後までクオリティを上げていきましょう。ありがとうございます。それじゃあ私は仕事があるんでこれで。
Serizawa briskly strides out of the library. She always seems busy.
いやー、やっぱり声が入ると全然違いますね。
Kanosuke starts speaking to no one in particular. How do you feel about it?
なんて言うんでしょう。私が作ってたシナリオはただの魚の模型で水に入れても沈むだけなんですけど、それを芹沢さんが水に入れたらなんとびっくり、本物の魚になって泳ぎ出したって感じです。
Kanosuke's face shows that she hasn't really let it all sink in yet.
なかなか詩的な例えじゃないか。やっぱりかなちゃんは才能あるんだよ。いやー、それほどでもありますけどね。どっかに栄養がいかなかった分こっちに行ったのかもしれません。
Kanosuke's suddenly down in the dumps.
何言ってんの。そもそも栄養失調の俺に比べりゃなんぼかマシよ。
そうだよかな。そっか、そうだよね。
Kanosuke finds her groove back at Takamina's expense. He's practically overjoyed to be the butt monkey, of course. This may not sound too nice, but I didn't expect your writing to bring us this far. You really have a knack for this, Kanosuke.
やめてくださいよ。読書家の家計さんに言われたらその気になっちゃうじゃないですか。だいたいほら、シナリオは私と生命の共同作業ですから。私は見てただけ。ほとんどカナの仕事。ちょっと、もう。
Kanosuke mumbles to herself with her face bright red. She doesn't know how to deal with
い
praise.
やー、まあなんというか、私にも役に立てることが見つかって安心しました。バカを言うな。前から鈴木は役に立ってる。お前なしの図書部なんてない。そうだよ。もうかなちゃんは。
Sakuraba overflows with pure honesty as she pats Kanosuke on the shoulder, while Shizaki grabs Kanosuke's hands.
どうもどうも。
Kanosuke's blushing smile is interrupted for the slightest of moments as she shoots a calm glance in my direction. She never looks so serious without a reason. It's probably what what she's wanted all this while. She told me before that she may someday betray the library club. She's likely been searching for a means of justifying her place amongst us since then. So when no one wanted to write the scenario, she eventually raised her hand. Her studio was her resolute challenge to herself.
なんか最終回みたいなノリですけど、まだ潮見祭は始まってないですよ。これからもっとクオリティ上げていきますんで、ご期待ください。よし、その意気だ。では、現場のことは1年生に任せて、私たちは部室に戻ろう。当日の段取りを詰めないとね。
That we do. But the automatic door at the entrance to the library slides open before we can take a step.
こんばんは、図書部の皆さん。
The student council duo appears.
敵情視察というわけか。ただの巡回です。もう時間も遅いですからね。
Mochizuki takes a good look around the library. Her gaze falls squarely on the pieces that are currently being tested for our performance.
図書館の備品を随分とおおらかに使っているのね。図書委員会が許可は出してるけど。しかし、検索用の端末でプログラムを走らせるとは知りませんでした。潮見祭終了後、確実に現状復帰できるのかしら。それはまあ、大丈夫だと思います。思いますっては困ります。たくさんの生徒が利用するのですから。
Mochizuki does have a point, but there's no way we can prove it without a doubt. Whoever takes responsibility may well have to be prepared for potential trouble.
私のプログラムに何か間違いがありましたか？
Urashino's face pops up from behind the counter's shadow.
嬉しいな。まさか、プログラムはあなたが？私が作りましたけど。
Okay, no issues. I really just want her to just like turn around, walk out. A strange atmosphere settles between the pair.
ごめんなさい。あなたが作っているなら心配ないわね。
Mochizuki willingly folds. What on earth just happened?
ですね。むしろあんまりガタガタ言われると手違いが起きてしまうかもしれません。例えばゲーム中に想定外の画像が表示されてしまうとか、そういったものです。もうわかりました。何も言いません。
This really is just better after playing through all the individual routes themselves, because we know what the fuck she's talking about. Mochizuki hastily puts an end to that conversation. Orishina seems to have something on Mochizuki. How mysterious can one person be?
白崎さん、あなたに質問があります。
Takigawa strides up to Shirozaki. Her menacing presence causes Shirozaki to shrink back instinctively.
なんでしょう。恣意的な報道のせいで、歴史ある潮見祭が生徒会選挙の前哨戦になってしまいました。この事態について、どう思いますか？どうって。
Shizaki's at a loss for words.
記事は新聞部が。私は白崎さんに伺っています。ほう。
Sakuraba goes sullen at being interrupted. Takigawa probably wants to argue Shirozaki down here.
その...
Shirozaki struggling to come up with an answer. Nothing legible comes out from her mouth.
何も意見がないということですか。残念です。
What do you think about it, Takigawa?
学園祭は参加団体が日頃の活動を発表する大切な場です。それがゴシップ記事によって怪我されてしまったということですから、非常に残念に思っています。
Now bring up the concert.
もし仮に誰かが新聞部を利用したとするなら、許しがたいことではないでしょうか。
Takigawa fires a sharp glare at us. She's criticizing us for spreading rumors in a roundabout way. She probably already knows how we plan to fight this battle.
所詮は根も葉もない噂をもとに書かれた記事だろう。気分を害したのはわかるが、私たちにはいかんともしがたい。根も葉もない噂はどこから出たのかという話をしていたのですが、まあいいでしょう。
Takigawa snorts a laugh out.
潮見祭については私にも聞きたいことがあります。今回いくつかの団体の企画書が不受理になったと聞きました。そうですね。こちらの意図を理解していただけなかったので。
The student council asserted that the event's plan must showcase their respective clubs' activities. Those project proposals that were rejected most likely didn't fit that bill.
かわいそうです。せっかくの潮見祭なのに。再提出までの検討期間は作りました。それは図書部の皆さんもご存知でしょう？そういう問題じゃありません。企画を却下すること自体がおかしいです。生徒が生徒の企画を審査するなんて。学園祭の質を高めるためです。より良いイベントにするためには多少ハードルを設けるのも仕方ないと判断しました。もちろん私としては全ての団体がハードルを超えてくれることを願っているんですよ。
Takigawa shows us a provocative smile. He definitely didn't mean what you just said.
潮見祭はみんなのイベントです。誰かを落とすなんておかしいと思います。それで潮見祭の質が下がるとしても、みんなが全力を出した結果として質が低いのは仕方がないことです。生徒会長には理想的な学園を作る責任があります。成績が悪いと方向にしたり、企画を却下するのが理想の学園ですか？人は楽な方に流れる生き物です。適度な痛みがなければ学園のレベルもどんどん下がっていくでしょう。
They're both getting heated up. Takigawa's methods may well raise the academy's level in the short term, but can it be maintained in the long run? No, it can't. Students will start being very, very, very dissatisfied with the academy. It'll slowly but surely cause less and less students to attend here because, first off, it probably costs a lot to attend here. So, considering the risk of, like, you being thrown out because they deem you to not be elite enough, will slowly but surely cause less and less students to apply for the academy, which will in turn cause this academy to lose more and more funding. The academy keeps forcing out students who aren't trying their best, and the atmosphere at the academy will definitely take a hit as a result. That will have a knock-on effect on the rest of the student body, which will likely see increasing numbers of dropouts and a fall in new enrollees. It's hard to believe an unpopular academy can remain at the forefront in terms of grades. Takegawa, may I ask a question?
どうぞ。
Do you think the student body supports your methods?
反対する人はいるでしょう。特に日頃不真面目に生活している生徒は嫌でしょうね。
Takegawa stares pointedly at all of us. Do you plan on ignoring all dissenting voices?
数によります。現実問題として、生徒5万人の同意を得ることは不可能です。
But it is still necessary to try to persuade them.
必要ですが、理想の実現のためには、ある程度は妥協が必要になる場合もあるでしょう。
あんたの場合、最初から説明する気なんてないんだろう。どうせ全員は納得しないから、まあいいかってな。
That's the easiest way out. She's not trying her hardest. Throw her out.
まさか、最大限の努力はします。その口ぶりはどうでしょう。あなたたち。
Takegawa's glare gets fiercer. There are many people voicing out their opinions on our website. Several of them do not agree with the way the student council has been handling this issue. I don't think it's possible to ignore such a large number of students.
それこそ、選挙をやれば明らかになることでしょ。生徒会に反対する生徒が多いなら、私が落選するだけでしょうし。
Takegawa smiles with confidence. He is certain that she'll emerge victorious.
滝川さん、もうこの辺で終わりにしましょう。私たちは巡回に来ただけです。
Honest to God, I would literally just like whisper in her ears, just like, let's see if that shepherd of yours will still support you by the day of the election. Just like throw her off.
あ、失礼しました。つい。
Mochizuki releases a
見
sigh.
たところ、図書館の運用に問題はないようね。大掛かりな仕掛けもあるようだし、素晴らしい企画になるよう祈っています。どっちを応援してるんですか？
Takegawa mutters under her breath. She's on the side of the one who isn't trying to turn this academy into a doomed to fail meritocracy. I still have no... Why am I even using that word? I didn't even know what it meant before this game.
では、これで失礼します。
Mochizuki leaves and Takegawa follows after her. She's always worrying about everything.
息のいい女だね。
Hold on. God fucking damn it. I can't ignore that message.
疲れちゃった。
Chizaki sits down on a nearby chair. Given that she was essentially a puppy being glared at by a Rottweiler, she actually did pretty decently. You hung in there well, Shitazaki.
負けちゃダメだと思って。武井くんがフォローしてくれたおかげだよ。
Shitazaki shows me an awkward smile.
さすが、読書中毒感情伝が立ちますね。頼りになります。
The first years look serious with that praise.
私が滝川さんに言ったことって間違ってなかったかな。
なんて言ってたっけ？
高峰、お前な。
Sakuraba balls her hand to a fist.
私が言いたかったのは、学園を作るのは生徒だけど、いい学園を作るために生徒を選ぶのはおかしいってことなの。だって学園の主役は生徒でしょ。自分たちで道を選ぶならいいけど、選ばされるのはやっぱり違うと思う。
According to the rules of the academy, you're given free reign to live as you want as long as you don't cause trouble for others. People might be willing to listen to kind advice from a friend or a senior who's been through the same things. But would they bother when it comes from an unrelatable student council president? One who outlined her main goal as raising the academy standards at that? In my case, I would treat it as a little more than nagging. Hakigawa may claim it's all according to the academy's motto, but or come up with some other reason, but essentially she just wants her ideals to be realized. Though we should pay attention to the views of third parties as well. When you look at the alumni, parents of students, or society on a whole, they surely would prefer the academy stays as brilliant as it is. Taking their opinion into account, looking over the situation as a whole, they're deciding to raise the academy standards. That'd be the proper way to do it. The students would be much more agreeable to a natural course of action like that. They'd be more spontaneous in wanting to change themselves. On the other hand, forcing it upon them and expelling those who disagree wouldn't bear fruit in the long run.
白崎の考えは間違っていないと思う。理想論ではあるが。
Sakuraba gives it to Shirazaki straight.
やっぱり私が世間知らずなんだね。白崎一人だけで戦っていくならこのままでは困るだろうな。
Sakuraba places a gentle hand on Shirazaki's shoulder. The action says it all. We're all here to support her.
そうですそうです。白崎さんは一人じゃありませんよ。理想論だけじゃ進めないところはみんなでカバーすればいいんです。ありがとう。
Sorry, that was kind of like zoning out there. Shizaki smiles happily. Shizaki, mind if I play devil's advocate?
何?
If your methods lead to the academy, if your methods lead the academy down the path to mediocrity, what would you do?
おい、かけい。
Sakuraba glares at me. She'll have to deal with questions like these when the election comes up. Treat it as training to deal with criticism. The thought comes to my mind as I finish my sentence. There's still the black sheep matter to settle. He said that he'd mend his ways if there are any flaws in his reasoning. His goal is essentially the same as Takigawa's. In other words, if I can effectively explain the issues with Takigawa's ideals, that might be enough to convince the black sheep to pull away. In that way, it was important for me to raise an objection here. It'll help out Shirazaki during the election, and the black sheep may well fire a similar question my way.
レベルが落ちないように一緒に頑張るよ。私も生徒の一人なんだからみんなの責任にするのはおかしいしね。それに私が頑張ってないと誰も頑張ってくれないと思う。
That answer is so pure and genuine. As Shirazaki as it gets. And what if the academy standards keep falling anyway? To the point where expelling any single person would raise the academy standards for sure?
それは...
Shizaki's lips tremble and her brows twitch.
かけいくん、ほんと意地悪だね。
This is just training, really.
そこまで言ったらお手上げかな。
And really throwing the towel?
みんなで一生懸命やってダメならしょうがないと思う。ダメな生徒の代表ですって開き直るよ。みんなを代表して怒られるのも生徒会長の仕事だもん。
Shizaki smiles with pride. I see. Smile grows on my own lips as well.
おかしいかな。
Nah, I completely agree.
笑ってるからなんかバカにされてる気がするよ。
Shizaki puffs out her cheeks in a huff. What she said made perfect sense. But I could never imagine myself sticking to the same ideals. Something built up within me keeps that from happening. If only now noticed that everyone else was listening intently to our conversation.
白崎先輩は変わった人ですね。そうかな。
Oh, there was more in there still than I expected. Whoops. Shizaki's head droops. Misono's way of expressing affection can cut pretty deep.
さすがは鈴木的世界遺産でございます。ありがたやありがたや。
Whoops. Kanosuke joins her hands and bows.
つぐみちゃん、元気出しなよ。 俺なら絶対つぐみちゃんを生徒会長に推すよ。
Mine too.
無論私もだ。白崎のやり方は結果を残せないかもしれない。だがそれでもいいと思う。会社や政治家じゃないですから、結果第一は変ですよ。ありがとうね、みんな。
Shizaki lifts her head at everyone's exclamation. Kodachi's the only one who doesn't look convinced.
筧も満足したか？
Yeah. We can pull through the election somehow this way.
よし。では準備に戻ろう。
Sakuraba's orders sends us back to our standby location. Jesus Christ. Kodachi, do you have a second? I pull Kodachi to the side as we're all walking toward the club room.
何よ。
You look like you're in a bad mood.
よくないわね。私は白崎みたいな考え方好きじゃないから。
Thought so. She's an example of one of the extremes. As Sakuraba said, it'll only work with all of us backing her up.
一生懸命とか全力とかみんなでとかばっかみたい。
She releases a sigh.
生徒会長なら多少厳しくてもみんなのプラスになる道を探すべきじゃない？
Whoops, I accidentally clicked off the game. That's the plan with Shirazaki too. There's only one difference between Shirazaki and Takigawa in that respect. Shirazaki will walk down the same hard path as everyone else. And if anyone stumbles on the way, they won't be left behind. Takigawa would do the exact opposite.
つまずいた人のために道を変えるなんて愚の骨頂だと思うけど。
And it is what the shepherds are supposed to do. In Shirazaki's view, that would mean the chosen path was wrong to begin with.
やだやだ。
Her words had a tinge of gloominess.
で、要件は青臭い説教のため。
Nope. I was wondering if that little debate with Takigawa could be used to persuade the black sheep.
何の関係があるのよ。
She looks dubious. Have to explain to her and my reasons. Takigawa's ideal academy was more or less the same as the black sheep's. If we can explain the potential pitfalls that Takigawa would face, that may be enough to make the black sheep rethink his ways.
なるほど。
She places her hands on her hips.
つまり家計は白崎の意見を押せば黒柳が説得できると思ってんのね。
Nope, the emphasis will be on Takigawa. The emphasis will be on where Takigawa would fail. Most important thing to her is realizing her own ideals. I don't know if that's good for politics, but it definitely isn't for a student council president.
別にいいじゃんか。
She shares Takigawa's opinions on this matter for sure. She did say the black sheep matter would be like trying to persuade herself. That would make her current situation essentially Shirazaki versus Takigawa, the black sheep, and Kodachi. The fragments in my brain start to come together, revealing a certain possibility. That can't be the case, can it? Nothing can be said for sure at this stage, at least. Do you have any other ideas on how to persuade the shepherd?
今んとこはない。じゃあとりあえずやってみようって言うんでしょ。あんたのパターンよね。
Is Savan posing as the black sheep? Is Savan posing as the black sheep? Is that it? That's it, isn't it? She folds her arms and frowns while leaning against the bookshelf.
と言っても他に手を思いつかないのも事実か。
Her usual pattern, on the other hand, is to pretend to think about something when her mind is actually a million miles away.
ま、やってみますか。
Gotcha. By the way, you'll be handling the convincing.
なんでよ。あんたやんなさいよ。
It's your test?
でもさ。
She folds her arms and shivers. Think about how it affect you. What if I succeeded in convincing him that causes you to fail your test? What?
結構考えてくれてるんじゃん。
Are you blushing?
照れてなんかないわよ。バカじゃないの？
I'm not fool! She turns her face to the side.
まあ、私の試験だし、私がやるのが当たり前ね。わかったわ。私がやります。それでいいでしょ？
She sounds so exasperated. When really, it's all on her. Want to give it a try tomorrow night?
了解。ほらほら、家計は早く持ち場に戻りなさいよ。
She practically shoos me towards the club room. Black sheep matter will essentially had essentially been put on hold due to Shiomi festival preparations. But we finally found a possible route to resolving it. And the hint came from a debate between Shirazaki and Takigawa of all things. I never knew, you never know how things connect to each other. Actually, no. If my guess is right, then all of this was inevitable. Everything will be decided tomorrow. Like this all is a setup from the Savant, isn't it? The next day, 8 p.m. in the evening, Kodachi and I found an appropriate time to sneak out of the Shiomi festival preparations. We're going to give the black sheep a call. I plug a pair of earphones into my phone and give one of them to her. Here you go. Here I go. I dial the number we were given. The ringing tone starts. A high-handed voice greets us, the voice of the black sheep. Hello, it's been a while. Of course not. Do you mind if I hand the phone to Kodachi? She'll be the one speaking to you. I offer the phone to her. She stares at my offered phone in silence. Kodachi, go for it. She takes the phone from my hand. The tips of her fingers are trembling ever so slightly.
もしもし。
She exchanges her short glance with me before starting to speak.
あなたがサポートしてる滝川だけど、彼女に任せていても期待した結果にはならないと思う。
Her nerves are making her speech patterns somewhat stiff, but she manages to get out what we talked about yesterday.
あの人は最終的に生徒の利益ではなく、自分の理想を優先するでしょうね。言葉の端々からそれが伝わってくるの。
つまり彼女はいずれ人気を失い、学園は変わらないと？
その通り。
The black sheep stays silent as he digests her words. After a few moments, the black sheep makes his declaration. Even so, it would be a net gain if Takigawa were to become the student council president. His single conclusion blows away any attempt at an argument.
私は羊飼いだよ。結果は見えているんだ。
それは。
Her words trail off into nothingness. She covers the speaker portion of the phone and looks at me. Tell him that he's just doing it for his own self-satisfaction. If the students didn't ask for it, then what business is it of his to interfere?
でも、総合的に見たらプラスだって。
It'll be fine. I nod strongly to give her confidence. Beads of sweat drip down her cheeks.
わかった。
She takes a deep breath, then removes her hand covering the phone speaker.
どうした？時間がかかるじゃないか。
Black Sheep scoffs
相
at
談でも
us.
していたのか？
うるさいわね。それより質問の答えよ。たとえ総合的に見てプラスになるにしても、生徒の意思に反しているなら余計なお世話よ。生徒があなたに頼んできたわけじゃないでしょ。所詮はあなたの自己満足じゃない。
依頼がなければ動けないのなら、羊飼いは仕事ができない。羊飼いを否定するのかい？
否定はしないけど、取り組み方は考える必要があると思う。
具体的には？
Black Sheep's tone drops an octave. There's a turning point. She covers the phone and looks at me again. Come up with something yourself for once.
間違ったら試験に落ちるって思うと緊張しちゃって。
She's breaking out in cold sweat. She doesn't just look tense, she's entirely agitated at the moment. Yeesh. Grab a towel from my bag and wipe the sweat off her face. Remember what Savant said, shepherds are the servants of mankind. That would mean the humans are the masters, right?
でもそれはボスの考えで。
It's good enough. I rub her shoulders to calm her down. I nod more times to her in assurance. She eventually uncovers the phone once again.
羊飼いは人類の奉仕者よ。 あくまで人間が主であり、羊飼いは従であるべきだと思う。
Her voice is a little shrill. She doesn't have much confidence in her own words.
いるね。そういうことを言う羊飼いが。しかし、銃であった結果として、人が誤った方向に進んだらどうする？
Shizaki faced the same question yesterday. Kodachi definitely heard the answer.
それは
She licks her dried up lips.
それは羊飼いが実力不足だったということ。諦めるしかないでしょうね。
Putting it down to the shepherd's lack of ability would still make the shepherd as the leader. It changed the nuance of Shirazaki's original response significantly. I jab my elbow into Kodachi's side, but she ignores me.
なるほど。つまり極論、人間がダメなら心中するもやむなしということか。
そこで手を出してしまうなら、結局羊飼いは自分のエゴで動いたってことになるでしょ。
そういう考え方もあるか。
Black Sheep releases a short breath after a few seconds of silence.
少し検証してみる必要がありそうだ。
納得してくれたってこと？
納得はしないが、私なりに確かめてみたいことができた。
じゃあ。
ああ。生徒会の彼女からは手を引こう。
We didn't manage to convince him, but at least we've gotten him interested in our way of thinking. All's well that ends well.
それってつまり、私の仕事も終わりってこと？
She's mumbling to no one in particular. Her job was to get the black sheep out of the academy. It's fair to say that the objective has been achieved.
かっけいい！やった！私羊飼いに！
She grabs my hand. Her eyes shine into mine with such force of will. I can't help but blush a little.
面白い話を聞けてよかった。君が羊飼いになることがあれば、いつかまた会う時もあるだろ
う。別に、こっちは会いたくないけどね。
She sticks her tongue out childishly. Kodachi, can I have the phone for a bit?
え？いいけど。
Yo, what's up, Savant? How's it hanging? I take the phone from her. Hello, I'm the other person you spoke to before.
ああ。君か。後ろからいろいろと入れ知恵をしているようだね。
I can imagine Black Sheep trying to suppress a chuckle. May I ask you a question?
いいけど。
That one possibility has been bugging me since yesterday. It's time to find out whether it's true. Was this entire test staged? Like, did Savant explain the situation to you and ask you to do all this?
ちょっとあんた。
She grips onto my hand with enough force to crush it. Ah!
そう思う根拠は
Everything feels too forced. I started identifying several odd-sounding parts from this whole incident. First of all, the Black Sheep has been far more helpful than should be expected. He went out of his way to call us, and even gave us hints to resolving the matter. He has access to our books. He should already have known that our goal was to convince him to pull back. The logical course of action would have been to remove that possibility before it even occurred. It would have been easy to deny us a chance to persuade him. But that's not what he did. He practically appeared before us and tasked us with changing his mind. It's possible to explain that inconsistency away if we assumed he never read our books, but that brings with it an even bigger set of issues. Kodachi's the one who came up with the Black Sheep name. She's only referred to that name in her reports, and when we're talking alone. But when he first gave us a call, he introduced himself as the Black Sheep. He supposedly doesn't show up in the Library of Wishes, and barely interacts with other shepherds. How does he know about our nickname for him? Furthermore, he made reference to us being shepherd candidates from the very first phone call. Why would he know that Kodachi is aiming to be a shepherd? Last but not least, Savant didn't treat this whole Black Sheep incident with much importance. If it was a major issue, it would have been assigned to Kodachi as it wouldn't have been assigned to Kodachi as a test. Savant would have followed up on it for sure, but he didn't. That leaves three possibilities. It never was a major issue, or he would have stepped in if it became a major issue. But it was all staged from the beginning. And besides, how would Savant even know that the Black Sheep was pulling strings behind the student council without even knowing his gender or what he looks like?
Oh. 興味深い指摘だね。
あんた、そんなこと考えてたの？
Did you notice all the inconsistencies?
全然。
Well then!
私は君たちの本を読んでいるんだ。それで説明がつくだろ。君たちが私を説得することは知っていたよ。
Black Sheep sounds amused at this turn of events. Then you could have just pretended that you weren't convinced.
私はそもそも君たちの敵じゃない。言っただろう。私も間違いは犯したくないんだ。誰かの意見で方針を変えることに問題は感じていない。
Well, I suppose you being an unbelievably nice person might well explain it.
善人じゃなきゃ羊飼いはできないんでね。
That's what he says.
なんで私を見るのよ。
She doesn't look too pleased.
しかし素晴らしい推理だった。善人ついでに一ついいことを教えてやろう。君たちがやっている謎解きゲームだが、初日に怪我人が出る可能性が高い。
That's a disturbing prediction. What's the cause?
さて、図書館内の安全確認をすることだな。では、君たちとはこれでお別れだ。楽しい時間をありがとう。
The line cuts off. He hung up.
なんか、やばいこと言ってたわね。
Yeah, the popularity poll won't even be a factor if our game causes injuries. You both nod. By the way, Kodachi?
何よ、かけ。
Let go of my hand already.
え？
She flaps wildly.
ごめん。黒ヤギを説得できたのが嬉しくて。
I know how you feel. I stand up from the bench. Anyway, let's go back to the library.
かけい。
She looks at me while still seated on the bench, which means I have to look at her upturned eyes.
黒ヤギを説得できたの。家計のおかげって部分が、ともかく。
Fuck.
ありがとう。
Please
黒
finish.
ヤギを説得できたの。家計のおかげって部分が、少なからずあったような。
She bows her head solemnly. Since when were you so dutiful?
私を何だと思ってるのよ。
She hollers at me. That's better. Unbeknownst to her, my teasing jest was made because of the look in her eyes. Never seen her look like that before. If I misinterpreted her intentions, it'd be embarrassing. And if I didn't, it opens the possibility of her failing her test. Best choice was to ignore it. Alright, let's go to the library.
ああ、私はボスへの報告とかあるから、後から行くわ。
Gotcha, later. I hastily make my exit. Kinda feel like I'm running away from her. If she did have feelings for me, what should I do? What would I do? Because I'd probably ignore it. I don't want to play favorites. But what if she decides against becoming a shepherd and goes all out on the offensive? I'll think about it if it ever happens. Kodachi view. Another view. Kake briskly walks away. I can't tear my eyes off his retreating figure. His back is as thin as you'd expect of a library club member, but I still can't stop staring.
やばい。
I felt like I wanted to depend on him for a moment, but it was just for a moment. No more than that. I was just a little bit happy over the black sheep matter, that's all! I clasped my hands together subconsciously. I still felt his warmth lingering in my hands. Yeah, this is really bad. Something's starting to burn inside of me. I've already had a history with him. Now that this flame is getting lit up again, I really don't know if it'll ever die off.
あかん。ほんまあかんって。
God, this totally ain't good! Just, the way Kodachi speaks really does slightly remind me of, aka, Majima. He's not called Kiryu Majima. I'm saying the thing because he says it a lot. Anyways, I'm so unsettled that I'm slipping into Valley Girl speech. All the effort and time I spent to become a shepherd, it'll all go to waste the minute I fall in love. I have to avoid that at all costs. But throbbing my chest refuses to listen to me. It's irritating, but all I can do is wait at this bench for the starry sky to eventually spirit these feelings of warmth away. Another view end. I throw open the door to the library as I dash inside. Everyone listen up!
慌ててどうしたの？
Explain the whole truth. Explaining the whole truth would take too much time. Blame it on another shepherd call. Blame it on a call from the shepherd. Blame it on a call from the shepherd. Like, so I received a call from the shepherd. The number once again is very much suspicious, very bad, and he said that someone will get injured. I just received an email from the shepherd. Someone will have an accident at the library and get injured on the first day of the Shiomi festival. The room falls deathly silent. Shidozaki freezes with Sakuraba's hands in hers. Kanosuke has her hands on Misono's shoulders.
そのメールは本物なのか？こっちを混乱させるために滝川さんが送ったとか？割と姑息だね。
I don't know if it's a real thing, but if it is true, it'll be too late to do anything if you wait for the accident to happen.
まあ、そうですけど。
Everyone looks leery.
ま、とりあえず信じてみようぜ。本当に事故が起こったら人気投票どころの話じゃないぞ。
Takamine speaks with one hand firmly on his pocket.
そうだね。何かあってからじゃ遅いね。
Everyone nods. Takumina's assist saves the day.
では、手分けして何か不審なものがないか探そう。カケイ、手がかりはないか？
Nope.
ドヤ顔で言わないでください。
ともかく、怪我しそうなものを片っ端から探そう。
Everyone disperses around the library with unease. 2 hours later, with no clues, all we could do was search everything with a fine-tooth comb. We looked for lights that could fall from the ceiling, bookshelves that could topple over, wires that might give an electric shock. Checked all kinds of places for all kinds of things, but...
一通りは確認したけど、これで大丈夫なのかな？原因が特定できてないんだ。わからない。羊飼いも嫌な指摘の仕方しますね。だよね。もう解決したのかもしれないし、まだ見つけてないのかもしれないし。
The uneasiness still remains.
1日目はイベントを中止すべきだろうか。でも、人気投票が人の安全に変えられるか。
カケイ、もう一周してみようぜ。
Yeah. Takamine and I nod in tandem while the girls watch.
筧さん、危険物も大事なんですが、このままだと準備が終わらなくなっちゃいます。
That is true. We can't hold our game if our preparations aren't done, regardless of whether we find the cause of the impending injury. Leave the searching to Takamine and I. The rest of you can continue with the preparations.
よろしくね。
We make our ways around the library again. Time ticks on, but the situation doesn't change. The library automatically switches off the air conditioning past school hours, causing us to sweat bullets. This whole ordeal is one irritance after another. Takamine, any luck? He shakes his head. I rest my back against the bookshelf for a bit. Takamine is sitting on the floor beside me, trying to suppress a little grin. What's up?
いや、なんか楽しくてさ。
You do realize this is a serious matter, right?
わかってるよ、そんくらい。ただ、まあ楽しいんだ。みんなとワーワーやって、汗かいて走ってるのが。
He stares upward at the ceiling. Beads of sweat drip down his neck. Normal library clubs are supposed to read books quietly.
うちは体育会系だからな。何せ部長が熱血タイプだ。
Can't deny that. Kazaki may seem like the meek type normally, but she's definitely got passion. She proved it by starting this whole war with the student council. She didn't care about our chances of winning. She just acted on instinct to help a friend. And to be fair, she's not alone in that either. The library club's full of warm-hearted folks. I the same. I do treasure my friends. but I can't help but maintain a safe distance from them. Everyone's tried to extend their hand to me, but even when they try to approach me with arms wide open, the wariness engraved in me causes me to pull back. No different from a stray dog, scarred by his former owner and no longer able to trust humans.
Ah, ここにいたのか。
Sakuraba approaches us.
成果はどうだ？
Takamine and I shake our heads. Sakuraba grimaces in response.
ところで、1年たちを一旦返して仮眠を取ってもらおうと思ってるんだが、疲れているようだし、明日も朝から最終リハーサルをしなくちゃいけない。
I checked the time. It's already past 11 p.m. Tomorrow's the first day of the Shiomi festival. We'll be hard at work from morning till night. I think that's a good idea. Sakuraba nods.
私と白崎は風呂に入ってくるが、そっちはどうする？
俺も二人と一緒に入るよ。
そうか。いや、さりげなく同じ湯船に入ろうとするな。
仕方ない。そっちはバスタオル着用 OK でいいよ。
黙ってろ。
Sakuraba cuts off that line of conversation with annoyance. I'm going to keep searching. We might have to close up shop on the first day otherwise.
それはそうなんだが。その、家計は図書部で軟弱だから、少し休んだ方がいいんじゃないか？
Sakuraba blushes awkwardly. Sakuraba's overflowing femininity is making my chest throb. Don't underestimate the loyal library club member.
いやいや、頑張るとこじゃないだろう。せっかく勇気を出して気遣ってくれたんだぞ。
言わなくていい。
Takumina's head buries itself into a bookshelf. And I guess it was Sakuraba's foot that caused it, but it happened too fast for me to be sure.
いや、すまない。では、
Fuck!
引き続き捜索を頼んだぞ。
Sakuraba purposefully avoids looking at me and starts to walk away briskly. Sakuraba, thank you. I say my words of gratitude to her back.
別にどうということはない。じゃあ、頑張ってな。
Sakuraba disappears beyond the corridor without looking back.
いやー、まっこてよかおなごですたい。
What kind of southern accent is that? He extracts his head from the bookshelf. You sure are sturdy.
ま、多少空手で鍛えたんでね。
He fixes his hair, then stands back up. I lift myself off the bookshelf as well. Speaking of karate, I haven't asked too much about your karate lately.
細かく聞かないのが俺たちだろ。家系らしくもない。
That's true. Sorry. That wasn't like me, huh? He's right. I don't delve too deep into others. And the reverse is true too. Or to be more accurate, I don't let others delve deep into me.
ま、そのうち話すよ。
He says so almost as an afterthought as he returns to searching the library. Is he serious or is he just being polite? I have yet another cross to bear if it's the former. 6 a.m. in the morning. Takamine and I carried on searching all night. We checked out inside the fire hydrants, the sinks, and the bathrooms, and even behind the loans counter. We were thorough in our investigation, but ended up with nothing to show for it.
ごめんね。2人だけに探させちゃって。
It's nothing. You had your own work to do. We just split the duties accordingly. The second-year females returned right after their bath. They pulled an all-nighter as well, though they were mostly handling paperwork. The first years did try to go back and nap, but they ended up coming back about 2 hours ago. In other words, everyone's been pulling their own weight.
羊飼いの言葉を信じるなら、1日目のイベントは見送るべきだろうな。でも、せっかく準備をしてきたのに。
The game should be put off for safety reasons, honestly. I'll certainly lose in the popularity poll if we only open on the second day. And defeat in the popularity poll will make for an even tougher election run. But when push comes to shove, safety has to come first. Give us a bit more time. We can solve everything if we find the problem. Takamine, let's go.
ああ、
We must up enough motivation to go for another round of searching.
真っ白だぜ。俺はもう。
Takamine sprawls himself over a sofa at the side of the counter. We've been looking around for another 2 hours fruitlessly. Sun's high in the sky, I can hear hustle and bustle from outside the building. Shigami Festival starts in less than an hour.
見つかりませんか。
Yeah, sorry.
お二人は悪くないですって。
All the preparations are already complete. We can technically start as soon as the helpers from the library committee arrive. If only we could find the floor.
そろそろタイムリミットか。中止なら中止で対応に時間がかかる。本部にも届けなくてはならないし。
Whoops. Sakuraba looks at the clock on the wall.
そんな。
First years look crestfallen.
私だって同じ気持ちだ。好き好んで中止になんてするわけがないだろう。
Sakuraba speaks through gritted teeth. Shizaki gently massages her shoulders. Damn it. I collapse next to Takamine on the sofa. You've come so far only to be stopped by something like this.
ここ見えそうだよな。
Takamine mutters half asleep beside me. See what?
いや、ソファーに寝っ転がると絶景じゃないか。
Takamine is staring up the stairwell that goes up to the 4th floor. Oh. Throw my hat back warily as the meaning of his sentence hits me. Each floor has a fence running along the stairwell to prevent people from falling over. Girls who wear short skirts and lean against the fence would be giving a show to everyone in Takamine's current position. Technically, the gaps between the fence posts are supposed to be small enough to prevent peeping through them, but it definitely isn't impossible to do so. Save that stuff for less crucial times. If we lose out on the Shiomi Festival popularity poll, we'll lose the election. Takamine will have no choice but to leave the academy. He's the one who's most at danger. This is how he acts. Or maybe he's just being lighthearted because it's exactly how he is. I look up at the stairwell once again. But the fence of the 4th floor seems slanted. Blink a few times to make sure I'm not seeing things, but sure enough, it still looks slanted. Hey! Doesn't the fence on the 4th floor look slanted to you?
どこどこ?
Right about there. No, man, I'll take a closer look. I don't know why I'm like going around with my fucking hand. I head up to the 4th floor and examine the fence, just as I thought. The fixtures are loose at a small part of the fence. Pushing it a bit makes it give way easily. Someone unwittingly leans against the fence here. Look down from the stairwell. The 5 people looking up at me seem so small from here. I'll have to thank the black sheep later. Takamine, bleed toolbox here!
まさか高峰の煩悩が役に立つとは。よかったよかったよ。あんなところから落ちたら大惨事ですよ。羊飼い様々です。
The quartet stares up at the stairwell once more. The skylight from the glass panels and the ceiling falls on them, as if they were receiving divine
よ
blessings.
し、柵のことは二人に任せて、私たちはイベントを進めよう。了解です。絶対に成功させようね。もちろんです。みんなで準備してきたんですから。
They spontaneously form a circle and place their hands over each other's in the center.
よし、行くよ。おう。
10 a.m. Fireworks signaling the start of the Shiomi Festival light up the sky. It's a bright and sunny day, everybody. The sources of white smoke from the fireworks get carried away slowly by the wind. The path from the nearest train station to the academy is picked to the brim. You can clearly see a trace of asphalt. You can barely see a trace of asphalt. Shiomi Academy will house each and every one of them. I don't know why I just suddenly tried to go into sports commentator mode. The front gate of the academy opens, causing the swarm of the people to flood in like a bad dam bursting. Several students await them with flyers ready for the distribution. The 2 camps eventually converge, and it's like a scene from a medieval war movie. It's the old town's worth of people within a single academy is truly a spectacle. And within that battlefield lies the figures of 3 library club members. Shizaki, Sakuraba, and Takamine brave the crowd while handing out flyers. The secondary group gathers near the library club members. They're made up of volunteers stirred up by the confrontation between the Library Club and the Student Council. They've united under the banner of Library Club Helpers and lent their full cooperation for free, albeit unsolicited. The members of the group are mostly students who had their requests fulfilled by the Library Club in the past, such as performers at Junifest, they come from the Love Letter Incident, students from Love Fly distributing, and food tasting requests, and so on. The Library Club worked tirelessly to fulfill their requests without asking for anything in return. The club proved an important reminder of their efforts. Everyone was happy to help and asked. The combined group of 30 people now hands out mountains of flyers and their customized t-shirts. Despite the countless number of events taking place, the center stage still draws in numbers like no other. Events with guaranteed popularity take place throughout the whole 2 days. Concerts, dancing, cooking contests, beauty contests, debate panels with special guest politicians. You can't go wrong with the center stage. And the biggest event of them all happens there too. The last event of the second day is always reserved for a famous artist's concert. Most years have the featured artists advertised on pamphlets and such, but it's been kept a secret for this year. It has not been confirmed yet, or is the guest this time around really that huge a deal? Debate has been raging on social media despite no one knowing for sure. Clubs in general have also followed Vice President Takegawa's decree to propose a project that portrays their club's daily activities. The Calligraphy Club exhibits their own work. The Archaeology Club shows their excavation results. The Stock Market Research Club gives market forecasts. The meaning behind the decree is understandable, but it makes all the events seem so plain. However, as far as the Library Club is concerned,
もう逃がさないからね。どこへも。どこへも。何？これマジすぎない？嘘。
モニターに何か映ってるぞ。ああ、この謎を解けばいいんだ。
1問目は私の愛する動物はだって。ヒントもあるね。1つ目の鍵は星々の声が集う場所に。なんだろう。
The hint is a reference to the bookshelves at the astronomy section. It has a piece of paper stuck to one of the bookshelves with a list of numbers and dashes. The players have to figure out that the numbers on the bookshelves actually refer to international standard book numbers. Their next step is to return to one of the search PCs and enter the ISBNs to display their respective books. The titles of all the books make reference to a specific animal. That's more or less how the game progresses. Each round of the game has a time limit of 1 hour. The groups who make it to the end will be presented with a commemorative souvenir. It takes about 30 minutes of prep to get things ready for the next group of participants. With that in mind, we scheduled 5 rounds for each day.
愚民どもめ、せいぜい魔導がいい。
Ignorant masses. Us club members and extra are at the club room watching the security camera footage and keeping an eye on the game's proceedings. Our job is to deal with emergencies and inquiries.
防犯カメラの映像ってなんか興奮します。あの人全然カバーがなってません。今死にましたね。違うゲームの視点になってますが。
The 3 girls in charge of the story and direction watch the game going on while eating snacks. Fizona's sitting with her legs up on her chair as usual. Regina's doing the same, but in a different fashion. She's assuming the proper knee-sitting position while on the chair. She looks like an ornament.
あれ？今、横島な思考を受信しましたよ。
Regina turns to me. I'm going to patrol around for a bit.
あ、お願いします。
The fence on the 4th floor has already been mended. But for all we know, that may have not been the danger that the Black Sheep predicted. We shouldn't let our guard down.
あ、私も行く。図書委員の様子を見ておかないと。
Kodachi listlessly follows along. Do you want to talk about something?
話がないと一緒にいちゃいけない？
idiot.
あはは、ドキドキした？
You'll fail your shepherd test if you get too serious about this.
あ、うん。そうね。
She quickly turned solemn. So, what is it?
黒ヤギの件だけど、ボスに報告しておいたから。
What did he say?
普通に褒めてくれた。今後のことは潮見祭が終わったら話をするって。
Hopefully you pass your test.
ま、慌てなくてもすぐわかるわよ。
She grins knowingly. I guess her forecast is bright.
しかし、初回からなかなかの盛況じゃない？
Kodachi looks all over the library. About 400 participants came for the 10:30 a.m. round. We still have room for more too. We've calculated our maximum capacity at about 600 people per run. We've hit the ground running thanks to everyone, present company included. Hopefully the flyers and word of mouth help to spread this even further.
そうね。ここまで来たら繁盛してほしいわね。
She nods sagely. I'm glad you're so appreciative now.
暇なのが嫌なだけ。あ、私整理券配ってるとこ見てくる。
I'm coming too. We have for the exit together. The library is off limits when our game is taking place, so we're distributing tickets in front of the entrance instead. Whoa. We exit the library to find a huge crowd waiting. They're right there outside.
現在お配りしている整理券は13時半からの会です。12時からの会は満員となりました。申し訳ありません。
Around 10 members of the library committee stand in front of the mass of people, shouting instructions and distributing tickets. You've got a full house for the noon session, huh?
13時半の会は今475番だって。こっちもすぐ満員になるんじゃない？
Doesn't get any better than this. People are clamoring for tickets even as we speak. Seems like the flyers handed out at the main gate had the desired effect.
あ、筧先輩、ここにいた。
Misono appears from within the library. What's up?
ビラが足りなくなったようなので、補充をお願いします。あと、かなり暑いので、飲み物もお願いします。
Gotcha. There's a mountain-esque pile of flyers in our club room. I'll have to put a bunch of them in a trolley and bring them to the main gate. Shall we do this, Kodachi?
たく、人使いが荒いわね。
8 p.m. We're holding a meeting at the club room after the end of the first day. The 5 rounds of our game brought in a total of 2,100 participants. The first and last runs had the least participants, making our attendance graph look like a gentle bell curve. The feedback we've gotten has been mostly positive.
最近、ビラ配りに快感を覚えてきたぞ。山が減っていく感覚、忘れられなくなる。
Weird fetish, but okay.
へへへ。甘いぜ、たまちゃん。私くらいになると、歩いてる人の足を見ただけで、もらってもらえるかわかるもんね。
This is what you get when you don't let those two sleep through the night. They're pretty much running on adrenaline.
おかしいな。あれが受けないってことは、私がずれてるのかな。
Kanosuke's muttering to herself while jotting down on her notepad. He's probably refining the scenario and direction even further. Misono's fallen asleep with her legs up on the chair. Takamine has his arms folded and isn't showing any signs of life. He's been down for the count. He's down for the count.
放送部の芹沢美優です。今日一日お疲れ様でした。ただいまより人気投票の速報値を発表します。あ、忘れていた。
For the record, this is more important than the number of participants.
そうだったね。
Even the ones who were fast asleep are now all conscious now.
本日の投票総数は13,269票です。昨年の初日と比べ 11% 増えました。では、注目の速報値です。
The club room falls silent. Said he's always going through the ranking from 10th place and upward.
第4位は、心理学研究会による私があなたを落としますです。得票数は839。女子生徒が
誠心誠意告白してくれるというサービスが男性のお客様にヒットしたみたいですね。
くっそー、行けばよかった。
Takamine really does look regretful.
第3位は料理部の激突学生料理界の頂点を決めろです。歴代の学生料理コンテスト王者がぶつかり合う見応えたっぷりの内容でした。
We all take a deep breath. Neither the library club nor the student council has been named yet. If we're both in the top 10, that means we're at the 2 top spots.
第2位は国立生徒会主催センターステージです。
ここで生徒会ってことは、まさか。
そして
Whoops.
栄えある第1位は図書部の参加型謎解きゲームしおりの記憶です。
よし、
Fuck! Skipped something again.
やりましたね。
We all exchange high fives. Quickly followed by Shidozaki's customary photo-taking session.
今話題の図書部と生徒会がワンツーフィニッシュとなりました。でも差はほとんどありません。明日の最終結果が本当に楽しみですね。それでは皆さん、また明日お会いしましょう。
The cheery background music fades out, ending the broadcast.
まずは一安心というところだが、気を抜いてはいけないな。たった200票差ですから。
The student council will easily overtake us if we let our guards down now. We have to stay focused no matter what. I'll ask Kodachi-Route to spread the results over the internet. That should help our numbers even more.
私たちはビラ配りを頑張ろう。
ああ、今日の倍は配るぜ。
私たちはシナリオをもっとパワーアップさせておきますね。頑張ろう。
Everyone confirms their work for the night.
私も何かやらないといけない空気にしないでよ。強制なんてしないよ。
Shizaki replies with a bright smile.
まあそうね。図書委員と協力して終わって出ていくお客さんに投票を呼びかけてみるわ。アンケート回収率を上げるのも大事でしょ。
Kodachi turns away as her face steadily reddens.
猫風情が鬱陶しいわ。では各自明日までにできることはやっておこう。
The club members swoop in. Oh, the club members whoop in approval. Whoop whoop! Time to give Urishino a call. We finished our work for the night and decided to head home. Takamine and I were too busy searching for potential hazards to even take a bath while the girls had to change and do other feminine things.
そういえば、コダチはどうした？
Kodachi literally walked back home all the while complaining about the heat and feeling tired. What a coward. She said she's meeting with a friend.
そうか。なるほどな。
Sakuraba steals a sideways glance at me, but immediately turns her face forward again.
すると、なんだ、つまり、二人っきりということか。
If you can see anyone else around, then you might want to consult an exorcist.
そういう話じゃないだろう。
Fool! She mutters under her breath. Where did I get enter? I do know what she's trying to imply, of course. It's already past 10 p.m., but there's still plenty of people around this train station. The whole town goes into festival mood during the Shiomi festival period. All the stores stay open to try and catch people coming home from the actual festival itself. So this is how it gets during the Shiomi festival.
去年と変わらないと思うが。
This time last year, I was either cooped up at home or in the library with a book. Whoops.
家計らしいな。
I thought you were going to call me a bore.
言わないだけだ。大人の配慮だよ。
Figured. She grins.
私はやはりきつい性格だと思われているんだな。
Being direct isn't the same thing as being strict. You're a gentle type, if you ask me.
そうか。
She bows her head with a slight hint of joy. The crowd around us pushes us together closer. just a few steps. In just a few steps, we've already ended up practically shoulder to shoulder. Apologies if I stink of sweat.
いや、私こそ。
She's obviously tense.
筧は好きな髪型とかあるのか？
He's trying to start a conversation, though it sounds forced. So here we're supposed to say I like long black hair for some reason. I do have a thing for black hair, though. That might be due to how common it is here.
そうか。まったく仕事のないやつだな。
She starts to sputter. Both ways, it's what's inside that counts. That applies for both guys and girls. Which makes me really glad that the library club folks are such good people. Move on by spouting off some inoffensive lines.
私もそう思う。
Someone bumps into my shoulder, pushing me even closer to her. The back of my hand grazes against hers. Her hand trembles in response, but she doesn't pull back. Should I grab onto her hand? Nah, that would give her hope. I decide to remain passive, but she has other ideas. Her hand hesitantly moves, her fingers slowly entwine with... A group of about 20 people in animal costumes run towards, and then past me. Sakuraba!
あ、こら！
She gets carried away by the swarm of onrushing animals. It all happened in an instant. Couldn't react in time to pull her to safety. Yeah, she'll live. I'll just pretend that never happened. About 2 hours later, I'm back at the club room after showering with a fresh set of clothes.
おかえりなさい。
Thanks.
ご飯にしますか？お風呂にしますか？
I just took a bath.
で、も？
シャングリラ。
Fuck this cat!
キザ様、シャングリラって、そのセンス。
I have no idea what's going on. The fatigue of so many late nights must have gotten to them. Let's see, who else is here besides the waiters? Ah, there's Sakuraba!
おかえり。
Thanks! Looks like she made it back safely. She's entirely focused on her document. I guess she's not planning to chastise me. I paid no mind myself and take my own seat. Something pokes at my leg.
助けろ、バカ。
Sorry.
何が？
Never mind. My phone chooses that moment to sound off. Tsurushino. Hello, what's up? The net? Huh? I cover the speaker on my phone. Sakuraba, check all the Shumi Festival related message boards on the net. It's an emergency, supposedly.
なんだろう。
Everyone huddles around Sakuraba's laptop.
これは。
What's there? I look at the screen as well.
これ。どういうこと？
The message boards are booming with activities. Unfortunately, it's not about us. The posts are all about the final act that's center stage. There will apparently be a concert featuring a boy band that's famous around the country. Even I, of all people, have heard of them.
え、本当に来るんですか？どうしよう。学園祭に来るなんて、すごくお金かかるはずですが、それ以前にランクの問題で普通は呼べないだろう。
Celebrities who appear at Academy festivals are mostly up-and-comers, but the artists in question are established enough to have their own highly rated program on TV. They shouldn't even have considered such an offer.
昨日の番組でもギャグが滑ってたし、実は落ち目なのか？
That's highly unlikely. Regino pipes up on the other end of the phone, reminding me that she's still there.
というわけで、私の力ではどうしようもありませんのであしからず。ついさっきまではいい感じに図書部の話題を出せていたんですが、残念です。
Don't worry about it. Thanks for trying anyway. Regino and I exchanged words of gratitude before hanging up. Message boards all over have been booming with boy band discussion even during that short discussion. The posts about the library club have been wiped off the windshield like a drop of water.
まさか、こんな隠し玉があるとはな。すごい人気だね。せっかく頑張ってきたのに。
Oh well, I do hope that no unfortunate accident befalls the boy band. No accidents at all. Anyways, the sheer amount of excitement over the boy band leaves us in shock. It's all we can do. Oh, it's all we can do to stare at the laptop screen as despair overtakes us. The tide of boy band topics have washed our spirits away without leaving a trace. You don't need to wait for tomorrow to know who'll emerge victorious in the popularity poll. That's terrible. But all of a sudden, a sharp sound brings me back to my senses.
まだ負けてません。戦いましょう。
Brain Barley Road. Yes.
「負けたと思った人から負けるんです。
Misono's voice is soft and clear.
人気投票で負けたら選挙に出ないんですか？違いますよね。なら最後まで頑張って少しでも知名度を上げないと。
Everyone blinks their eyes in confusion. It's as if Misono was speaking to us in Greek. He's never been the kind to stand at the fore and pull the rest of us along with her. So to show this inner strength of hers now.
そうだな。何を弱気になっていたんだ。今さら諦めるなんてバカみたいですよね。
The atmosphere lightens in an instant.
勝負しないと得られないものもあると思います。そうだね。諦めちゃいけないね。
Upon seeing Shirazaki's warm eyes, Misono goes back to her seat with a little sigh.
疲れました。千里、感動したよ。
Kanosuke cuddles Misono and rubs her head.
やめてかな。
Hold on.
やめません。千里への愛が溢れすぎて。もう。
Misono stops struggling and lets herself be petted. Alright, let's do our best for a bit longer.
ああ、ここでくじけたらみっともない。うん。最後まで頑張ろう。
Shirazaki's smile is enough to lift everyone's spirits. We're back in business now. September 26th. Second day of the Yomi Festival. The day began with visitors crowding the entrance before we even opened the doors. The flies and word of mouth certainly played their part. All our runs from early in the morning till 1:30 p.m. were capped out on players. We also made refinements to the scenario and the directions. All the players looked very satisfied as they left. Alas.
潮見学園の皆さん、放送部の芹沢美優です。潮見祭最終日、お疲れ様でした。ただいまより人気投票の最終結果をお知らせします。
She starts to read out the results, accompanied by a light-hearted piece of background music. Everyone normally looks up at Steve Beakers when the broadcast begins, but no one moves an inch this time.
本日の第2位は図書部の参加型謎解きゲームしおりの記憶です。残念ながら順位を落としてしまいましたが、昨日よりぐんと票を伸ばしました。初参加の団体としては大金星ですね。
Serizawa's trying to praise us however she can. This must be her way of trying to support us.
そして栄えある第1位は皆さんもうお分かりですね。生徒会主催センターステージです。と潮見祭始まって以来の
We all saw this coming from a mile away. Sakuraba cuts off the broadcast. No one says a word. The club room teems with feelings of exhaustion and wasted effort. It feels too troublesome to breathe even. Honest God, like, I want someone to just, like, pipe up about the whole... So, they continuously rejected other clubs' propositions because they didn't show what their club was about. but they themselves put on a concert. How is that supposed to show what the student council is about? I just want someone to speak up about that, because that would probably put a huge dent in the support for the current student council. Just troublesome to bring. I already read this. Our opening skirmish in the student council election has ended in utter defeat. The result gives us a clear view of what we're facing. It's as dark as it gets. From what I heard, the boy band tour told everyone to cast a vote for them at the end of their concert. That got the female fans swarming to the poll booth in huge numbers. A single plea from a boy band rendered all our efforts meaningless. But what did we stay up all night for again? Thinking about it now, it's entirely possible that the student council delayed revealing who was coming till the very end to give us hope before taking it away. How are you going to emerge victorious in the election from here? Can't think of any effective countermeasures. The only things that come to mind are morally questionable, to put it nicely. No, it's far too early in the game for that. I chased those ideas out of my mind.
Nah.
Takamine lifts his head to face us, his arms folded. He looks as serious as I've ever seen him.
みんな、ありがとな。
We all gaze quietly at Takamine. He eventually looks away with a wry smile. Stares in silence. May have been too much for him.
言わないようにとは思ってたんだが、やっぱ、なんか申し訳なくってな。俺がしっかりしてりゃ。
高峰くんのせいじゃないよ。
I always just wait until this portion starts of the song, whenever the song comes up. I'll try to at least. I may forget. Shizaki interrupts Takamine.
そりゃ、最初は高峰くんのことがきっかけだったけど、今は高峰先輩とかどうでもいいです。
鬼か。
鬼です。
Misono allows herself a little smile.
私が言いたいのは、もうみんなの戦いになってるってことです。ですよ、高峰さん。ここまで来たら、高峰さんがどうなっても負けられません。
そっか。
Takamine looks down for a second, but quickly returns to normal with a smile. I never thought I'd see him get this way. That's what the female brigade here can do. It would be entirely impossible for me to replicate.
高峰まで真面目なことを言うようになったら、図書部も終わりだ。
Sakuraba releases an exaggerated sigh.
選挙はこれからだ。まずは休んで気持ちを切り替えようじゃないか。
It's odd for Sakuraba to play the role of the motivator. It's rather obvious that she's just putting on a brave face herself, but her intentions are noble enough. I'll help her out. Yep, we haven't lost yet. We've definitely become, more well-known now. We've still got a chance.
ええ、まだ終わりじゃないですね。昨日言った通りです。
Life returns to everyone's eyes.
よし、今日はもう寝よう。
Sakuraba stands up with a smile.
もう寝てますが。
Shizaki's already dropped like a fly.
ベタすぎる。
部長が範を示してくれてるんだ。私たちも見習おう。
Just Sakuraba just fucking face plants on the table, asleep
ほら、
immediately.
白崎。帰って寝るぞ。
Sakuraba massages Shirazaki's shoulders with a little smile.
大きいからっていいことばかりじゃないんだよ。かなちゃん。せちがらい寝言。ありがとうございます。
Kanosuke closes her eyes in despair. Sakuraba's sending Shirazaki home. Takamine and I are going back together. It's been a long time since we all walked back home like this.
つうか、帰ったことあったっけ？
And he mentions that this may well be the first time. However, we're not actually friends.
マジかよ、がっかりだ。
He grins. I was a little surprised back there.
さっき？ああ、あれな。
He turns his face away. He's actually blushing. Now this is rare.
本当にありがたいと思ってる。俺みたいな授業料の無駄遣い野郎のためにね。
He looks up slightly. His eyes are a little teary. He's normally aloof, but today seems to be an emotional day for him. Kind of pains me to say this, but wouldn't it be better to go back to karate and throw yourself at the books?
だよね。普通そう思うよな。
He smiles wistfully.
なんでだろうな。自分のことにそこまで本気になれなくってね。それで迷惑かけてんだから死んでくれって話だけど。
He's hardly been that involved despite being in the most danger. Part of him has probably already given up, or is even okay with getting kicked out. When he first brought it up, he probably thought it'd just be a bit of a banter. You said you weren't ever going to go back to karate, right? What was it? Getting injured once and you can never reach the top again?
そんなことも言ったな。
It was a lie? So I say, although I already know of several times where athletes overcome their injuries to reach the pinnacle of their fields. Those stories are used all the time in feel-good documentaries. I just pretended that I believed in his words to prevent the conversation from getting too deep.
空手をやめた理由教えるって言ったっけ？
You said you'd tell me when you felt like it. You don't have to talk about it if you don't want to. He gives me a sideways glance.
言う気になったんだがな。まあ、家計は興味ないのかもしれんけど。
My bad. I show him a little smile, but I can't deny feeling a little shaken inside. Do you actually have any interest in Takamina's background? If I don't care about my friend's past travails, what kind of person does that make me? Am I someone who only cares about defending against possible attacks and nothing else? That would make me no better than a wild animal. I want to hear about it. Why did you quit karate? I exclaimed with enthusiasm.
怪我が原因ってのは嘘じゃない。でも、あん時怪我したのは俺だけじゃないんだ。
He stares straight ahead. The words continue to pour out of his mouth as he narrates his tragic tale. In the past, he had a senior in his karate club that he respected greatly. The senior was talented, with a great personality to boot. He had an even brighter future ahead of him than Takamina did. Takamina was very fond of his senior, and he even hooked up with his little sister. Takamina had a girlfriend? They were all as close as it got. Yet, on one fateful day, Takamina accidentally injured his senior during a sparring session. All of his senior's hopes and dreams as a karate competitor were extinguished in that instant.
俺が先輩の分まで頑張ろうってなりゃいい話だったんだが、実際は違った。空手部に必要なのはあの人だったんだ。周りからはお前が怪我すりゃよかったって言われたよ。まあなんだ、一番言われたくない人にもな。
He didn't specify, but it can only be one person. His girlfriend.
今にして思えば向こうもショックでわけわかんなくなってたんだろうな。俺も俺で受け止める余裕がなかった。結局身の置き場がなくなったってわけだ。
He came to blows with his club mates, then ended up quitting the club. That was how he got his own injury.
だからどうって話じゃないけど、あれ以来どうもね。なんつうか世間様ってものがあるなら、そいつから取り残されちまった気がするんだ。
That's probably why he's often so philosophical. Society felt alienated by him and moved on without him. Whereas I do my best not to get involved with others. We may stand at opposite points of the vector, but we end up similar somehow. Which may well be how we became friends in the first place.
まあ、聞き流してくれ。別に大した話じゃないんだ。
Alright. Silence reigns. Continue walking down the alley while under the night sky, occasionally stealing glances at the guy walking beside me. The academy still has traces of the festival that's been going on for the past 2 days. Can't help but imagine the place as a cemetery at night as I walk through a gap between an arch and the signboard. We eventually reach the main gate. Takamina chooses that moment to turn around. He stares into the distance towards the academy that we just left.
楽しかったな。 塩見さい。負けちまったけどな。
Whoops. Winning or losing doesn't matter as long as you enjoyed it.
違いない。
He laughs a little.
図書部に入ってからなんつうかな、毎日が妙に眩しいんだよね。いいこと悪いこといろいろあるけどさ、ひっくるめて愛おしいっていうか。
He starts talking to no one in particular.
ただみんなが幸せになればいいって思えるんだ。特に図書部のやつらにはね。
I think the same on the latter part, at least. They're able to put so much faith in someone like me. Wish nothing but the best for them. I'm not trying to sound superior, and it may just be me excusing my guilt for being unable to conquer my distrust of people. But that's really how I feel about them. Strangely enough, I feel the same.
お、気が合うじゃないか。俺たち意外と似てんのかもね。
That's the last thing I want to hear.
お、冷たいな、かけちゃん。
He nudges me shoulder to shoulder. You're too touchy-feely. I literally kick him off me.
激しい。
We're back to our usual selves. I'm not sure what magic that the Shiyumi Festival cast on him. I'm not sure what magic the Shiyumi Festival cast on him to make him this way, but his tale has given me food for thought. He's made an effort to get one step closer to me. I'm grateful for that gesture. I'm just not sure how to respond.
ねえ、もっと強くしてもいいのよ。
Shut up! September 27th. I don't know why I forgot the th at the end. Following Monday, no classes have been scheduled. The whole day is devoted to cleaning up after Shiomi Festival. Essentially, the message to all of us is to turn this academy back to its usual self by today. I spy a familiar figure sitting on a bench. He gives me a wave, apparently spotting me too. Or perhaps he already knew I would be walking this path. It's been a while, Savon.
Ohayo, Kage-kun.
We exchanged greetings.
黒柳の件、本当にお疲れ様。こんなに早く型がつくとは思っていなかったよ。
We just got lucky. Anyways, what are you here for today?
そうだね。早速本題に入ろう。君も忙しいだろうし。
The mild, simple smile on his face never changes. No one dislikes a smile, but it seems so meaningless somehow.
最終試験の件なんだけど、合格だよ。
Oh, Kodachi's really done it. Good for her. I'm sure she'll be glad to hear it.
ん？合格したのは君だよ、筧君。
He looks at me warmly. Me? I haven't done anything.
いやいや、黒柳を説得すべくいろいろと考えてくれたじゃないか。小立君の報告書にも君の功績が大だと書いてあったよ。
But I've no huge desire to be a shepherd. For me, being a shepherd is neither here nor there. I'm nowhere near as passionate as Kodachi about it. Besides, my final test isn't related to the black sheep. For my final test, I was supposed to be nice and wish for the happiness of others.
あるといえばあるし、ないといえ
He
ばない、
wished for Kodachi's happiness, and therefore...
でも、君に素質があることは十分に分かったよ。
I don't really feel it myself.
そうかな。なかなか巧みな立ち回りだったと思うけど。
What does he mean by that?
羊飼いに大切なことは誰にも平等に。裏を返せば誰にも執着しないことだよ。ひいきや不平等はできるだけ避けたいからね。
Remaining detached from everyone. According to Kodachi, that means not having friends, family, or lovers. Or anything you call a strong relationship. Are you saying that I've been specifically aiming to detach myself from others?
僕にはそう見えたけどね。何か問題でも？
No. That unwavering smile plastered on his face. It bugs me and I'm not sure why.
それに君には優れた洞察力がある。見事黒柳の正体を看破したじゃないか。
He gives me a knowing nod. So it was you.
そう。 私が黒ヤギだよ。小立君にどうしても羊飼いという仕事について考えてほしくてね。あんな策をどうしたんだ。
He portrayed the black sheep's vision to be similar to Kodachi's own vision. That forced Kodachi to do some introspective thinking in an attempt to persuade herself. So you could have made it a bit more convincing. It was all far too forced.
手厳しいな。どうも人を騙すのは得意じゃなくてね。
He scratches his head. Has Kodachi passed as well?
残念だけど、もうしばらく様子見かな。結局、彼女は理解できていなかっただろ。
George, his ideal shepherd, prioritizes two main points. First, to be impartial above all else. Second, to not focus stubbornly on the individual, but on mankind as a whole. In his view, shepherds should not stand in the forefront and guide the people. That's where Kodachi's views and his own are different. She's made her own desires as a shepherd obvious in her manner of speech and her choice of words. Have you told Kodachi yet? He shakes his head. Kodachi's practically assumed she's passed. It would be awkward to tell her otherwise. She'd be so depressed.
その点、君はもう羊飼いの理想のあり方に気づいている。
Whoops. When we persuaded the black sheep, you mean?
そうだね。
The humans are the masters and the shepherds are the servants. Shepherds can see the future, but they can't force humans onto the desired path. People choose what they think is best for them. Sometimes those choices will lead to bad futures. As long as it's a choice that the person has made, their shepherd should still adhere to it. Your ideal shepherd doesn't sound like it'd be a very fun job. He shows me a wry smile.
人はそもそも思い通りに動かないものだよ。期待すれば裏切られ、裏切られれば苛立ち、しまいには思うように動かしたくなる。だから高い理想がある羊飼いほど暴走する傾向が強いんだ。歴史上の大きな悲劇もそうやって引き起こされたものが少なくない。大切なのは願わず見捨てず、ただ寄り添う、そういうことだと思う。
The love he has for mankind makes me think of a cruel form of more of a cruel form of indifference. I don't think that's for me.
そうかい？向いていると思うけど。
I don't think so. For some reason, I can't bring myself to protest any conviction.
まあ、試験に合格したからといって羊飼いになる必要があるわけじゃない。実際どうするかはじっくり考えてみてほしい。
Why do you need my answer?
まあ、2週間といったところかな。希望があれば伸ばすけど。
2 weeks. They'll coincide with the end of the election. Not a bad cutoff point, all things considered. Alright. I'll see you in 2 weeks.
何か質問があればいつでも電話をしてね。
In that case, can I have your number?
もちろん。黒ヤギの番号と同じだよ。
Why do I not like his expression right now?
それじゃまたの機会。
Gives me a little wave goodbye. I have another question. Takigawa wasn't used as a tool for your little act, was she?
心配しなくても大丈夫。彼女は彼女の考えた通りに生きているよ。実際、私は何の入れ知恵もしてないんだ。
Can't say I trust him completely, but he doesn't look like he's lying here. Alright, that's a relief.
筧君は優しいね。羊飼い向きだよ。
I'm not sure. Anyway, till next time. Leave the area after saying goodbye. My initial brisk pace eventually slows down to a slower stride after about 10 seconds. What should I do? I passed the final test to be a shepherd without knowing anything about it. I have to decide if I want to be a shepherd within 2 weeks. If I become a shepherd, I would go to the library of wishes and obtain the knowledge of all of mankind. Or at the end of eternity to bless the lives of humans as a servant of mankind. Fortunately for Savan, it's far from the most appealing offer I've heard. But I can't deny that something in the bottom of my heart is attracted to it. It's probably the little kid still hiding deep within me. When I was a kid, I earnestly wished to know everything about humans. It was the only way I could think of to protect myself from their abuse. If I'm really unable to throw off the shackles of my past, maybe I really am suited to be a shepherd. I turn around, he's still watching me from his bench. Fucking mosquitoes. Thus, the post-Chiyomi Festival cleanup began. My upper lip is sore for some fucking reason, I don't know why. We had to finish up before noon so the library could resume its normal services. Setting it up took so long, but tearing it apart happened in a flash. The academy was filled with colors and decorations. Just yesterday, yet a mere few hours has returned it to normalcy. Normalcy with one notable exception, that is. There's a bulletin board dedicated to the student council election right smack in the middle of the academy. No one knows when or how it appeared, it just magically showed up during the cleanup process. Just as the shopping district does a quick changeover from Christmas to New Year's decorations, the election fever is now spreading in earnest. The candidates for the student council election were revealed at 8 AM this morning. The list held a mere 2 names, Shizaki and Takigawa. The election battle starts now.
未来への希望を潮見学園からだって。
Yuzaki Mutta says she looks at Takigawa's campaign poster.
なんか爽やかな笑顔してますね。
Also, the tagline is kind of bullshit.
一見いい人みたい。一見とは失礼ではないですか？
Well, you are a bitch. A calm set of footsteps approach us from behind. It's Takigawa.
潮見祭は残念でしたね。
No one expected such a popular boy band to perform here.
生徒会の OB がたまたま事務所の社長を務めていらっしゃったんです。たまたまか。そういうコネがあったとしても大人げないんじゃないか？
You can't say this because you were also relying on your connections.
学園の知名度を上げられればと思っただけです。図書部を潰したかっただけでしょ。
Takigawa simply smiles at Misono's grumble.
人気投票の結果が選挙に直結するというのはメディアが勝手に作ったものです。潮見祭は潮見祭、選挙は選挙。堂々と戦っていきましょう。
That media invention was started by us. And Takigawa knows that. She's completely mocking us now.
お手柔らかにお願いします。
Takigawa gives Shizaki a confident nod. Oh, it's got just to unsettle her. Just like walk up to her, whisper in her ear. Having contact by your shepherd lately, huh? Looks like he's abandoned you, huh? What did you say? Everyone's attention is now on Shizaki. I thought she'd be nervous, but she looks just as confident too.
こちらこそ。
They exchange a quick handshake. By the way, where's Mochizuki?
昨日で実質引退されました。ずっとあなたを役員にしたかったようですけど。
Takigawa doesn't look very pleased. He did extend an offer to me several times.
私が生徒会長になってもあなたは誘いませんよ。
What a pity. Working on a Mochizuki might not be too bad, but under Takigawa... no thanks.
それでは皆さん、ごきげんよう。
Like, honest to God, like, instead of saying what a pity, just like, oh, don't worry. At least with you, I won't even have to consider it the slightest bit. No. Fuck off right in there. I prefer my spirit to be at least likable instead of a huge bitch. Takigawa leaves.
宣戦布告ってわけか。
Main event starts now. The election day is on the 8th of October. We'll know the results by nighttime. As for the election milestones, meanwhile, there will be a mid-election poll sponsored by the newspaper club this Friday, the 1st of October. Next Thursday, the 7th of October, will be the one and only chance for the candidates to officially address the student body with their campaign speech. Election day comes the day after. Each candidate will be running their election campaigns at full tilt. Till then.
よし、部室に戻って戦略を考えよう。 絶対に勝たないとね。
We head to the club room. The defeat of the Shiomi Festival is a huge setback. We set up our strategy knowing that it could backfire. But that doesn't make it hurt any less. Everything depends on how well we recover from that.
かけいさん。
Kanosuke ambles over and starts peering at me. Yeah?
今日は暗いですね。何かありました？
Do I? Just your imagination, surely.
でしょうか。なんか考え込んでる気がしたんですが。
She curls up her lips like a cat. I would be lying if I said I wasn't. I've been this way ever since I heard the news from Savan. Guess I can't fool you.
こう見えて、筧さんフリークですからね。
She blows air out of her nose.
相談に乗れることですか？
That would be difficult.
ですよね。そしたら、
She takes out a small slip of paper from her wallet.
これ、学食の半額券なんです。1枚しかないんで、みんなには内緒ですよ。
She pushes the coupon up to me. I examine it more closely. It's apparently valid for anything on the menu. Are you sure?
美味しいもの食べて、元気出してくださいよ。朝なら私もいますし。
Thanks. I'll definitely pay a visit sometime soon.
ええ、ぜひぜひ。
She flashes me another smile and walks off again as if nothing happened. He's as perceptive as ever. We finalize our plan for the election campaign after 2 hours of debate. Simple and steady will be our policy. It's important to get the small things right, like putting up posters and distributing flyers. Everyone already knows that we're starting with a huge handicap. But thankfully, no one's willing to give up without a fight. We've went through so much since the beginning of Junafest. All our experience has led us to realize one simple fact. Thinking negatively helps no one.
体力勝負になりそうですね。頑張ろうかな。
体力なら任せてくれ。何でもするぜ。
私は事務作業を受け持とう。すまないが、みんなにも手伝ってもらうかもしれない。
Everyone blinks at each other in surprise.
珍しいですね。桜庭さんが仕事をシェアするなんて。
おいおい、体調でも悪いんじゃないか？
日頃の私は何なんだ。
Sakuraba taps the side of her head with her folded fan.
仕事の鬼でしょうか。わかった。では、今回も鬼になろう。いや、いくらでも手伝いますから。ね、筧さん。
My books aren't going to be to read themselves.
なんでここで裏切るんですか？
A2.
最近は中毒が抜けてきたって言ってたじゃないですか。
Kanosuke hollers at me. I'm kidding. Sakuraba, we're here to help when you need it. Actually, let me rephrase. Let us help.
あんまり協力的な筧も気持ち悪いが。ま、よろしく頼む。
Smile grazes Sakuraba's face. She looks oddly happy somehow. I wonder what happened. I look around the room for any other hints. I find Shidazaki smiling wordlessly at me. Seems like she knows something. I'll check with her later.
そういや、公約とかマニフェストみたいのはどうなってんだ？
How about the communist one?
ああ、一通りは作っておいた。
Sakuraba starts working at her laptop.
なんか、昨日テレビ見ながら作ったみたいなノリですね。雑だと思う。普通は一番力を入れるんだろうけどね。ちっけえな。テレビなど見ながら公約が作れるか。深夜ラジオは聞いたがな。
No one did. Not like we can when she phrases it that way.
冗談はともかく、ページを見てくれ。
My buttocks hurts. Oh, I don't know why I can't sit comfortably right now. Hold. Oh my god, that thing doesn't smell good. Come on. Yeah. thing just doesn't want to go home. There we fucking go. West slight hole, west slight hole, west slight hole. Is it here? There it is. That should be around here for it to have the optimal placement. That also go here. There we go. Should be better now. Yep, it's better. Sakuraba shows us her laptop screen. It's Tsugumi Shirazaki's campaign webpage, designed by Sakuraba, making our future academy even more enjoyable. Student Council Presidential Candidate Tsugumi Shirazaki. My promise to you. Tsugumi Shirazaki's vision for a more enjoyable academy. About Tsugumi Shirazaki Manifesto, Help Out Campaign, Frequently Asked Questions. Notes, the Library Club will not be taking any requests during the election period. Those icons are hella large. Anyways. The very top of the page has a banner that reads, Making our future academy even more enjoyable. It's accompanied by a large picture of Shirazaki with a blushing smile. There's a My Promise to You button as well. Clicking it reveals more details about our standpoint. Our main point is our steadfast objection to Takigawa's policy, which she recently published officially. The policy revolves around recovering the money used on unmotivated students and redistributing it. For example, she would cut down on supplemental lessons and expel students with poor academic performance. Shizaki would take the exact opposite standpoint. She would increase supplemental lessons, make it easier to switch majors, so on. Her vision is clear. As long as you're a student of Shiomi Academy, you should be free to forge your own path without any restrictions placed on you. You won't find a candidate nicer than this.
一つ聞いていいかな？トップページの私の写真、なんで体操服なの？
いいんじゃないか？
いいと思います。悪くないです。みんなおかしいよ。
Entirely so.
ちなみに
Sakuraba presses the F5 key. The screen refreshes and shows a new photo. It's Shizaki in her cosplay outfit this time.
トップ画像はランダムだ。これでページビューも上がるだろう。
That won't increase the amount of unique visitors, and they're the ones that won't increase the amount of unique visitors, and they're the ones that matter.
そうは思ったんだが、やってみたら意外とネット界隈で話題になっているんだ。気に入った衣装ランキングの投票もされているらしい。全然期待してない方向だからね、たまもちゃん。
Shizaki's head droops down.
お姉様、やれることは何でもやらないと逆転できませんよ。
そうそう。ヌード写真集を出すまでがアイドルの道なんだから。
どこの話ですか？もういいよ。公序良俗に反しない以上は頑張ります。
Shizaki's just about given up. I wouldn't go as far as Kanosuke, but we do need to be a bit reckless if we want to put up a fight. Let's start putting up posters.
だね。あれがポスターか。
Takamine looks like at a corner of the club room, where many rolled up sheets of paper are stacked on top of each other.
みさまは事務作業を手伝ってもらっていいか？私ですか？
Misono seems dubious. She and Sakuraba haven't always gotten along. They're better now, but calling them friendly is a stretch.
嫌なら構わないが。いいですよ、先輩。
Sakuraba's unnerved reply makes Misono grin mischievously. This is an interesting turn of events.
じゃ、私らは行きますか。
Aye. We split up into pairs and divide posters. Shirazaki is my partner. I have the height advantage, so I'm putting the actual posters up. He's cutting pieces of tape and handing them to me from below.
自分のポスター貼るのってすっごい恥ずかしいね。
Well, you're enduring it.
もう他人事みたいに言って。そりゃ。
She jabs her finger into my back. You just pasted a piece of tape on my back, didn't you?
貼ってないよ。
Her voice wavers as if it wasn't obvious enough. Well, whatever. Really though, you're now student council president candidate. You want to be more proactive, right? Seems like you've accomplished that goal already. me already. The Shirazaki on the bulletin board gives her best smile. The Shirazaki on the bulletin board giving her best smile looks like a completely different person to the Shirazaki from way back when.
まだまだだよ。もう少し頑張らないと。
She gives it a little thought and denies my assertion with a smile. But you've gotten a lot better in public speaking.
上がり症は昔に比べれば良くなったと思う。武井くんのおかげだよ。
I didn't do anything. It was all you.
だって本も貸してくれたし、挨拶の練習にも付き合ってくれたし。あ、そうそう。最近人を納得させる話し方っていう本と悩みと宇宙の声って本を買ったよ。
I think you can ditch that last one. It sounds rather suspicious.
ビラ配りも随分したけど、やっぱりまだ緊張するんだよね。ちょっと気を緩めると声が上ずっちゃって、これからのことが少し心配。
She'll have lots more chances to speak to the public during this campaign. There'll be a flyer distribution as usual, along with interviews and such.
立ち会い演説会なんて絶対無理だよ。
So your paid speech happens over the broadcasting system. You won't even have to deliver it in front of all the students.
本当？よかった。一番心配してたの。
Takagawa changed that. Takagawa 100% changed that. She made it so you have to actually hold the damn speech in front of all the students, just to basically just say fuck you to Shirazaki. She releases a sigh of relief. Normally speeches are delivered to the student bodies in a gymnasium or some other speeches hall, but that's not possible with so many students here. It's decided that the best way to reach as many students as possible is via the broadcasting system and uploading videos, and that about does it. The post is pasted firmly on the bulletin board now. Where to next?
学食の近くだね。5枚くらい掲示板があるはず。
Is there anything that this academy doesn't have lots of? I lift the posters onto my shoulder. It's become evidently clear how heavy paper can be.
あ、シャツにホコリが。
I'm putting up a poster on the bulletin board when she starts dabbing at my shirt with a piece of scotch tape. You're distracting me.
だってホコリが気になるから。洗濯機にちゃんとホコリ取りつけてる？
I think so.
あとたまには洗濯槽も洗わないとダメだからね。専用洗剤持ってる？
Do you think I do?
じゃあ今度持ってくるね。
Less digressing to detergent and more scotch tape, please.
ああ、ごめん。
She passes me the piece of scotch tape via her index finger. Our fingertips touch each time I take a piece. Our eyes occasionally meet, but not for long before one of us turns away. This is kind of awkward.
武井くん、なんかさ、こうしてると
Yeah?
人差し指を宇宙人とくっつける映画を思い出すね。
That's why you went with that?! She exceeds my expectations as usual.
どこに行くつもりだったの？
Oh, to the sky on a bicycle, I guess.
武井くん、カゴに入るかな？
I'm the alien now? Okay, now we're stretching this way too long. There's too much to point out as absurd. I won't have enough oxygen to do them all. Meanwhile, there's a slight flush on to her cheeks. She may well have made that alien movie reference to hide her embarrassment. Why are you blushing? I jab my finger into her arm.
イティみたいな？
How can I withstand that? I need time out. I take a few steps away from her to cool myself down. Her jokes are so out there, she could probably short-circuit my brain.
ごめん、つまらないギャグで。
A downcast voice addresses me from behind.
武井くんと指くっつけたりしてたら、ほら、なんか緊張しちゃって。
She turned around to face her. She looks so depressed. And here, I'm supposed to console her, apparently. It's fine. I kind of felt the same way.
武井くんも？
She looks way happier now. Suddenly I turned my back to her and faced the bulletin board.
武井くんも緊張したの？しちゃったの？
I take it back, I wasn't nervous.
あー、素 くんったらおませさん。
Quiet you. Consoling her hasn't turned out too well for me. After much back and forth, we eventually finished putting up the posters. It's already the end of September, yet the remnants of the summer heat still remain.
疲れたね。
Yeah. Whoops, not yeah, I mean, yeah. I guess I'd feel at least 33% less tired if I had someone else as my partner, though.
ちょっと待って。
She takes a towel from her bag and dabs it around my neck. The feel of the towel and the smell of its mint scent is soothing.
ヒヤッとするでしょ。
Yeah, this feels great. Where's my fucking tissues? There's my fucking tissues. Hooked on a feeling, but I'm bleeding, but. I'll be honest, all games should have something where if you save, it tells you what route you're actually on. Basically, like if I were to go here and like check this. Oh no, not that. Not that. This. Like if I were to go and check this, it just shows, hey, you're on Sakuraba's route. That'd be so useful. Anyways, yeah, this feels great. Only she knows how to be considerate. Oh well, bouncing to good and bad. Let's call it an overall plus. Oh yeah, Sakuraba was a bit weird today. Seems to know something about it.
そうなの。昨日の夜電話があって、よくわからないんだけど、で、最後に迷いが晴れたって。
That's pretty incomprehensible. She can only shake her head and smile. What on earth happened with Sakuraba?
たまもちゃん、潮見祭で負けたのはショックだったみたい。私もショックだったけど、たまもちゃん、負けたのは自分のせいだって。
Sounds like her.
しばらくいろいろ喋ってたんだけど、最後は迷いが晴れたって。
The important bits are all in that lots of stuff part.
そこは企業秘密です。
She puts up her index finger.
私にだって言えないことくらいあるよ。たまもちゃんに聞いてみて。
Gotcha. I don't need to dig deep to know the gist of it. Explain to everyone that Sakuraba has an unhealthy attachment to Shirazaki. Sakuraba must have finally realized it herself. Whatever the case, as long as she's made peace with herself, it's all good. She has her problems too, huh? Another view. That was obvious. I was waiting for it. Sakuraba releases an adorable sneeze while doing administrative work with Misono.
クーラー弱くします？いや、大丈夫。寒いんじゃないんだ。もしかすると秋の花粉症が。あった。
The recoil from Sakuraba's sneeze sends her ponytail flying into Misono's face. That's not just her ponytail, that's like the marble at the end. That's even more painful.
桜庭先輩の髪、立派な凶器です。すまない。どうも理性では制御できない部分でな。はあ。
Misono decides to just play along.
しかし、ミソノは手先が器用だな。そうでしょうか。
Misono's busy with the menial work of putting letters into envelopes and sealing them. But the only dexterity required is cutting off a piece of scotch tape of the appropriate length, hardly the most demanding of tasks.
無理して褒めなくていいですもん。無理なんかしてない。私は昔から不器用なんだ。細かい作業をしていると、こう、爆発しそうな気分になる。先輩にも弱点があるんですね。
There we go.
弱点ばかりだ。本当に。
Sort of winces at Sakuraba's solemn tone.
今日の先輩、褒めたりへこんだりおかしいです。ああ、すまない。少し考えることがあってな。まあ、なんだ。これからもよろしく頼む。
Sakuraba gives Misona an awkward smile.
はあ、こちらこそ。
Misona first thinks she would lend a willing ear if Sakuraba would just let it out. But after a little thought, she takes it back in her mind. Sakuraba's verbal clumsiness is one of her charms after all. Misona is well aware of her own social awkwardness. In her mind, they still have plenty of time. They can learn more about each other at their own they can take their time learning about each other, or they can learn more about each other at their own pace. Choose one. Don't fuse them. Never works out well. I return back to my apartment to find Kodachi waiting for me at the corridor. Her arms are folded and her face looks grim.
今日、ボスに会ってきた。
She starts speaking abruptly. From her expression, I'm guessing she found out about our final test.
結果、聞いてるんでしょ。
I heard about it this morning. I passed while Kodachi's fate is still up in the air. Her eyes are daring me to say that I failed.
なんであんたが私より評価されてるの？納得いかない。
How would I know? Have you tried asking Savan?
もちろん。でも、不合格の理由は教えてもらえなかった。ねえ、どうしてあんたは合格で、私の方がずっと前から頑張ってるのに。家計なんてそもそもやる気ないじゃんか。
She takes a breath and lets her shoulders droop. Her rage is understandable. I have no idea why I passed myself. Nothing's been decided for you yet, no? That means you still have a chance.
あんたに慰められても嬉しくないわよ。
Don't take it out on me. I think it's rather obvious why she hasn't passed yet. The big issue is how to break it to her. You do realize the point of the whole test, right? You were supposed to learn how to prepare yourself to be a shepherd from the argument with the black sheep. That's why Savan put on that whole farce of an act.
わかってるわよ。でも、私はちゃんと正解したじゃない。だから黒ヤギも納得してくれたんでしょ。
But you yourself didn't. You weren't off, but you didn't get it 100% correct either.
どこが悪かったってのよ。
She puts her hand on her forehead. Like, the test wasn't to convince the black sheep. The test was to convince herself, basically. She had to understand what was wrong about her thinking and correct it. However, she only convinced the black sheep in order to convince it without she herself believing what the fuck she said. Somewhere in your heart, you won't be the one to lead humans to a happier life, right? Savan's ideal is for the human to be in charge. The shepherd is supposed to be the supporting act. I think that's what held you back. She turns her face away from me.
ボスの理想は、ひっそり人間を見守って、人間がこけたら自分もこけるってことでしょ。そんなの普通我慢できないって。
From what Savan said, that means you have expectations and desires for the humans. Much from afar is supposed to prevent those feelings of frustration from first surfacing.
バカみたい。なら、羊飼いなんていてもいなくても一緒じゃない。
She releases a massive sigh.
私、帰るわ。
She heads for her own apartment. What are you going to do about your test?
どうもこうもないわ。合格するまでトライするだけよ。
But at this rate, she stops in her tracks.
前に言ったでしょ。絶対に羊飼いになるって。それに、今更真人間になんて戻れないし。私だって、ボスにスカウトされたんだから、可能性はゼロじゃないわけだし。
A smile accompanies her words as she reaches for the doorknob.
あ、そうだ。塩見祭も終わったし、もう部室には行かないから。
Everyone's already used to having you around, at least visited us every now and then.
私は羊飼いを目指してんの。人と慣れ合ったっていいことないでしょ。
Hey, Kodachi!
はいはい、気が向いたらね。んじゃ。
Wait, where are you going? Still hasn't given up on being a shepherd. She was in the institution with me. That means she must have had it pretty bad before she arrived. Can't blame her for not particularly wanting others to be happy. What? It wasn't all that different up until recently. But at this rate, Swan won't give her a passing grade no matter what she does. Actually, no. Her attitude has left her. Her attitude as she left was even more worrying. She's not planning to just fade into the background, is she? Better keep an eye on her. Another view! Kodachi! I make my way down the road. Making my way down. Passing by plenty of people on the way. I don't have any destination in mind. I just wanted to move my legs.
ふざけないで。ふざけないでよ。
Kake passed and I failed? This makes no sense whatsoever. Why did I even fail? I don't buy Kake's explanation either, it's just not right. So damn annoying. And to top it off, the girl just bumped into my shoulder as she walked past me. And the boyfriend gave me a death glare after, even though he wasn't involved whatsoever. He was just trying to act cool in front of his girlfriend. Screw that guy, what an asshole. I stopped in my tracks. That's right. Guys are the issue. Kake is the reason why I didn't pass. The boss must have noticed the lingering feelings I still have for Kake. Really? Shepherds must need to prioritize quality over everything else. Which means they cannot get too attached to anyone. They can't make friends, have a family, or engage in love. They have to watch all of mankind dispassionately. All for the sake of equality. Ah! What's going on? Ah! Let's go over this one more time. I've worked so hard to become a shepherd. I've traveled all over the country, spent all of my days leading lost little lambs to happiness. Furthermore, I'm not a full-fledged shepherd. I'm still an apprentice. That means I'm not immortal or unaging. I'm still affected by mental and physical strains. I've had days where I was so stressed I couldn't eat a thing. I even injured myself a few times. I even spent an entire night crying myself to sleep from the anxiety of facing the unknown, facing eternity. But I still want to be a shepherd. And I can't live in a world like this. I want to escape from this world of beasts. I want to be free. At the very least, the boss has completely abandoned me. I should still be able to make a comeback.
よし。
Time to let these silly feelings of love go. My goal is to become a true shepherd. To reach even greater heights after that. Like, shouldn't she realize that the entirety of her thought processes right now are like the opposite of what a shepherd is supposed to be like? She's not realizing that at all. Also, I'm gonna be right fucking back. I need to get some nose spray for myself. Alrighty then, I'm back. Oh wow, paused right before the end of the scene. Another view end. September 29th. Time flew by as we worked ourselves to the bone for the election campaign. We've conducted interviews with the KNB's media, but put up posters and handed out flyers, but the student body still isn't convinced by us. We still can't disconnect ourselves from the loss of the Shionimi Festival in the public consciousness. Still standing in front of the student election bulletin board. Hold on. I don't usually actually blow my nose because I fucking hate the feeling. That's why I usually see myself see me stuff like a tissue up my nose instead of blowing my nose, because I just hate the feeling of blowing my nose. But right now, drastic measures. Anyways, I already read this. There are two candidates displayed. It'll be a one-on-one battle between Aoi Takigawa, aka the bitch, and Tsugumi Shirazaki, aka the angel. Though to be frank, it won't be much of a battle at this rate. I have to do something about this. And I still have the shepherd matter to deal with too. I have to decide if I want to be a shepherd, but I'm more worried about Kodachi. Last time I saw her was the day we talked about the shepherd test results. I haven't seen hide nor hair of her since then. There have been no signs of life coming from the apartment door, from the apartment next door. I sent her an email, but she hasn't replied. What's going on with her?
白崎つぐみです。楽しい学園を作るため、ぜひよろしくお願いいたします。みんなで明るい学園を作りましょう。
We're now at the third day of the election campaign. A bunch of unsolicited volunteers from the Shonibi Festival are here once again, helping out with the flag distribution and talking to the other students. There are about 100 of them altogether, but they haven't been able to change our campaign outlook for the better. The number of students leaving the academy eventually dwindles to nothing, signaling the end of our flyer distribution. It's now night time. We're all here to polish our strategy.
支持率変わりませんね。まだ選挙戦3日目だ。そうそう変わらない。
つまりもう8日しかないってことか。
高峰さん、それを言っては。
We have to do something about the atmosphere.
だね。
No matter how much effort we put in, people just perceive us as with pitiful warmth. They think we're giving it our all for a losing battle. We have to do something to change that, or all our work will be for naught.
嘆いても仕方ない。具体案を考えよう。
Concrete plan, eh? Everyone starts to fall deep into thought as they mutter them to themselves. 30 minutes have passed with no contributions of value. It's starting to look hopeless.
ゲームみたいに裏技がありゃいいんだけどな。
高峰さん、現実逃避しないでくださいよ。
Secrets and cheats. A potential problem solver has been running circles in my head ever since we lost the Shiomi Festival popularity poll. That being the shepherd's powers. Books in the Library of Wishes have everything about people's lives in them. Shizaki Takigawa's books should have all the election details in them as well. Being able to read either of their books might well tell us how to win the election. Unfortunately, my powers of clairvoyance are uncontrollable. I can't choose the future I see. Most of the ones I do see tend to deal with the immediate future as well, like when I saw Shizaki's derailment accident. But if I became a shepherd, I'd be able to see the entire flowchart that Kodachi showed me before. I should get things ready to use that option if we really can't come up with anything else. Time to make a call. I dialed Kodachi's number on my phone. I try a few times, but she doesn't answer my call. I eventually leave a message on her answering machine and hang up. She might be too busy. Or she might be ignoring me. I'll pay her a visit at her apartment tonight to confirm. With that decided, I return to the club room. That's Mochizuki walking away from the club room. Good evening.
筧くん、こんばんは。
Her face looks tense. She pats her hair a few times, perhaps in an effort to make herself relax. What are you doing at the library?
借りていた本を返却に来たの。
I see. There's no way I'd believe that response. A person affiliated with the rival faction loitering her at the library club during this period. Anyone who sees her will immediately think of the implications. Pretending a book is a weak reason as well.
それじゃ、また。
See ya. She briskly walks out of the library. What's she really doing here? I'm very sorry about this. It's past 10 p.m. I just rang the bell at Kodachi's apartment to no avail. She's not responding to my emails or phone calls either. She's not planning to disappear on us, is she? The princess she may be, but she's still a shepherd. If I don't see her within 10 days, I'm likely to forget all about her. The mere thought of it makes my chest tighten up. I've never felt this way before. Suddenly, footsteps from behind. Kodachi. She awkwardly looks away. Been trying to contact you for ages. Where have you been?
ちょっと仕事が忙しくて。おまけにさ、仕事先で携帯の電池切れちゃったの。ごめん。
She gives a small bow and apology.
それより、私ん家に何の用？
I was worried about you. You weren't answering any calls.
何か急ぎの用でもあったの？
Well, I do have a little question. I give her a brief summary of the election as it stands.
はぁ？つまり、選挙の勝ち方が知りたいってこと？
Yeah.
そんな無理に決まってるっしょ。仕事に関係ない人の本は読めないって言ったじゃない。
She stares at me witheringly. So I need to be a shepherd, huh? Her face hardens.
そんな理由で羊飼いになるなんて絶対許さないからね。
What's wrong with becoming a shepherd for my friends?
うさんくさ。
Yeah.
私は人のためなんて一番信用できないけど。
As it might be for you.
俺様ちゃんは違いますか。まあいいですけどね。
She snorts out her disdain.
だいたいさ、選挙に勝った後どうすんのよ。羊飼いは途中でやめらんないんだからね。
Well, yeah, I'd be immortal too.
平気なの？
Her eyes narrow into tiny slits. Did I just say something wrong? Can't quite imagine myself as one yet. Her gaze drops down to the floor at my response. Her lower lip begins to tremble.
なんでこんなのが合格なのよ。私がバカみたいじゃない。
Sorry.
謝んないでよ。家計は悪くない。
An uneasy silence settles in the air.
私は羊飼いになること諦めてないからね。
I believe I already mentioned this before, but wouldn't it be tough to keep trying without changing your mindset?
私には羊飼いしかないの。あんたがどうしようと勝手だけど、私の邪魔だけはしないで。
I've only meant to help. Have I really been a hindrance?
あるのよ、いろいろ。
She mutters while refusing to look me in the eyes.
悪いけど、これからは部屋に来ないで。あと、仕事でしばらくは学校に行けないから、よろしく。
Oh, fuck! She stuffs her key into the lock.
じゃあ、おやすみ。
Hold up! I call out to her just as she opens the door. If I can't see you at your apartment or at the academy, then how can we stay in contact?
電話してよ。
You never answered.
それは電池が切れてたからだって。
She starts to close the door. Wait a second! I grab onto the doorknob.
話して。
Please don't disappear on me. I don't want to forget about you again. She closes her eyes. Like Kodachi says, FUCK!
別にいいでしょ。もともと大した思い出なんてないんだから。
That's been plenty from April till now. A slight flush tints her cheeks.
覚えてないよ。
The door slams shut. She's seriously planning to disappear. I don't want to consider it, but with the way she's acting now, you have to keep an eye on her. Kodachi, another view. I noticed feeling better since I turned on the fan. Weird. I collapse onto the floor. Kake's words keep replaying themselves in my mind. Please don't disappear on me. I don't want to forget about you again.
そっとしないなんて今時言わんでしょうよ。バカ。
This isn't going to work. That switch inside of me has been flipped. The mere pulse's voice turns my brain into mush. That's right, I'm really going to fail the test. If I don't become a shepherd, what will become of me? Images start to resurface from the sea of my memories. Back to my childhood, where I was bullied and cast aside by my family. I had never experienced so many things that were normal to other children. I only knew how to feel sadness. It was that point I thought to myself that my birth in this world must have been a mistake. I was entirely different to my core. That's why I found it hard to make the people around me happy. And I was an entirely different species. That's why everything I did caused others to scold me. I was a human among beasts. The only chance for a normal life was to return to the world where I belonged. Things didn't change, even as I was put into the institution. The people there underwent similar circumstances, but there was no point talking to them. I belonged in a different world after all. Things didn't change, even after I was taken by foster parents who seemed wealthy, but by then I was used to it. I belonged to a different world after all. There was nothing I could do to help that. Nothing at all. Having already given up in my mind, the boss took that opportunity to appear before me. His invitation to become a shepherd brought hope back to my dispirited heart. It was all the validation I needed to know that I truly was born in a different world. That I was born to become a shepherd. So I have to become one, no matter what. I won't let my head be turned by such silly emotions.
この家には帰らない方がいいよね。
Another view end. September 30th. It's after classes on Thursday. The present state of affairs has just taken an unexpected turn. The trigger was the headline article on the web news. Right on the top of the front page. Potential injustice in vote counting for Shiomi Festival popularity poll. The word potential is comparatively small compared to the rest of the headline.
スポーツ新聞かよ。
The actual content is pretty solid, surprisingly. The article highlights an issue with the votes accumulated by the student council center stage that took first place. The ballots for the popularity poll specifically stated to write down the name of your favorite event. But nearly 1,000 of the votes for the center stage didn't actually write the name of the event, or even the venue. The votes only had the name of the popular boy band that appeared as the final act. The Shiomi Festival steering committee were split on whether to count these votes as votes for the center stage. On one hand, the boy band did perform at the center stage. On the other hand, votes for the boy band aren't exactly votes for the entire two-day event itself. Eventually, they settled on awarding first place to the center stage by adding an explanatory note about the boy band issue. But at some point, the explanatory note somehow got lost in transition from the steering committee to the broadcasting of the results. The news article suspects the student council's influence to be behind the disappearance of the explanatory note. They've even taken the stance that the center stage doesn't qualify as a true event, as its votes are heavily based on how popular its performers are. This is definitely advantageous for us.
白崎さん、今回の件についてコメントお願いします。
Ah.
生徒会が来年度の予算アップをちらつかせたという情報もありますが。
The newspaper and broadcasting club evades us, along with random curious onlookers. There are about 30 of them all told. It's almost as if we're in flyer distribution mode.
生徒会を許しておいていいんですか？
Suddenness of it all reactivates Shirazaki's social anxiety. Shirazaki, relax, it'll be fine. You did so well at Junifest back then. There's nothing to be afraid of. Speak to Shirazaki from the side of my mouth while patting her on the back.
そうだね。怖くない。怖くない。
It does some oddly good things for my nose doing that, it seems. I just said the second I say it, a sneeze comes. That's great. It's gorgeous even. Mizaki mutters to herself, then takes a deep breath.
白
Am I
崎
getting
さん、
sick?
コメントを。
Is that what's happening?
今回のニュースにはとても驚いています。それにニュースが本当ならとても悲しいことだと思います。
Mizaki just about manages to speak legibly.
センターステージの得票は出演者によるもので、企画に対する評価ではないという意見もあります。この点についてはどのようにお考えですか？
Mizaki purses her lips and thinks. All the student council did was set up the stage, essentially. Votes due to the performances of the artists on stage shouldn't be counted as the votes for student council. Or so the opinion goes. If he can pull this off well, it just turned the results of the popularity poll on its head.
ライブイベントは出演者と場を用意する人間がいて初めて成立します。
What? No, what are you doing, Shidazaki? Stop. Stop it right now. Help. No. Don't. Stop talking.
どちらが欠けてもお客様に楽しい時間を過ごしてもらうことはできないでしょう。ですから出演者に対する票を生徒会票として数えることには賛成です。
おいおい。
This is actually a good thing for her to say, though. Shidazaki is basically covering for the student council. Even for her, this is being too nice.
じゃあ図書部は負けを認めるってことですか？
Even the girl from the broadcasting club looks incredulous.
いえ、別の理由で負けは認めません。
と言いますと？
今回の潮見祭では生徒会による企画の事前審査がありました。企画がその団体らしいかという観点でチェックしたみたいです。私たちも一度却下されましたけど、なんとか企画を練り直してようやく企画が通ったんです。でも私たちは運が良かった方で、残念ながら企画が通らず潮見祭に参加できなかった団体もあります。
ありましたね、そういう話。
Finally, it's being mentioned.
では生徒会の企画は誰かにきちんと審査されたのでしょうか？
Shizaki looks over the meteor group all around her.
きっと手続き上の問題はないのだと思います。でも皆さんが審査する立場でしたら生徒会の企画に OK を出しますか？
Shizaki's made everyone ponder by asking a question of her own. It's an effective way to get your point across, regularly employed by experienced public speakers. Those how-to books have done their job.
これでは審査に通らず潮見祭に参加できなかった団体がかわいそうです。学園祭は生徒のお祭りですから、周囲に迷惑をかけていないのなら誰でも参加できてしかるべきだと思います。生徒が生徒を審査して当然の権利まで奪うなんてひどいことだと思いませんか？
The onlookers start talking amongst themselves. From what I can see, they're reacting quite positively to Shidozaki's impromptu speech.
なんだか別人みたいです。
Ah!
筧さん、白崎さんがこんなこと考えてたなんて知ってました？
Nope. Shidozaki's manner of speech is firm as well. Itachi is saying things off the top of her head. Honestly though, passing up a perfect chance to go on the attack and instead pointing out the injustice of students judging other students. That's just so like her. October 1st. So the first ballot's gonna be the first test ranking. It's lunch break on Friday. The time has come for the mid-election poll results to be announced. You can find unofficial leaks on the net already, but the official numbers have the biggest effect for sure. It's an impromptu milestone in this election.
皆さんこんにちは、芹沢美優です。
Ah!
今日はランチタイムアベニュー選挙特番。支持率調査の結果や今後の見通しについていろんな人にお話を伺っちゃいますよ。
I don't know. The usual tune plays along with the broadcast. Everyone was digging into their lunches a few seconds ago, but their mouths and hands have stopped moving. I can just imagine Takumi just... it's more like probably bread, like...
なんか緊張で目の前が白くなってきたかも。お姉様、しっかりしてくださいよ。昨日から数字は盛り返してます。大丈夫です。
Something happened, and it's gonna be the exact opposite.
大丈夫。平気。
Shizaki drops the piece of fried egg that she was holding with her chopsticks. It's the same person who pulled off that interview with the media just yesterday. Germans really are a weird bunch.
やっぱ白崎さんの卵焼き美味しいです。お前、白崎が落としたものを食べるな。かな、私も狙ってたのに。出して、今すぐ。
He sort of pokes the side of Kanosuke's stomach. Doesn't get much noisier than this.
お前ら、放送が聞こえないから静かにしろ。
平和でいいじゃない。
さて、あんまりじらすと怒られちゃいますから、注目の中間発表です。速報値では滝川候補の圧倒的優位が続いていましたが、なんとここで数字に動きが見られました。支持率は白崎候補が 53%、 滝川候補が 31%、 未定が 16% となっています。
Yes! I consciously banged the table with my fist. Shizaki would still win even if all the undecided votes went to Takigawa. It's a complete reversal of fortunes.
どうやら昨日のニュースが聞いたみたいですね。まさかまさかの大逆転となりました。さて、ここからはゲストをお迎えして今後の流れを予想していきたいと思います。政治研究部の佐々木さんと心理学研究部の松島さんです。
Sakuraba turns the volume of the broadcast speaker down.
やったな、白崎。まさかこんなことになるなんて思わなかったよ。
Shizaki takes Sakuraba's hand and shakes it up and down.
このままでいけば勝てるってことですよね。
こりゃひょっとするとひょっとするぜ。
高峰先輩、勝てると思ってなかったんですか？
いや、そりゃ
Mizuno's icy stare stops Takamina's train of thought.
もちろん勝てると思ってたさ。当然じゃん。
ギザ様。
Fat cat flies at Takamine.
うわっ
The struggle between Takamine and Cat begins on the club room floor. And Misono learn how to control cats actually.
何はともあれ、素晴らしい折り返しだ。後半も頑張っていこう。まだまだ気を抜けないよ。
Shizaki does a fist bump. The news of the popularity poll incident broke at a perfect time for us. We'd probably have been facing an unpleasant set of results for the mid-election poll if the news never surfaced. Maybe we're just getting the luck we deserve now. Maybe someone set this up. Mochizuki. Another view. A few days earlier. At the same time, silence reigns in the student council office despite the two women present. Takigawa is barely keeping her seething anger contained as she plans her next move. On the other hand, Mochizuki simply watches over the scene in calmness.
まさかこのタイミングであんなニュースが出るとは思いませんでした。不運でしたね。でも自業自得といえばそれまでじゃないかしら。望月さん。
Takigawa stands up in shock. She can't believe the words she just heard from her senior.
望月さんはどっちの味方なんですか？もちろんあなたの味方よ。
But before that, Mochizuki had asked herself whether she had done all she could as a student council president to make the academy a better place. In her mind, there were things she had to do, even if she would end up betraying her dear understudy. And her resolve would ensure that the actions she took would remain a secret till the very end.
後ろ暗いことは絶対にしてはいけないと教えてきたはずよ。
Takigawa bites her lips.
まだ選挙は終わっていないわ。今回の件を教訓に最後まで戦いなさい。はい。
Takigawa nods. Mochizuki will soon graduate from the academy. She wants to do as much as she can for Takigawa before then. In her mind, the importance of setting Takigawa down an honest road of life is slightly more important than winning the election. She couldn't overlook the mistaken path that Takigawa had chosen.
つくづく身勝手なものね。
Her bout of self-examination causes her to come to that conclusion. She can give excuses about how it's for the academy or how it's for her junior, but in the end, who she most wanted to protect was herself. Does she even have any right to direct her junior on the correct path to travel? But no matter how many questions she asks, No one by her side to provide her with answers. Oh, would you look at that? A perfectly guy that just recently, passed the test to become a shepherd. I should talk to him. It's the weekend, and we're all relinquishing our days off to focus on our election campaign. We're doing flyer distribution and a meet the candidates session as usual. There's also a filming session with the broadcast club scheduled.
白崎つぐみよ、よろしくお願いします。
Please vote! Stay on the lookout for Kodachi as I hand out flyers. It's been 3 days since we last met. She hasn't responded to any of my emails or calls. To be honest, I know it's too early to start panicking. She might just be busy. But it's not my logic that's urging me on here. Another view, Kodachi! This concludes the job I started this morning. Today's lamb was a female student with an ambition to become an artist. My contribution was to spill coffee over her while passing her by. I'd invited the assistance of a nearby male student, and thus began the first chapter of their love story. The guy himself is a box-standard geeky type, but he's going to have a positive influence on her art. Who would have believed that spilled coffee can change someone's life?
たく、せいぜいお幸せに。
I hate stuffy noses. Muttered to myself while wiping the coffee from my skirt with a damp handkerchief. Yeah, it is gonna leave a stain. Shepherds don't have it all easy. I lift up my head instinctively at the sound of Kake's voice. What am I doing? Especially after I resolved to forget about him. I wonder, what's he up to today? Why, hello there! Handing out flyers, meet and greet session, maybe. Or perhaps he's even doing interviews. If he was handing out flyers, and maybe the voice I heard just now really was his own.
会えるかな。
I quickly shake my head furiously. What am I thinking? I shouldn't care about this. I may bump into him, that's all. Because I don't want to see him. Anyway, I need to move on to the next lamb. Tsugumi Shirazaki, what's your vote?
どうした？元気ないんじゃね？
Takamina calls out to me with a flyer in hand. Is that so?
さっきからキョロキョロしてるし。あ、あれか。美人でも探してんの。
I wouldn't call her a beauty, she's more the cute type.
おいおい、誰だよ。つうか、俺に内緒で誰か狙ってるなんて水臭いじゃんよ。
I was kidding. You're the only one for me.
ははは、知ってたよ。
He lets out a hearty laugh and slaps me on the back. He's being considerate in his own way. I need to stop brooding over this and focus on the election. I glance at my phone, still no response. What the heck is Kodachi doing? Meanwhile, a tram approaches in the nearby station. I raise my voice to make myself heard over the noise. Please vote for Tsugumi Shirazaki! Why did you look at that? There he is in the middle of the crowd. Well, he's facing before me, yet I can still spot his own instantly. Now what? I don't have much time to think. The tram has just come to a stop. Please remember to vote next week! Tsugumi Shirazaki will make Kishiomi Academy even more enjoyable! The door opens, a voice reaches my ears. I instinctively raise from my seat. No, what am I doing? I already decided I'm going to be a shepherd. I force my butt back down and close my eyes. Please vote for October 3rd. Is it gonna go on
疲れた。
until he forgets? And at that point, she's basically at the point where she can't take the weight anymore. So she goes to meet him, and he's like, "Who the fuck are you?" And that just breaks her. And that's the moment she fails the test, and he remembers, or something like that. Anyways, I leave one of the academy's buildings after a job well done. 2 lambs required my attention today. Both were fairly complex cases that took a toll on my nerves. Just then, my phone sounds off, the signal of the arrival of another email. It's Kake. He's been sending me an email every day. Doesn't say much in the emails themselves, but it seems he's worried about losing contact with me. His intuition is too good.
バイバイ。
I'm so not happy about this music. I leave the email unread and start moving to the trash bin. But the glance of the subject throws me off. Even though all it says is, "You okay?" Of course I'm not okay. Whose fault do you think that is? The retorts float endlessly from my head, and in the end I can't bear to delete his email. How do things end this way? And like this? I need to forget about him. But I can't. What's so great about him anyways? It's not like we were anything special in the past. How long was it since we were at the institution? 4 years now? The first time I saw him there, he was engrossed in a book. The next time I bumped into him, he was still reading. The next time was the same. The time after that too. That time I figured him for some bronze statue, posing as a book-reading boy, and let him be. But as fate would have it, our paths intertwined again sometime later. A bunch of boys found out about my fear of animals and were bullying me about it. Kake rescued me back then. He probably just wanted the group to be quiet so he could focus on reading. He probably never meant to be nice to me, and I know how cliché it sounds, but I was happy regardless. I tried to strike up a conversation with him several times after that, but I was always a bundle of nerves, and they all ended up in failure. I was then adopted by a foster family, bringing the curtain down on my bittersweet tale. That's all there was. That's really all there was. That's why it's perfectly natural for him to not remember me. I let myself sigh deeply and will myself to crumple up all those memories and toss them aside. That's the least I have to do to become a shepherd. A voice suddenly addresses me from the side. I look in the direction of the voice. It's the boss sitting at a bench near a vending machine. He loves making unannounced appearances like these.
何のことです？
He smiles calmly, an empty smile devoid of life. Reminds me of Kake somehow.
もし迷っているなら、君は羊飼いにならない方がいいのかもしれない。
は？突然なんですか？
His words pierce right through me. I unwittingly raise my voice in response. The passersby stare curiously at me, but I ignore them.
いきなり見捨てないでください。
見捨てはしないよ。すべては君が決めることだから。でも、今のままじゃ羊飼いになるのは難しい。
どうしてですか？
それは君が一番わかっているんじゃないかな。
That I do. Kake already told me before, and he was absolutely right. I can't wish for the happiness of other humans. How could I? We live in completely separate worlds. But I pursed my lips and refused to utter a word. He acknowledges my silence with a nod.
もしわからないというのなら、一つ質問をしよう。君は筧君にどうなってほしい？
筧？
I wasn't expecting that question.
羊飼いになってほしいか、欲しくないか、それとも別の答えか。
Shepherd. I run through the meaning of the word again in my mind. Shepherds live through eternity and toil for the happiness of mankind. But despite their efforts, they don't remain in the memories of humans. They are as clear as transparent as the wind, coming and going with no warning. A good example would be a particularly stoic Santa Claus. Everyone knows who that name refers to, but no one can claim to know anything about the person himself. This really is starting to get annoying. I don't want to end the part yet. Far from it, actually. No one knows what he likes to eat. No one knows what his favorite color is. No one knows what his taste in no one knows about his taste in girls. He loves all children in the world, therefore he doesn't love any single person in particular. He has no family, no friends, no personality, no individuality. Miss Santa? There is that interpretation as well. He is nothing but a name existing only to give happiness to children. Is that what Kake would become?
Kodachi-kun no kotai wa?
Right, being a shepherd is an honor. So what if Kate becomes one? I shouldn't have any problem with that. It keeps gnawing away at me. Do I want to be a shepherd? Or do I want to be a human?
なるほど。よくわかった。
He smiles gently before I say a word.
まだ答えてないですけど。
沈黙も別の答えの一つだよ。つまりね、 やっぱり君は羊飼いに向いていないということかもしれない。
はい。
I'm confused, but only for a mere second. The meaning of his words come to me in a flash. I shouldn't have hesitated in my answer. I should have answered that Kake should be whatever he desires, and I should have answered instantly. It would be proof that I could treat all of mankind equally. The boss was asking whether Kake was special to me in a contradictory way. Shepherds are supposed to treat everyone equally, and are supposed to be subservient to mankind. I failed in both of those areas, but I...
私はね、羊飼いになることが全てじゃないと思う。人生は長い。いろいろな選択肢を考えてみるのもいいんじゃないかな。
今になってそんなことを言わないでください。私はボスに憧れて羊飼いになろうと決心したんです。
I looked at him with resolve in my heart, but he simply wears that usual gentle smile. A smile with no warmth behind it at all. A smile he shows to everyone. Shepherds have to look at mankind impartially and as a whole. To him, I'm just as important as his former friends, family, and some random person from a faraway land. To him, I'm just another person to watch over. Yeah, I knew that from the very beginning. I don't live in a separate world from others. Never had a world to go back to. I've always been, and still am, human. I just happened to encounter a bit of misfortune. There are countless other humans who have it just as bad, or worse. But I can still run away. I want to stop being a human, why can't I? I want to leave this hopeless world, why shouldn't I? If I can't leave, then the only option left for me is to disappear from this world altogether.
チャレンジするのは自由だから、気の済むようにしたらいい。
私にとっては羊飼いになることが全てです。諦めません。
I declare my intention with a nod, and having said my piece, I walk away with conviction. Another view end. Still nothing. It's been a while since the last email I sent to Kodachi. She still hasn't replied. It's the fourth day with no contact. It's not exactly an uncommon occurrence. We went 5 days without any contact before. But the circumstances are different now. Uneasiness welled up in my chest and I can't do anything to stop it. I can't see you at your appointment or at the academy, and how can I stay in contact?
電話してよ。
You never answered.
それは電池
I don't like this! I don't like this! She's see-through! This can't be because of her phone's battery. She could connect to a cellular network from anywhere in this country. Has she really been so busy that she doesn't have time to reply to an email? For the last 3 days at that. It's hard to believe, to say the least. Only one possibility stands out. She's starting to sever herself from our relationship. But why?
私には羊飼いしかないの。あんたがどうしようと勝手だけど、私の邪魔だけはしないで。
I've only meant to help. Have I really been a hindrance?
あるのよ。いろいろ。
I'm a hindrance to her becoming a shepherd? Is that why? Biggest reason why she can't become a shepherd is her mindset. She finds it difficult to watch over people trying to attain happiness. But this is her individual issue. It has nothing to do with me. The only way I could be a hindrance to her is if she likes me. It can't be true, can it? But if it's true, then I'd definitely be an obstacle to her. Feelings of love paralyzing someone and preventing them from moving forward is a plot right out of a novel. My chest tightens up as I continue to ponder the possibilities. The desire to be a shepherd is definitely the real thing. I'd take myself out of the equation if I could. But even if she throws away whatever feelings she has for me, she still probably won't be able to become a shepherd. At her core, she simply can't trust others. She's been told so many times that she needs to guide. But she much prefers to the approach with which show off her superiority. She can take all the tests she wants, but I think it'd be a waste of time. Savon will never give her a passing grade as she is now. Kodachi. I toss and turn on the bed, eventually glancing once more at my phone. No calls, no emails, no signs of life next door. No appearances at the academy. At this rate, I really will end up forgetting about her. She'll disappear from my memory, just like she disappeared from Urishino's and everyone in the library club. Sounds like it'll be sad or painful for me if I forget about her. Won't even realize anything is amiss. But would that be a good outcome? Of course not. She's an important friend. That's right, she's a friend. Our club activities aren't complete without a clubroom appearance from our special guest. Try looking for her around there. I have nothing but a hunch, but might just bump into her there. October 4th. I wandered the streets last night until well past midnight, but I didn't find Kodachi anywhere. She never contacted me either, naturally. She was serious about disappearing, apparently. It's been about 4 days since I last saw her. I've taken to looking at pictures of her every few hours to ensure that she remains fresh in my memories. I know how creepy that sounds, but I couldn't find any other way to make myself settle down. While I've been in turmoil, the election has been the exact opposite. It's been smooth sailing since the mid-election results. The support for Shitazaki keeps coming in, and election day is coming up this Friday. At this rate, it'll be a matter of time before victory is ours. After classes, we reached the library in time to see Shitazaki surrounded by supporters. They all looked like they want to shake their hand. As odd as the spectacle may seem, it's been a common sight since last weekend. A voice suddenly calls out to me. That be me? She bows awkwardly and runs off in a flash. We've come far enough for me to have my very own fads. Elections are truly fearsome events. I wait for the crowd to disperse before approaching Shitazaki. Nice work. Still alive? Oh, she is still alive. Wow. You saw that? Why are you angry? She says, so she says with a pout. Anyway, you sure are popular yourself, huh? She laughs it off with a joke. That's good for an election candidate. And also I know this looks absolutely shit, but at least it stops me from having to sneeze every few fucking seconds. Suzuki leads the pack of the rest of our club members, as the rest of our club members file in. Takamina simply gives a wordless thumbs up. Alright, let's go. Misono's voice leads my gaze to the entrance of the club room. The door is half open and I can see very familiar looking things in the corridor too. You're being evicted. We look at each other in confusion, just as an unfamiliar male student emerges from the club room. He's holding all of Shitazaki's handmade chair cushions and dumps them unceremoniously onto the floor. Takamina starts running. There are 10 or so students in the club room. Some are reading comic books, others are playing with their phones. The male student we saw earlier is now shoveling our possessions into a garbage bag. I can hear the sounds of our cups breaking. I can see their broken fragments through the translucent bag. Most of all, I could feel my blood boiling. One of the book-reading students lifts his head to look at us.
Konnichiwa.
He tosses his book onto the table by getting to his feet. He has the build of a rugby player. What are you doing here? I stand next to Takamina and in front of the girls. What? It's the club room of the library club. He shows us a full set of white jagged teeth. So that's how Takigawa wants to play now. We finally catch on to their ploy. All the old members who never bothered coming, right?
読書って大事だろ?
All the students in the club room start laughing provocatively. The library club has several people who are club members in name only. They only actually show up in the club. They never actually show up in the club room. They're perfectly legitimate members if you go by the books.
幽霊が何の用だ?
部室から出て行ってください。そうですよ。ここは私たちの部室なんですから。
The students inside simply keep their stupid grins on their faces despite our pleas. These aren't the most pleasant of folk, that's for sure.
そうだ。白崎さん、部長なんですから、ここはズバッと。
悪いけど、さっきの部員総会で部長は俺になった。あんたらの部員資格は一時停止だ。委任状は、ほら、部員の4分の3以上ある。
Dumps a bundle of papers onto the table.
なるほど。規則上は問題ないってか。
Takamine mutters as he strides towards the male student.
だから。
分かってんだろ。
Takamine raises his fist.
高峰くん、ダメ
Shiozaki's shout makes Takamine's fist freeze in midair. The male student simply sneers at the sight and sits down again.
あんたらに一ついい知らせがある。選挙から降りてくれりゃ、部室も部員資格も元の通りだ。先に言っとくが、あんたらが選挙に勝ったからって部員総会の決定は変わらねえぜ。俺がうんと言わなきゃもう部員ですらないんだからな。
So even if we win the election, we won't get our club room or our club in club in general back. But if we give up the election here, that Takamine will surely be expelled. What can we even do here? Okay, at this point I have to really just say Mochizuki needs to step in. Like, this is clearly just Takigawa playing about as fucking dirty as humanly fucking possible. Like, Mochizuki should at this point see this person is not fit to be the student council president. There's something that needs to be done here. Honest to God, I would just like publicly go out. I renounce all support of her. There have been methods going on behind the scenes that no one is sure, that no one is aware of right now. However, here's what's been going on. This has happened. She has actively instigated this, all in order to win. She does not deserve to be the student council president. I do no longer support her. She just needs to do that. Because there's a fucking line. Takigawa, like, Mochizuki already told her, be fucking honest about this. Don't use underhanded tactics. Yet she still decided to do it. Like, sure, this is by the books. But by books doesn't mean not underhanded.
よく考えることだ。
The fierce rays of the sun weigh down on our heavy bodies. Feels like we've been thrown into the middle of a desert. We picked up what we could, but many of our things remain on the floor in front of our former club room. Anyone can see the cascades of emotions that we're all experiencing at the moment. But none of us raise a finger or open our mouths. Everyone's too shocked to put how we feel in words. Let's go to the cafeteria. We can talk it out there. No one replies. No one reacts. I'm the only one able to move and speak calmly. Waitress serves the iced teas and I ordered in front of everyone. No one even tries to take a sip. They're all just looking down at the table in silence. Shizaki sounds incredibly depressed.
クッションもサボテンもみんな捨てられて。
So I was somewhat on the fence about Takigawa before. And this made me dislike her a lot. I do believe if I had the chance, I do believe I would beat the shit out of her at this point. Like, I don't care if she's a girl. I don't care about that kind of stuff. Like, I'm usually the type of guy like would feel uncomfortable doing that. However, she has showcased the fact Yeah, I'm not gonna look at her like she's some kind of human creature. She's like, water flea. Piece of shit. Something that should have been aborted. You know, and, I don't really feel bad beating the shit out of, objects like that. Fuck her, is what I'm trying to say. Yusuno's shoulders start to tremble. She may not have mentioned it much, but she really treasured our clubroom. She even tied ribbons and little knickknacks to all sorts of things in there. Sakuraba holds her head in her hands. It's not your fault. No one predicted this to happen. She glares at me for a second, but her gaze quickly falls back to the table. She's balling her fists, her hand into a fist so tightly that it feels like she's going to deck herself. Sakuraba closes her eyes, her voice choking as she speaks. Takigawa really is behind us, and she's definitely crossed the line. She's essentially taking our campaign headquarters. That's a plot point right out of a gangster flick. Kanosuke stands up from her seat. The anger in her rises with every word she speaks. Kanosuke, sit down. She folds her arms with stubborn resistance. Kanosuke. She drops back down to her seat like a puppet whose strings were just cut. Takemina's been sitting silently in his seat with both hands firmly in his pockets. He's a bundle of anger frozen into human form at the moment. As for me, I'm neither angry nor sad. I'm just doing my best to soothe everyone. I feel all the calm, almost as if I'm looking at myself detachedly from the outside. I know this feeling well. I felt it all the time back when I was a kid. Back when adults would beat me up. It should have been painful, but it wasn't. I was the one being abused, yet I felt like I was a million miles away. It was like aimlessly watching a violent movie while obscured by a veil. It's actually a self-defense mechanism for regular victims of abuse. So I've read from psychology books. It's fine in itself. All the abuse is in the past. But that self-defense mechanism is still kicking in now. Can't make it stop. Everyone is so angry, yet I'm not. Everyone's been so nice to me, yet I'm still the same. This makes it clear. I'm lacking something fundamental as a human. Everyone is simmering in silence. I couldn't help but imagine them asking me why I can't share their anger and sorrow. Why I'm not one of them. Still can't escape from those four walls back in the mansion. I stand up from the table, desperate to make some sort of escape. There's no helping what I am. But if I was, I'm the only one who's calm now. I have to do what I can. I'm going to call Mochizuki.
物質の件については葵の関与を証明することができないわ。それに物質の問題を持ち出すのは図書部にとって不利になるかもしれない。
Our library club isn't exactly doing what the academy expects us to do.
その通りよ。
The only reason why we've gotten a free pass till now was due to the academy's laxness. And we may well be shooting ourselves in the foot if we bring this matter to the public eye. Knowing Takigawa, she's probably already prepared countermeasures for such a possibility.
でしょうね。ごめんなさい。力になれなくて。
Don't worry about it, it isn't your fault. Anyway, goodbye. And call it once. That was a waste of time. Essentially, Takigawa was enraged by the mid-selection results and played the ace she's been keeping in her upper sleeve. Worst of all, it's completely within the academy's rules. There's nothing we can do about it. I'm startled back into the real world and find Takamina right next to me. She can't provide any decisive evidence that links Takigawa to this. Only we had proof. We could easily use this attempt to obstruct our campaign as a weapon. But without proof, anything we say would just sound like an excuse. This has gotten troublesome.
冷静だな、家計は。
He mutters underneath his breath. I can't help it.
図書部が好きじゃねえのかよ!
A sudden outburst. We exchange glares. I've never seen such a fierce stare on him before. Did you seriously ask that?
すまん。
He turns his face
言
away.
っちゃいけないことを言った。本当にすまん。
It's fine. He shows me a limp smile.
俺がこんだけ図書部に執着してるなんて思ってもみなかった。キャラじゃねえよな。
You've got a long way to go for salvation.
まったくだ。
My conversation is mingled in with sighs. What are the rest doing?
座ってるよ。そんだけだ。
The shock must have been too great. What should we do now?
選挙を捨てるか部活を捨てるかの二択だろう。
Don't be so hasty.
じゃあ何かいい方法があるのかよ。
Can't think of any proper ways that would make Takigawa pull back. The rest wouldn't accept going through less proper venues. Damn.
ま、ともかく戻ろうや。
筧君、高峰君。
Everyone in the chairs lifts their head. No one's touched any of the iced teas I've ordered. They're all diluted with water from the melted ice. It's hard to imagine that all of them were so full of vigor a mere hour ago. Is everyone okay to talk now?
ああ、大丈夫だ。
Sakuraba probably has the thinnest skin among us, but she's still forcing herself to smile. First of all, I don't want to choose between the election or our club activities. Let's try to think of a third option. Everyone nods. 10 minutes pass without a single uttered word. It's not much of a surprise either. Everyone lost their will to fight before my proposal.
図書部、なくしたくないです。私にとっては大事な場所ですから。千里、それはみんな同じ。
Discussion goes back to the two choices.
なら、選挙を諦めるのか？ここまで頑張ってきたのに。桜庭先輩は、図書部がなくなってもいいんですか？いいわけあるか！よくもそんなに酷なことを言えるな。
Misono's head droops. Sakuraba can only smile in sorrow at the sight.
あのさ、俺のことは気にしなくていいからな。今から死に物狂いで勉強すりゃさ、編入くらいできるっしょ。もちろん、みんなが俺のためだけに選挙やってるんじゃないのは知ってるぜ。
Takemina's tone is surprisingly gentle. Takemina's tone is surprisingly gentle. He's trying to portray a man who's reached enlightenment, even though it's obvious that's impossible to pass. It's impossible to pass the test on his brain power alone.
高峰、どうしてお前はそこまでバカなんだ。
Sakuraba turns away while putting her hand to her forehead.
部室や部活がなくても選挙はできるんじゃないですか？ガナ、だって戦わなきゃいけないでしょ。塩見祭に負けた時、そう言ったのは千里じゃない。
Konosuke grabs onto Misono's shoulders.
そうだけど。
Misono hangs her head once again.
高峰君が許してくれるなら。
ああ、俺のことは気にするなよ。
ちょっと待て。白崎が引いてどうする？お前が立候補してるんだぞ。だってこのままじゃ図書部が。
Shizaki practically shouts her reply.
選挙に出ることだってそもそもは私が。申し訳ないよ。
Her anger dissipates in an instant to make way for despair.
桜庭さんはどうしたいんですか？いつもみたいに引っ張ってくださいよ。私は
Sakuraba doesn't reply. All she does is bow her head in silence. No one wants to come to a conclusion. They're all afraid of losing whatever they don't choose.
筧君はどう思うの？
Shirazaki's words guide everyone's eyes to me. They have the gazes of a bunch of abandoned dogs who are too exhausted to whimper. My consciousness starts to lose itself into Shirazaki's stare. A vision of the future, now of all times. Everyone's back is turned to me. They all look depressed. What happened to the election? What happened to the library club? What happened to us? This vision alone doesn't tell me any details. But one thing's for sure, the end result is despair. It's one future I could have done without seeing. One more time. See the future one more time. Might just show me the path to a happy ending. I lose myself in everyone's gazes again. The endless bookshelves and books with all the world's knowledge within them. Reading them would allow me to know everything about everyone. Most importantly, it'd give us a way out of this mess. One of the countless books seems to be glowing. That must be the one. I can find our happy ending as long as I can read that book. I may not have proof, but I still have to do it. I take one step toward the book, but my body hits some sort of resistance. It feels like the atmosphere is weighing me down and trying to push me away. One more step. Each step I take makes the atmosphere that much more crushing. My legs feel as heavy as lead. Beyond here is the territory of shepherds. There's no place for humans. That's right. It's as if the library itself is rejecting my advance. Despite that, I force myself forward by another step, then another. The figure of a girl appears amidst the haze. It's Kodachi. She looks at me with shock and opens her mouth. Kodachi. She's here too. Then one more step. It feels like walking through a sea of tar. My legs aren't moving anymore. But the book is so close, it's almost within my grasp. I reach my hand out to it with all my might. But my joints freeze up. They won't move anymore. Help me! She takes one step toward me. Ah! Sharp pain brings me back to my senses. It didn't work. If my power was that bit stronger, I could get Kodachi to help. I can just get my hands on that book. I might just be able to save everyone. Kodachi.
小田地さんがどうかしたの?
Never mind. Did I just say what? Did I just saw even? Did what I just saw even happen in the first place? Might have been all been a delusion. No, I can't be questioning myself now. She remembers Kodachi. The power to see visions of the future is the real thing. I have to trust in it. Let's try thinking it over again tomorrow. What I need now is time. I can just make contact with Kodachi. I might open the path we need.
そうだね。みんな疲れてるもんね。では、今日は解散ということにするか。
Our decision is put on hold for now. Everyone stands up and excuses themselves with various reasons.
集合は学食の今日の席にしよう。あ、部室ないですもんね。そっか。そうですね。
We all stare at each other.
みんな、また会えるよね。
Shiozaki sounds on the verge of tears.
何を言っているんだ。当たり前じゃないか。でも、なんだか急に不安になっちゃって。
Shiozaki covers her mouth with her hand. A gloomy silence ensues. Everyone's afraid of the possibility of total collapse.
そうです。今日はうちでお泊まり会にしませんか？4人なら入ると思います。千里、ナイス。悪くないな。そうしよう。
The female brigade nods in tandem. On a day like this, it's probably better to stick together.
俺も混ぜてクローゼットでいいから。
女性限定。高峰くんが泣いちゃうから全部終わったらみんなで合宿しよっか。賛成です。温泉行きましょう。温泉。実家の方にいいところがあるぞ。
Everyone looks a little more cheerful now. It's clear how much they needed each other to keep their spirits up. Come on, Takamina, let's go home.
しゃあねえな。
See you tomorrow.
また明日ね。
Yeah, we wave goodbye and part ways with the female brigade. This is really annoying. And it's pissing me off. I part ways with Takamina and instantly give Kodachi a call. It doesn't get through. With nothing else I can do, I send an email stating that I want to see her as the library club's in danger. She'll probably read that at least. Actually, does she even get reception in the Library of Wishes? Pretty sure I get the dreaded no service message. I'm pretty sure I got the dreaded no service message from my phone when I was there. Damn. I plop myself down on a bench at the station. I don't feel like going home. The vision of her face floats in my mind as I stare up the starry sky. Same face I saw when I tried to use my power. She was there, at the Library of Wishes. She's still trying to be a shepherd. If she succeeds, she'll be forgotten for all of her eternal life. It'll be so lonely. At this point, should I really just watch? Shouldn't I be stopping her? She's pretty much exactly like the person I was before I joined the library club. She can't trust others. There's no place where she feels comfortable. I attained peace of mind through books, where the thought of becoming a greater existence than other humans is probably what kept her going. We walked the same path at the start, but we went our separate ways because of the people around us. I was able to get over my distrust of humans during my time with the library club. Or more accurately, everyone helped me through it. She really wants to be a shepherd to protect everyone. To protect herself. It falls to me to teach her what I've learned. This world shouldn't be given up on so easily. There are people around who she can open up to. Most importantly, that having fun with everyone, with others, is what makes life worth living. I spent long enough learning lessons from my fellow classmates. It's time to impart my knowledge. I think finally know what's this feeling in my chest. I want her to be happy. Not that I feel pity or sympathy for her. Just want to see her smile. But my voice just came out by itself. So, this is what it means to think of someone as special. It's the first time I felt this way. Their library folk are all important to me. But it's different. Now that I know this, I'm also certain that I can't treat all humans equally. No matter what, I'll end up favoring her over everyone else. Guess the shepherd's life isn't for me. I take a quick walk around the shopping district, hoping to bump into Kodachi. Despite all the glances I steal at the people I pass by, I didn't see any glimpse of her. However, I did have a discovery of my own. Saw a girl with a similar hairstyle to Kodachi, and it sent my heart throbbing furiously. The sensation was unbelievably vivid. Felt like an electric current running through my entire body. My mind went blank for that split second. So many songs and poems written about feelings of love, and I finally understand what they mean now. At the same time, it only gets me more panicky. What if I still can't find her? What would happen? The mere thought of it makes my chest ache. After an hour of searching, I finally arrived back in my apartment. Kodachi's own apartment is still as dark as ever. No replies to any of my emails, of course. This isn't going to work. I climbed the stairs to the second floor. Suddenly, drops of water flood down from the sky, strong enough to drench anyone in an instant. A truly fierce rainstorm indeed. The wind blows the rain to my side. My entire left half is soaked in no time whatsoever. I don't feel even the slightest bit cold. Because a certain mysterious neighbor stands right before my eyes. Kodachi? I stumble my way forward. I'm so glad to see you again.
戻ってくる気なかったんだけどね。
She folds her arms as usual. You read my email?
別に。
She flatly denies it, but most likely she did read it. Though it may just be my desperate hope that she's worried about the library club. We'll get drenched if we stand here. Come on inside.
もう濡れてるじゃん。
She shows me a bored little smile. She doesn't have any intention of going into my apartment. Guess she's going to disappear again. I have to stop her somehow. I just become uncontactable all of a sudden.
それより、
She brushes my question to the side.
夕方のあれ、どういうこと？どうやって祈りの図書館に入ってきたの？
Looks like the vision of her I saw there was the real thing. So it wasn't a dream?
現実よ。ボスは夢だと思いたいみたいだけど。
Like the boss is just in there like panicking. What the fuck is happening? That's not supposed to be possible! That breaks all the set rules. I mean, I know we're like looking into the future of all humans, like, but even that is fucking rules. Like it's just no, this is bad. This is bad. We might have to kill him. What? Nothing. I said anything, Kodachi. Just leave, please. Take care of this girl. Like I think she's got a promising future. Just go ahead and take care of her. Just go, please. Fuck.
で、どうやって図書館に来たの？
I saw the future of the library club, folks. So I tried to force the use of my power to see the library of wishes.
信じられない。 意識を保ったまま図書館に来られるなんて。
Her face looks so sour, as if she's sucking on a mouthful of lemon slices.
強い未来予知能力を持つ人間でもあそこまで明確な形で図書館に入ることはできないわ。
Well, fuck you then!
ボスが目をかけるだけあってさすがの能力ね。
I don't really feel it myself, honestly. She starts to explain with a sigh. Only shepherds are allowed to read books in the Library of Wishes. There are several devices set up to prevent humans from entering. As a result, it's basically impossible for a human to gain access to the library without the help of a shepherd. However, there are exceptions. For example, those with powers of clairvoyance can see the contents of the books in visual form via their dreams or hallucinations without needing access to the library. It's basically like downloading the content of the book directly to your brain in an image format. However, what I did was different. I appeared in the Library of Wishes itself in a non-corporeal form. Apparently the cause was my use of my power without a clear target or goal in mind, though it still takes a rarely seen strength of clairvoyance to do so. Whatever the case, it was meaningless. I wasn't able to read any books. Can you help me out?
本の内容を教えろってこと？お断りよ。ここで規則違反なんてしたら絶対に羊飼いになれなくなっちゃう。
Still haven't given up on that?
当たり前でしょ。だいたい家計は試験に受かってるんだから自分で羊飼いになって本を読めばいいじゃない。
I've already considered that, but I can't. I won't be a shepherd.
なんで？せっかく合格したのに。
Because I have someone I treasure above all else. Having a special someone violates the rule of equality. Right now, I place more priority on making a certain someone happy than making all of mankind happy.
はあ？今さら気になる女でもできたの？だったら試験中に申告しなさいよ。
She practically spits out her words. Couldn't help it, I only realized it recently.
うっさいわ、ボケ。
She's not in the best of moods.
んで、誰が気になってんの？
It's just like... Fuck. You. She quickly looks away.
はあ？ばっかじゃないの？
I'm serious. It may have just been a split second, but she definitely just winced.
意味わかんないし、もう帰るわ。
She tries to go past me by the side. Wait! Grab onto her wrist.
話してよ。
You don't plan on ever coming back, right?
私の勝手でしょ。そのうちまた来るわよ。
After I've forgotten everything? We stare straight into each other's eyes until she finally turns away. I want you to be happy. Can't be happy without being with me? That's fine too.
だったら行かせてよ。私の幸せは羊飼いになることだし。
You can't become a shepherd. This time she stares back, or more accurately, glares back.
あんたまでそんなこと。
Savon said so too, huh?
知らないわよ。
She shakes her head fiercely in denial. You already know why you didn't pass, right? Her eyes are still full of infuriation, but her gaze has lost its former hostility.
なんでボスと同じこと言うのよ。
Because she won't be happy trying the rest of her life to become a shepherd and just being unable to until she dies. That is not the happiness she would want. She should have. Basically, they're trying to tell her to stop. This isn't the thing for you. Like I tried setting you on the right path. You decided no. This is no longer the right path for you. Just stop. It's not a good idea for you. I release my grip on her hand. She moves a few feet away. But it doesn't seem like she's trying to leave.
私は人の幸福なんて祈れない。あんただってわかるでしょ。同じ施設にいたんだから。
Yeah.
あそこにいた人って言ったらみんな訳ありじゃんか。
Several of them were victims of abuse. Others lost their parents in accidents and never even knew their parents to begin with. In essence, it's easy to see why everyone in the institution found it difficult to trust others.
今まで言ってなかったけど、家系と同じで私にも未来予知の力があったの。
Is that why Savon took notice of you? She nods.
子供の頃は夢が現実になるのが嬉しくて周りに自慢して回ってた。でもそれがどういう結末を生むか分かってるでしょ。
In my case, I was shunned by the rest of my classmates as a demon, a god of death. The rumors eventually reached my parents. I was put into the institution as a troublemaker. I'd imagine she went through the same thing. Think back a long time ago, before I knew she was an apprentice shepherd, when we talked about the perils of seeing the future. I was stunned back then at how grounded her reasoning was. Now I know why. She went through it all herself too.
施設に入ってからだって不幸自慢するほどじゃないけどそれなりの目に遭ってきた。里親だってろくでなしだったよ。暴力振るうしゴミ箱漁るし盗聴するし、どうやったら人の幸せなんて祈れるのよ。
I'm no saint myself. I don't care much for the happiness of people I don't know. Everyone else was an antagonist to me back then. I couldn't wish for the happiness of anyone else. After I was put in an institution, I couldn't stop thinking of everyone around me as my enemy. I was the same as you, until I met everyone in the library club. I'm different now. I want the other library club folks to be happy. Most of all, I want you to be happy.
やめてよ。
She turns her face away in pain.
つまり家計は図書部で真人間になるリハビリしてたってわけね。そしたら家計には感謝してもらわないと。図書部を集めたのはこの木立様なんだからね。
Maybe I'm hallucinating, but I'm sure I'm seeing tears form inside of her eyes. I am grateful.
当てつけで言ってんのよ。
She shouts back. I know it's hard to give up on being a shepherd, but forcing your way down the path that won't do you any good. But forcing your way down that path won't do you any good, you know?
うっさいです。自分のことは自分で決めます。
Why not try to live a normal life? At the very least, I can probably stick with you till the end if you choose that.
うっさい。
Her voice, teeming with rage, echoes through the rain.
私はね、あんたみたいに生きられないの。羊飼いになれないから、じゃあこれからはお手手繋いでいきましょうなんて無理に決まってる。
It'll just take some time to get used to it.
無理っつってんでしょ。
Her arm flails to the side as if trying to throw something off.
何が最後まで付き合うよ、アホらしい。だいたいね、私はあんたらの人生をもてあそんだんだからね。
If we're talking about the library club, I already told you that I'm grateful for what you did. She flips her hair up with a touch of sorrow.
あんた勘違いしてる。私は家計を真人間にしたかったわけじゃないの。あんたが図書部に入れば誰かとくっついて試験はおしまいになるはずだった。
No matter how you try to put it.
家計の本を読んだら手段はそれしかなかった。読書中毒の人間なんかほっといたら誰かに特別な感情なんて持たないでしょ。あんたはもともと高確率で羊飼いになる運命だったのよ。
So many emotions start welling up in her eyes. Anger, regret, sadness. Some more her voice rings with a sense of regret. It says regret here though! Why somehow? Why did you want me to fail?
私よりボスに評価されてるのが気に食わなかったのよ。それに気になってた。
She pauses in the middle of her sentence. She seemed to be taken aback at what she was going to say, but folds her arm and continues anyway.
気になってた人に忘れられたらちょっとイラッとくるでしょ。しかもそいつの試験監督は任されるし能力は高いし、だからちょっとからかってやりたかったのよ。逆恨み。ただあんたが忘れたのは私のせいだし、そもそもつまらない片思いなんだから。
Her smile slowly turns into one of self-derision with every sentence she speaks. A single teardrop from the corner of her eye drops from the corner of her eye.
家計はどの女にも引っかからないし試験に受かるし私を構ってくるし、そのせいで私は 羊飼いにもう、なれない。
She sinks her teeth into her lower lip. So, thinks of me as special compared to everyone else. I don't think there'll ever be a more warm confession than this. I didn't get together with anyone from the library club. I passed my shepherd test with flying colors. And the feelings for me have formed an impenetrable barrier on her road to becoming a shepherd. From her point of view, everything that could go wrong has gone wrong. But to me, things haven't turned out too bad at all. In fact, I couldn't thank her enough for everything. She's the reason why I met everyone in the library club. She's the reason why I met her. And she's the reason why a possible future together with her still exists. I don't care. I'm still grateful. Her head drops as low as it can go. Those thin shoulders of hers can't stop shivering. I've been enjoying my life every day. I've started thinking of this world as actually worthwhile. It's all thanks to you. That's why I want to extend my hand to you too. Let's go through it all together. She doesn't react. Just take it slow. You can start by believing in me. Once you get used to that, you can put your trust in the rest of the library club, folks. I'm sure you can change. She stares into my eyes. You'll enjoy every day as it comes. The rain has stopped. Tiny drops of water fall from the ends of her hair. Moonlight enhances the pale and transparent parts of her drenched shirt, making her look as cold as ice. We had been under the rain for so long. An invisible torrent had been beating down on us for what seemed like forever. There was no one to shield us with an umbrella. That's why we learned how to endure the rain by ourselves. Though to be fair, the rain doesn't fall only on the unlucky ones. Regardless of the kind or degree, everyone has experienced the rain falling onto them. Maybe a chilling rain that turns the body and soul ice cold. Maybe a misty rain that hides the path forward. Maybe a rain of violence that destroys all in its path. All in its way. As long as a person lives, they'll surely experience all kinds of rain. But if you can find someone to hold your hand, if you can find someone to hold you through it all, and no matter how cold, or sad, or how strong it is, even you might be able to sing in the rain. I'll always be by your side. Got you. I love you. I place my hands on her thin shoulders. She slowly lifts her hand, like a rise from slumber. I place my lips on hers. Why did I do it? I'm not sure myself. I just wanted to warm her up. That's all I was thinking. Her breaths through her nose sound ragged, but she doesn't try to resist. She parts from my lips, then looks straight at me with wide, teary eyes. I'm not angry. I'm sure the rest would say the same. It'll be fine. I answer with a gentle smile, but still, she shakes her head with resignation. Huh? Kodachi. She smiles in confusion, not knowing how to react. I answer by wrapping my arms around her. I can feel her warmth all over my body. This is the warmth of a human. Of course, I'll be with you forever. I can feel her body getting even warmer as she nods. I embrace her tightly in my arms. As we go on, I'm sure the rain will fall on us eventually. But there's no need to worry. I'm sure we can withstand any storm together. How is this gonna work out though? Like they basically got together because she's a shepherd, but failing the exam as a shepherd and dropping out of the test means that any memory of shepherd things is gonna be erased, isn't it? So how's that like gonna rationalize them being together? Toilet break. Toilet break. And bye! I don't know why I said it like that. We enter my apartment. I immediately start making some coffee to warm us up.
で、何？つまり、祈りの図書館に忍び込んで本を読んでこいってこと？
Time to go rogue! Kodachi asks as she dries her hair with a bath towel. Yeah, I think that'll be the best way to find out how the library club can overcome this.
家系が白崎とかの未来を見たらいいじゃない。
I tried that already. What I saw was horrible. The future I saw in the cafeteria, the one where everyone couldn't even look at each other anymore. I believe the library club won't last if I don't do anything about it. So I figured I needed some trick, some way to settle it all decisively.
それを探してこいってか。
She doesn't look too enthused by the idea.
でもさ、なんか泥棒みたいだよね。ついさっきまでお世話になってたってのに。
She's trying to pass it off as a joke, but I can understand her misgivings. She's wanted to be a shepherd as well. The Library of Wishes is probably like sacred ground to her. And here I am telling her to essentially make some mischief there. To put myself in her shoes, it'd be like someone asking me to draw graffiti on all the shelves in a bookstore. Kodachi?
あ、平気平気。
She answers while drying her hair before I can even voice my thoughts. Voice out my thoughts. It's almost like she read my mind.
もういいの。私自身、羊飼いには向いてないって分かってたから。それに、私がどうなっても責任取ってくれるんでしょ？
The way you put it is giving me second thoughts.
なんだそりゃ！
She throws the bath towel at me. Kidding. I'll even nurse you back to health if that's what you need.
まったく、なんでこんなの好きになっちゃったんだろう。
She mutters to herself as she takes a sip of coffee. Coffee.
で、話は戻るけど、さっきの作戦には問題があるの。前にも言ったと思うけど、私、ボスに許可された本しか読めないのよ。昔、ちょいとばっかりしくじっちゃって。
So the problem is that you can't read it, and he can't even get inside. But he can get inside with the assistance of a shepherd. What exactly happened?
図書部を作るときに、手当たり次第にいろんな人の本を覗いたの。そしたらすっごい怒られてさ。
I didn't take you as someone who ran on instincts.
そうね、考えるのめんどいから。
Fuck thinking. Actually, that does make them a pretty good pair. Like, he's the brains, she's the heart, basically. Like, he is the logic, she is the feeling.
つうわけで、私ができるのは家計を図書館に連れて行くことと、本を検索することくらいかな。
So I'll have to be the one to read them. She nods. Whose book do you think I should read?
そうね。なるべく当事者の方がいいと思う。
Takigawa! That narrows it down to Shizaki and Takigawa. Wouldn't want to pry too much into a friend's future, so let's go with the latter.
了解。ちなみに、図書館に行ったら家計は見つかっちゃダメだからね。許可のない人を図書館に連れてくるのはすっごいタブーだから。
So we'll be playing stealth games, huh?
いいじゃん。面白そうで。私も図書館に行くのは最後になるだろうし、パッと行きたいから。
She smiles with a hint of sadness, but she's trying to put on a cheerful demeanor, so I'll do the same. Alright, let's do this. Are we going right now?
うん、今すぐにでも。
He places an open book onto the table.
前にもやったでしょ。この本に入ればすぐだから。
She taps her finger into the open page of the book. Alright! I stick my hard hand out towards her. She takes hold of my hand in hers. She feels so soft. This isn't the first time I've touched her, but it's the first time since I've made my feelings known. We've made our feelings known, which adds a sense of freshness to it.
行こっか。
The book begins to shine brightly. That light pouring out from the pages paints the room white.
覚悟はいい？
Yeah, let's do this. Ah. Bookshelves adorn the pitch black area. Bookshelves to my front, my back, my left, my right, and even above and below me. I don't know why I said it like that. They stretch far into the distance. I can see an end to them in any direction.
ちょっとそこら辺に隠れてて。
Okay. I don't feel any shepherds around. Yeah, the shepherds have stuck up on you plenty of times. But I remain careful. I tiptoed my way to a nearby bookshelf, then hide behind it. Meanwhile, she's standing in front of a large PC-like machine, tapping away at it. Sure is quiet. Can't hear anyone talking, or any sound at all. Sheer size of the library presumably keeps sound from traveling too much. The books on the bookshelves all have the exact same cover. None of them have titles or numbers. It's impossible to tell one book from another. The Earth currently holds over 7 billion people, which means there needs to be at least that amount of books here. Wouldn't this also hold the futures of all humans still to be born? Or do they their books just kind of appear the second they're born? Or like, let's say, a week before they're born, because, hey, maybe there's some complications that can lead them to not be born. So, that's something you prevent then. Which means, or like die right after being born, I mean. Which means, I read this. Oh, are we supposed to find one book out of that 7 billion? I chose a book at random as a test. The pages inside are full of symbols that I can't decipher. But I do remember the shapes of these symbols. They're the same as the shapes on the bookmark that Savan gave to me. Going to Kodachi, reading the book at my job. How am I supposed to understand anything from it?
Kakei, omatase.
She returns in the midst of my worries. Did you find where it is? She nods and makes a tiny hologram appear in midair. From what I can tell, it appears to be a map of the library.
ついてきて。
I'll immediately do so.
Kakei, 隠れて。
I quickly make myself scarce as she says for the second time in 10 minutes. I peek back at her. She now has company.
おや、君は確か。
七井さんの弟子ですよ。もう忘れちゃいましたか？
ああ、そうそう。そうじゃった。
She starts conversing with a hunched-over elderly man. He's a shepherd too, huh? Last one was a female, of about the same age as this man.
もう大丈夫。
Kodachi comes to get me a little while later. Who was that gentleman?
すっごいベテランの羊飼い。七井さんも尊敬してるみたい。
Huh. Looks like shepherds are pretty communicative between themselves, at least. Was he suspicious?
大丈夫だと思うけど。
That's good. Can breathe a little easier now, at least. There sure are a lot of different kinds of shepherds around here. How did you all become shepherds?
さあ、博愛精神にでも目覚めたんじゃない？
You really couldn't care less about others, huh?
そうでもないけど。
She gives a little grin.
さ、行きましょう。
We walk on for another 5 minutes when she stops in her tracks. Really? 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 She gets down on all fours onto the floor. Her position's giving me a decent eyeful, but I suppose this isn't the right time to say
見
so.
つけた。
She points to one specific book. This Takikawa's. Looks no different from the million of other books around here. If I close my eyes and someone spun me around, I wouldn't be able to tell which one was hers anymore.
私は読めないから、あとはよろしくね。
I have bad news, actually. I tried to read one of these books earlier. I did not understand a thing.
読むんじゃないわよ。感じるの。
You're telling me to read it, though! Don't be silly. This isn't a blues tune.
無茶じゃないわよ。
She keeps a straight face.
今まで何度も未来予知をしてきたでしょ？それはつまり、本の中身を読み取ってきたってことよ。
You've got a point. Whatever the case, the library club is in trouble right now. I won't go back empty-handed. I'll give it a try. I take the book from her. The weight bears down on my hands. It's probably about 2 or 3 kilograms. But considering all of Takigawa's life is contained in this book, it's hard to tell if it's heavy or light. I close my eyes. All of my visions of the future have come when I stared into someone's eyes. The person in question isn't here now. So I make do by imagining Takigawa's face at the back of my mind. Ah, bitch! And staring straight into her eyes. And then... into the thick book in my hands. I'm back to the world of the conscious. The vision I saw was very similar to the tree diagram that Kodachi showed me when we were working together. The tree diagram kept getting larger and larger, eventually stopping to display a single divergence point. It was presumably a moment where Takigawa's life will take a huge turn. All the conditions and consequences of the split were then transferred to my mind.
どうだった？
I saw it.
よーし、やった！さすが木立様を差し置いて合格しただけのことはあるじゃん。イエーイ！
I exchanged high fives with her.
で、どんな感じ？
About that.
うーわ、しょうもなー。
She doesn't look too enthused at my explanation.
そんなんで本当に滝川から物質取り返せるの？
Apparently, let's give it a try.
へいへい。
I returned to the multitudes of bookshelves with the somewhat less motivated Kodachi. A short while later, we reach our starting point.
さて、帰りますか。
I take another look around. Probably won't come back here ever again. The Library of Wishes. Magical library, saw my dreams. Magical library with all the world's knowledge contained within. Since the day I met Savan and was introduced to it, the mere notion of it kept me going throughout my life. I worked to reach the magical library, to attain all the knowledge in the world. That would finally ease all my worries. I would always be able to understand humans, no matter how illogical they seemed. I would have nothing to fear again. That's what I always thought. But my dreams have changed. Now, let's go. Like Savan is literally just gonna stand in the corner like... October 5th, by the way. Like, Savan is literally just gonna stand in the corner like... They actually thought they were being sneaky, the fuckers. It's 6:45 a.m. in the morning. Kodachi and I are at the nearly deserted shopping district.
で、ミッションは？
We leave this here. I put an empty can onto the seat of the nearby bench. The rest can be left to fate, apparently. I'm still not too confident that this will work, but I'll put my faith in the books of the Library of Wishes. I gesture to Kodachi to follow me and lead her to the other side of the path. 5 minutes later, a whole lot of nothing has happened. Swarms of students flooding towards the academy have paid zero attention to the empty can on the bench.
ほんと大丈夫？はぁ、眠くなってきた。
Hey!
あ、したかんだ。
Shut up and look! Familiar face approaches the fated bench.
生徒会長じゃない。
It's Mochizuki indeed, walking by in her gallant and unhurried stride. The rays of the morning sun almost make her look like she's glittering.
空き缶に気づいた。
Mochizuki proceeds to pick the can up and heads to the nearby trash bin.
なんかキョロキョロしてない？
She's up to something, probably. Mochizuki takes a secretive look around and assumes the stance of a baseball pitcher. You have to be kidding me.
ピッチャー望月、投げました。
Mochizuki even provides her own commentary for her throw! Which, by the way, was a complete miss. She hastily picks up the empty can once again and tosses it normally into the trash bin.
ベンチに空き缶置くなんて、誰かしら？
Her words almost seem like an attempt to divert her own mind from her behavior as she makes her way to the academy.
意味わかんないんですけど、なんで生徒会長のちょっと意外な一面みたいの見せつけられなきゃなんないのよ。
Don't ask me.
これで本当に図書部が助かるの？
There's still more to go. The next mission objective starts in an hour.
1時間後？
Kodachi and I are at the student dormitories 1 hour later. To be more specific, we're hiding in the shadows of one of the buildings while spying on a certain female student. The girl had been leaning against the wall for the last 5 minutes. She seems to be waiting for someone. Kodachi's dozing off while leaning onto me. No surprise given how late we stayed up last night. And how early we woke up this morning. Hey, wake up, she's here.
誰が来た？
The main show is about to start. Takigawa exchanged a few words with the aforementioned female student. The female student passes her what looks like a piece of paper. She then walks off, pretending like they're total strangers. Returning Takigawa.
ほーい。
Our pursuit leads us to the tram at about 200% of its capacity. Takigawa is in the same tram with 2 other students separating us. Her eyes are ablaze with energy despite the early hours. Most people aren't that active till the evening. Whoops. The tram makes an emergency stop. Focusing on steadying my balance, just as Kodachi starts to cling on to me. Her abundant chest squishes itself against the side of my stomach. I'm quite a bit taller than her, which gives me a good view of her cleavage if I dare to look down.
ごめん。
No, thank you. It's fine. You can keep holding on.
京太郎くんは今日からエロ太郎に改名と。
What? Hush. Our short banter comes to a stop along with the tram. The door opens, signaling a massive push from the passage to the outside. Look around your feet.
は、何を
You should find a certain lost item.
はぁ何言ってんのよ。
I do a quick survey and find a wallet-like object right around where Takigawa was standing. Quick push through the crowds, and soon enough the item is mine.
たくひどい満員電車ね。
Kodachi complains in futility to the trams in transit.
あんた毎朝あんなのに乗ってるの？
You can read a book in there when you're used to it as I am.
どうでもいいわ。で、ブツは？
Take some distance from the tram station and start analyzing the lost item.
財布ね。誰のかな？
According to the book, this should be Takigawa's. Check the pockets meant for holding cards. There's a patient registration ticket for a hospital inside. Sure enough, the name Aoi Takigawa is printed on it.
財布拾ってどうすんのよ。
These are the objectives. One of the compartments meant for holding money is actually filled with photos, and all of them feature a specific person, Mochizuki. There's one of her drinking water from a fountain at a park, one of her taking a power nap at her desk, and one of her hurrying up a flight of stairs, one of her sitting in a chair with her legs crossed, and as the cherry on top, the one we saw earlier this morning, short-lived career as a baseball pitcher. This spread wouldn't look out of place on a paparazzi's memory card.
うわ、これ盗撮？あの子こっち筋なの？毎晩遅くまで一緒に仕事して仲良くなりすぎちゃったってか？
Kodachi's face scrunches up in repulsion. I think this is one-sided on Takigawa's part.
あ、そっか。望月は家系一筋だったわね。望月には気をつけないと。
She mutters to herself about something or other.
そうすっと、滝川はさっき写真を買ってったってことね。
That seems to be the case.
真面目腐った顔して、こんな写真どうすんだか。
Well...
こんな角度から写真を撮るなんて汚らわしい。でも、本当に汚らわしいのは、写真から目をそらせない私。罵ってください。お姉様、私の心が砕けるほど罵ってください。
What the fuck? Yeah, hold on. Hold on. Hold on.
Ah, なんて美しいおみ足。少し離れたところから水鉄砲で水をかけてしまいたい。
So something like that, I guess?
水鉄砲ってどういう趣味よ。ちょっと引いたわ。
Save your comments for Takigawa.
妄想したのはあんたでしょ。私に髪の水着着せて水鉄砲で濡らすプレイとかしたら速攻別れるからね。
Your ideas are grossing me out, too. Sounds like those softcore porn scenes you see on late-night television.
冗談はともかく、これからどうするの？
We'll take this wallet to Takigawa and talk to her. That should be enough.
うわ、こすいわ。
We're doing the benevolent choice. Imagine the headlines if we bring these photos to the newspaper club. The scandal will torpedo her election chances. I mean. That's why she'll agree to exchange these photos for ownership of our club room.
一気に潰しちゃったらいいじゃん。なんで手加減するのよ。
She doesn't look too satisfied. Shirozaki wouldn't want that to happen. She'll probably say that winning in that matter wouldn't be good for anyone.
あの子の言いそうなことね。
The look on her face turns into one of annoyance.
ていうかさ、その分かり合っちゃってる感がイラッとくるんだけど。
Don't be jealous, I'm faithful.
ならいいけどさ。
So she says, as she looks away with a little huff. Takigawa finally returns to the tram stop while out of breath.
あんなもん落としちゃ、そりゃ焦るよね。
Let's go. Hold on. We approach Takigawa at the tram stop. She's searching so desperately she doesn't even notice us. Takigawa. Takigawa's head jerks upward to face me.
かけいくん。
Looking
お
for
は
some
よう。
looking for something. Takigawa hurriedly takes out her handkerchief and wipes her sweat with it. Hello. Hey, looking for this. Show Takigawa the wallet. It's just oh, like the amount of oh fuck in this single noise is impossibly high. Takigawa's face turns pale. Sorry, but I already looked inside. I was trying to find out who it belonged to.
なかなかいい趣味してるじゃん。望月が知ったらびっくりするだろうな。それは。あ、びっくりじゃ済まないか。ねえ。
Beads of sweat start rolling down Takigawa's cheeks.
私を脅すつもり？
Yeah. No. I take one step towards her. You seem to have very important things in here. Be more careful not to lose them in the future. I present the wallet to Takigawa. Takigawa is bewildered by my show of goodwill. We, the library club, wants to play fair. Even if we can guarantee a victory by other means, we truly regret it.
かけいくん。
Her gaze falls to the floor. I do think she's more honest than she appears. Michizuki wouldn't have nominated her as an understudy otherwise, so an earnest approach should get the results we want. You hope everyone feels the same way too. Everyone else feels the same way too. I'm sure Michizuki would want that for the people she trusts, at least. I place the wallet over Takigawa's sweaty palm. Takigawa stares at her wallet and blinks as if she's looking at some alien object. She turns back to me a few moments later.
拾ってくれてありがとう。大事なものだったから。こちらも預かり物をお返ししますので、今日の昼休み部室に行ってください。それでは。
Takigawa bows politely then leaves. Kodachi watches her walk off into the distance and opens her mouth.
意外にいいやつじゃん。
She's a good person at her core, I'm sure. Mochizuki did choose her. Don't try to redeem her now! She's a fucking bitch! Her dubious actions during the Shiumi festival and the whole club room matter colored our perspective of her. Human beings do make mistakes. Human beings also sometimes become murderers for the pleasure of it. That's also a human being choosing something. You know? Turns out humans are pretty shitty when you think about it. I must absolutely look like an absolute madman right now. Anyways,
で、これで一件落着ってわけ？
everything about the club room. I don't know how the election will go.
せっかく本読んだんだからそこまで見ておけばいいのに。
Knowing too much makes things boring.
まあ、そっか。これからは普通の人間になるんだしね。
She shows a sad half smile. I pat her on the head in response. Let's tell everyone what happened. I quickly send off an email to them about the club room. I want to get them back to normal ASAP.
家計は昼休みまでどうすんの？
I do have classes, so I don't feel like going. With all that happened yesterday, it's hard to go back to the daily grind so quickly. What about you?
特に予定ないんだよね。どうしよっかな。
Want to come to classes with me?
混ざって大丈夫？
Should be fine. No attendance is taken for this class.
じゃ、久しぶりに勉強でもしますか。
She grabs onto my arm.
その前に話したいことがある。
What's this background? Why is it just what? What? Why is this background literally just? Oh no, it's Toa looking at Asha's tits. Now that makes sense. I thought it was literally just disappointed Toa and Asha. No, it was Toa was disappointed about her own because she was looking at Asha's tits. That makes sense. A voice from the side interrupts our moment. I look over to find someone seated on the bench. Oh yes, that's Savan. I didn't almost say Satan. My memories of him have nearly faded in such a short time.
Boss.
Kodachi's face hardens. She folds her arms as well. I can guess what the topic is going to be. Both of us straighten our posture from the tension.
数時間前、人間を無許可で祈りの図書館に招き入れた羊飼いがいるとの報告を受けました。小立君、君のことだね。
はい。間違いありません。
では、まず事情を聞かせてもらおう。
My brain goes into high gear to think of excuses. Wanted to give you an answer on whether I would become a shepherd.
おう。選挙までにはまだ時間があるけど。
Things have gotten busy for me, so I wanted to inform you of my answer while I still could. That's why I strong-armed Kodachi into bringing me there, despite not having any prior appointment. I answer as calmly as I can. The little smile on Savan's face never wavers.
小立君、重大な規則違反であることは分かっているんだよね。
はい。もちろんです。
よろしい。今後のことはまた後で。
Savan's tone remains calm throughout the conversation. On the other hand, Kodachi's nod shows all the nerves she's holding inside.
さて、筧君。
No.
話を聞こうか。
No. Does that... Like, he just... No. So you're not going to answer after all? Oh, no, I'm trying to say that I'm not becoming a shepherd. Oh, okay, makes more sense. Savan looks straight at me. Will I become a shepherd or will I stay a human? The person I am now, the answer is obvious. I have Kodachi, who I treasure above all else. And even if Kodachi never came into my life, I still have friends who I would give everything to protect. At this point, I can't treat all of mankind equally anymore. If I may start from the answer directly, I will not become a shepherd.
随分あっさり答えてくれるね。
I'm afraid so.
理由を聞かせてくれるかい？
He continues speaking with that short-lived smile of his. I'm not capable of treating all of humankind equally. I believe I would prioritize the people close to me first. Savan gives a little nod. And, most importantly, I am enjoying my life as it is now. I do not have the required mentality to throw it all away and become a shepherd. Savan's eyes close for a split second.
今が楽しいか。
Isn't the IC gonna come? Savan's cheeks dimple into a smile. It's the most sincere smile I've ever seen on him. For all I know, it may be the first time he's ever smiled with all his art.
君とは一緒に仕事がしたかったんだけど、残念だよ。
Now that I think about it, you were already headhunting me since my childhood.
そうだね。君はかなりの確率で優秀な羊飼いになるはずだった。
I'm sorry for not meeting your
稀に見
expectations.
る逸材だったんだ。
I'm sorry for not meeting your expectations.
いいんだ。仕方のないことだよ。
The thin smile returns to Savan's face. I suppose I'm meaningless to him now.
今、しおりは持っているかい？
Yes. I take out the bookmark from my wallet. The same bookmark I received from Savan way back when. I've had this with me for such a long time. I don't normally get sentimental about items, but I've kept it. But I've kept it with me for 5 or 6 years now. I've clearly treasured it, even if I wasn't completely aware of my feelings. If I hand this over, I'll surely forget about everything about him. I'll surely forget everything about him within a matter of days. To be honest, I don't really want to. But at the same time, relinquishing this bookmark would be like distancing myself from the past. The near future is my greatest treasure now. You've kept close to me all this while. Thank you very much.
こちらこそ今までありがとう。
And the bookmark over. Swan closed his eyes sadly.
さて小立君、
はい。
Kodachi stiffens up upon being addressed.
筧君に頼まれたということだけど、規則は規則なんだ。
Your punishment? You won't be a shepherd. That's all. Swan and Kodachi have each other's full attention.
君の仮免許は取り消しになる。
Kodachi faces upward slightly, closes her eyes as if digesting Savan's words. The path she's admired for so long has now been closed off to her. Desolateness, futility, liberation. I'd imagine all those emotions and more are running through her right now.
異論はあるかな？
ありません。
Kodachi speaks out clearly.
今までお疲れ様。 私から誘ったのにこんな結果になってしまい申し。
いえ、
Fuck. Whoops.
いろんな経験ができて感謝してます。
Please finish, Savan.
私から誘ったのにこんな結果になってしまい申し訳ない。
I really like the soundtrack, but I don't know where to fucking download it. It pisses me off.
筧とも再会することが。
Kodachi stops mid-sentence and looks up to Savan.
もしかして私が筧に会えたのも。
君の人生を選んだのは君自身だよ。
Savan smiles, neither confirming nor denying Kodachi's question.
ボス。
Savan closes her eyes again. Seems to be trying to find the right words to say.
小立君の本はこの後すぐに通常状態に戻します。つまり君は普通の人間になるということです。羊飼いに関するすべての記憶もすぐに消えるでしょう。
Kodachi nods wordlessly.
では質問がなければこれでお別れです。
That familiar thin smile. So this is it. Thanks for all your help.
ありがとう。ごめんなさい。
君たちのこれからの人生が幸多からんこと。
Savan waves goodbye, all the while remaining seated. Let's go. A gesture to Kodachi to turn away from Savan. Hold on to Kodachi's hand. It's sweaty and trembling ever so slightly. He walks silently for a few minutes, then turn around. He's gone. Shepherds. They're always at the academy, but never stay in sight. They speak to people trying their hardest and grant their wishes. Almost like magicians. One such magician appeared before us and disappeared again. I know whether our wishes were granted. Whoops, I have no way to tell for sure. But I do know one thing at least. I don't regret any of the choices I've made up till now. I look up into the sky. It's filled with clouds. Clouds that look like sheep.
羊飼いになれなかったね。
Yeah. I placed my hand on her head.
でもまあ仕方ないか。向いてないしね。
Her voice quivers. I don't have any regrets.
私だって。
That's fucking annoying. There's a hair there. She agrees with me while rubbing her eyes with the back of her hand. Going to have lots of fun from now on.
そうだね。
She smiles happily this time and links her hand with mine. I ended up heading to the library with 15 minutes to go. Couldn't wait for lunch break. Kodachi, for her part, had no idea what was going on in class. She went off to the library within the first 20 minutes. Now that I give it some thought, it's going to be tough for her to strive in this academy.
Kakei-kun!
Hey, everyone's already lined up in front of the library. Perhaps they felt the same way. Their faces all displayed different degrees of hope and anxiety.
物質が戻ってくるのか？
Most likely.
でも、一体どうやって？どんな魔法を使ったんですか？
First, just exclaim in amazement. Let's go to the club room and make sure we've got it back first.
ぬか喜びだったらあれだしな。
We entered the library with all the apprehension of students about to see their exam results. Like, literally the only thing there is gonna be like Kodachi just... Hi. Certain familiar members of the library committee still glance at us as we enter the library. They look a bit sympathetic. I'm really curious what happened to our club room now. The curiosity drives my feet forward that much faster. The corridor is deadly silent. We all stand in front of the closed door with held breaths. Let's take a look. I tried to turn the door knob, but it's locked. Out comes my clubroom key, which still fits perfectly. The door slowly opens and reveals a deserted clubroom.
あの人たち、出て行ってくれたのかな？
A single piece of paper adorns our usual table. The words, "Your item has been returned," are written on it in neat handwriting. She didn't sign her name, but I can assume it's Takigawa. Looks like we've got it back.
ああ。
But this game really did grow on me. Like, Jesus. I'm talking as if this game is done already. It's not done.
よかった。
We stand there for a few moments, speechless. Relief is it's the overwhelming emotion instead of excitement. It took me a while. It's now clear how important this clubroom is to me.
私物、ちゃんと戻ってます。ほんとだ。クッションも、マグカップも、あ、千里、サボテンも。
The first year's cheerful cries start the clock moving for us again. I open the window, sending a gush of fresh air through the clubroom. How I've missed this relaxing feeling. The fat cat sneaked his way in too. This, our everyday lives have returned to us.
おー、物質戻ってきたんだ。
Kodachi pops out of seemingly nowhere. Pops up or pops out? Only pops out. Yep, it went well.
おー、よかったじゃん。
Kodachi and I exchanged thumbs up.
二人の雰囲気変わってませんか？
こりゃあったぜ。甘酸っぱい何かが。
Takamine and Kanosuke start whispering to themselves. Seems like they've already figured it out. Just to make things official, Kodachi and I have started dating.
そういうことで、一つよろしく。
Look at that smug expression of superiority! We realized our relationship upgrade like it was nothing.
おー、なるほど。道理で仲がいい。
Where's the shocked reaction? There we go. Shizaki slumped over onto the table and stops moving.
負けました。
I think Shizaki died.
所詮、筧さんも凡人っすね。目の前で揺れる、あれに負けたんでしょ？あれに。羨ましいのはわかるけど、あれあれ言うな、チンチクリン。なんですか？
Kanosuke starts raging.
で、いつから？
Yesterday.
昨日って、お前、私たちがお通夜みたいなお泊まり会をやっている間に何を。
Nothing like what you're imagining, I assure you.
なるほど。いや、別にみだらなことは想像していないぞ。
Bullshit! Sure you weren't. Let me clear any doubts first. Kodachi helped a lot in getting our clubroom back. We worked together towards that goal and, well, stuff happened.
物質と小立さんにどういう関係があるの？
Shizaki lifts her head long enough to ask a question.
そもそも筧先輩はどうやって物質を取り返したんですか？
Seems like everyone wants to know. But I'm gonna have a tough time explaining this one.
後できちんと説明するから少し待ってもらえる？
Everyone's gonna forget!
私からもあなたたちに言わなくちゃいけないこともあるし。
Kodachi is speaking more seriously than usual. He probably plans to come entirely clean about her shepherd stint.
後っていつですか？選挙明けかな。
Kodachi looks around the club room. No one raises a complaint.
よし。では二人の件は終わりだ。
They're so gonna have forgotten about it by the end of the election campaign.
みんな目下の課題は忘れていないだろうな。もちろんだよ。選挙頑張らないと。
That does actually make me wonder, though. While Kodachi was turned into a provisional shepherd and had a book locked away for the test, why didn't that happen for Kake? Like, why did that not happen for Kake? Like, it would make sense for that to be also a thing for him.
物質も戻ってきましたし、もう怖いものなしです。ええ、頑張りましょう。
家計たちにばっかいいとこ持ってかれちゃ困るって話だぜ。な。
Takamina slaps me on the back, as no more of the desolation that was ever present on the day of our club room was stolen from us. Vitality has returned to everyone's eyes. This is what I wanted to say. My mind harkens back to the vision I saw when I used my power back at the cafeteria. Everyone had their back turned to me. They all looked so sorrowful. It was a future I had to prevent at all costs.
昨日思ったんだけど、物質が戻ってきても来なくても選挙は続けるべきだったよね。だってこの学園を楽しくしたくて活動してるんだから。ええ、物質がなくたって活動はできます。図書部じゃいられなくなったって新しい部活を作ればいいじゃないですか。花ちゃんの言う通り。
If it's okay, it would be a whole nother story, though.
私が立候補してるのに昨日は落ち込んでてごめんね。
Shizaki bows and everyone smiles and responds.
部活や部室がなくても私たちは仲間だ。何を恐れることがある？なんなら卒業したってそれは変わらない。相変わらず桜庭先輩は臭いセリフが好きですね。悪いか？いえ、すっごく好きです。
Mizono shows one of those rare smiles from the bottom of her heart.
よし、じゃあ選挙活動を再開しようぜ。
ああ、時間は無駄にできない。
Everyone gets to their feet, brimming with energy.
私も手伝うけど。
Kodachi raises her voice from a corner of the room.
姉さんもやってくれるんですか？まあ、暇だから。彼氏と一緒にいたいだけですよね。なんだとガキ。
Mizono shrugs in response.
お前、千里ちゃんをいじめるなら俺をいじめてくれよ。
黙ってろ。話がまとまらない。
Sakuraba jabs her fan into Takamina's back.
小立ち、ぜひ手伝ってほしい。今日はこれからビラ配りだ。
Oh boy, what's her cosplay gonna be?
はいよー。
Library Club Plus One exchanges looks of determination. Our spirits are definitely high now.
みんな、最後まで頑張っていこう。
Wild cheers echo all around our club room. The campaign battle has officially restarted. Election day is on Friday. We have precious little time remaining. Our final push includes a refinement of our usual flyer distribution. I don't see any Kodachi.
白崎つぐみです。明るい学園を作るためよろしくお願いします。白崎つぐみにあなたの一票をお願いします。みんなで楽しい学園を作りましょう。よろしくお願いします。明日の学園を作るのはあなたです。ぜひ白崎つぐみにお願いします。
Hold on. There we go. There. I know what I'm doing. Everyone's energetic and cheerful, far cry from the despair that was rampant yesterday.
なあ、京子
Huh?
こいつは真面目な話なんだが、ナギちゃんのおっぱいについて聞きたい。
How's that serious in any fashion?
あんたらグダグダ言ってないでビラ配りなよ。
The gym wear clad Kodachi appears.
てかさ、なんでその格好？
目立つ格好しろって言ったのはそっちじゃん。赤いし目立つっしょ。
色の話なんかしてねえだろ。露出だよ、露出。他のみんなを見習おうぜ。
たくうっさいな。んじゃ、これでどう？
Kodachi takes off a tracksuit.
ゴール際押し込んだナギハン分かってた。できるって分かってた。
That's quite the sight in several ways.
何言ってんのよ。あんたのために体張ってるのに。
What do you mean?
選挙に勝ったら嬉しいでしょ。
Well, yes.
だから恥ずかしいのに頑張ってんのよ。わかった？
Kodachi spurts her words out with a red face and walks towards the mob of students.
皆さん、白崎つぐみをよろしくお願いします。よくわかんないけど、いい仕事しますよ。
I have no idea why, but I'm sure she'll do great.
ねえ、たまもちゃん。実は、小立さんが立候補した方が良かったんじゃないかな。何を言う。あんな図書委員に白崎が負けるか。手伝わせておいて、鬼の言いようですね。
October 7th. Did I just say October? I mean the election is about to be October, if you know what I mean. That is a bad joke. That was a bad joke. Hold the fucking phone. What to go for? Ah! Ah, that hurt more than I expected. Fuck! Ah, I was meaning to go for that as a joke. Ah, that was a mistake. Ah, fuck! Why did I do that? I should have done that. Simple punch would have been enough. Ah, that hurt way more than I was expecting. That hurt way more than I was expecting. I mean, I guess it is like a... Can't really call that metal. More like a... I fucking know. I don't know what to call this. Oh well, put it the fuck away. Ah. 7th of October, Thursday. The candidates will address the student body after classes, and the speeches will be broadcasted all over the academy. Additionally, there was an emergency change of venue to the largest auditorium we have. The news only reached us at lunchtime. I'm assuming the plan is to overwhelm Shirazaki with the crowd and make her flip her speech. Given that election day is tomorrow, it's safe to say that this is Takigawa's last throw with the dice. According to the straw poll of the internet, Shirazaki has 61 of the votes, Takigawa has 28, and 11 are still undecided. Shirazaki should emerge victorious, barring exceptional circumstances. The 5,000-seater auditorium is about 70% full. That still means about 3,500 people are seated all over the place. And to top it off, the front rows are monopolized by Takigawa's supporters. They're sending a menacing aura towards the stage. There are people doing play-by-play coverage of the event on the internet already. This is pretty much Takigawa's only chance to strike a sizable blow against us. It's all enough to overwhelm Shirazaki for sure.
なんか、すごいことになってるね。
We're at the side of the stage waiting for the start of the event. To no one's surprise, we've been chosen to speak first. Shizaki's going to be our lead-off batter against a countless number of listeners. It's already taking effect on her. Blood has drained from her face and her skin is as pale as a mannequin.
ミナフェスも大丈夫だったんだ。必ずうまくいく。でも、 規模が全然。
That may be. That it may be, but in the end, it's your feelings that you have to overcome. Just think of it as a battle with yourself. Shirozaki's eyes fall downward into her script, but she can't help herself from lifting her head and looking all around her again. She's not composed enough to focus on reading at the moment. There's a problem. The audience is making tons of noise as well. Like Yawa's fans must be trying to stir things up.
なんか人増えたな。
Keep it together.
1年生の教科書かっていうか、英語ペラペラだったんじゃ。
This looks entirely like a bust.
筧先輩、なんとかしてください。
There are only 5 minutes left till the start. What can I even do about this? Shiozaki! You won't be giving your speech alone. We're all with you.
そうですよ。気持ちは一緒です。ステージの前は、プロだって緊張します。楽しんでいきましょう。
The first years take one of Shirozaki's hands each.
失敗なんて気にするな。誰も白崎を責めたりしない。
ああ、ここまでやれただけでも奇跡みたいなもんだ。気楽に行こうぜ。
You spontaneously form a circle with Shirozaki at the top of it. And I'm at the bottom. It looks so uneasy that it's making me feel bad. There needs to be a way to give Shirozaki the courage she needs. I don't care if it takes hypnotism, suggestive manipulation, or coercion. Something has to work. I look at her straight in the eyes. Shirozaki, I'm gonna say something silly, but lend me your ear anyway. When I decided to stay with the library club beyond Golden Week, I thought that I might be able to change myself. Now that I've spent so much time with everyone, I believe I've changed for the better. But it wasn't because of me. Everyone played their part in making me who I am today. I'm sure I would have never been able to do it alone. Shizaki looks dumbfounded. She's probably shocked at the babble that's pouring out of my mouth. I don't care. There's something she has to know. I know how lame this sounds, but I'm actually enjoying what I'm doing every day. And it's the first time in my life I felt that way. Everyone looks at me solemnly. No one here knows about my past, nor anything about my deep-rooted issues. But despite me not telling them a single thing, they still managed to change me. It's not like they were providing counseling or advice either. All they did was spend time together all we did was spend time together every day. That's all it took for me to change. Nothing short. It's nothing short of a miracle to me. That sneeze fucked me up. Shizaki, I'm really happy to have joined the library club. Shizaki opens her eyes as her lips curl into a gentle smile.
からの
you know.
そして
筧さん、話が繋がってませんよ。綺麗に締めてください。入ってよかったから何なんだ？
These demons, whatever, I'll force an end to this. Shizaki, put your hand out and face it down.
こう？
Shizaki's hand is soon covered by my own.
見えたぞ。
Sakuraba's hand goes over mine. Takamine, Misono, and Kanosuke follow up after. It's the first time the library club's formed a huddle in its 6-month life. It's the first in my lifetime as well.
筧くんの気持ち、すっごく嬉しい。
She's almost crying tears of joy.
自分を変えたくて活動を始めたのは、私も一緒。だから、筧くんに負けないように、私も頑張ってくるね。
I need to pee.
もしダメでも、絶対に見捨てないで。
Everyone nods firmly.
筧、最後に一声頼む。
Right! My first huddle and my first pep talk. I have a feeling I'm going to be experiencing a lot more firsts from here on out. We're a team! Let's fight together till the very end! Yeah! Everyone shouts as one. That was a very manly yeah for a group that's a majority girls. Everyone has a smile on their face. How did I think about it? Perhaps everyone joined this strange club to change something about themselves. May not know the details, but satisfied looks on their faces tell me enough. They all definitely succeeded at what they wanted to do.
白崎さん、
そろそろお時間ですので、準備お願いします。
Serizawa pops out to speak to us. She's the MC for today.
はい。じゃあ、行ってくるね。
She waves with gusto, then briskly makes her way onto the stage. This is no different from Junifest. I'm not the only one giving her my support. Everyone in the library club feels the same way. Everyone's cheering her on. In fact, Shidazaki is more like the representative for all of us, and she'll be bringing our feelings onto the stage for everyone to see. I'm sure she'll pull it off.
いやー、筧さん、素晴らしいトークでした。
I now know that you're all demons. What was with that? All that stirring in the of the pot back there. That's totally unreasonable.
お前がいきなりシリアスぶっ込むからだろう。ビビ。
そうです。いきなりはずるいです。ギャグにしなかったら、こっちだって。
Kanosuke holds back the tears as she smiles.
ま、そういうことだ。
Sakuraba stands next to me. Her eyes are a little red too. Anyway, can I assume my message got through?
お前が本気で喋ったんだ。伝わらないはずがあるか。
Sakuraba, you really do love your cheesy lines.
お前に言われたくない。
Sakuraba opens her fan to hide her face. The crowd suddenly starts to cheer. It's starting. We watch Shidazaki from the side of the stage.
それでは、今期の立ち会い演説会を始めさせていただきます。皆さんご存知だと思いますが、今回の立候補者は2名。前生徒会副会長の滝川葵さんと、図書部部長の白崎つぐみさんです。今日、これから候補者の演説があります。しっかりと耳を傾けて、明日は投票に臨みましょう。それでは、白崎さんからお願いします。
Shidazaki starts with a long bow to the audience. The thunderous applause makes the auditorium shake as she heads towards the podium. She lays the script down and takes a deep breath. She glances towards us from the side of her eyes. We all give her a thumbs up and mouth words of encouragement. Her smile and nod seems to indicate that she's gotten the message. From where I'm standing, I can see her figure trembling and her knees quaking. She's definitely scared, no matter how good a pep talk can be, it's not magic. It can only do so much. But even so, she's still facing forward. Her voice carries itself through the auditorium and to the audience. Her speech is far from perfect, but it doesn't need to be. The sincerity of each and every word she speaks is made clear to the audience. That is how it should be.
白崎先輩、大丈夫ですよね。
Yuzuna looks up at me with a bit of anxiety. Yeah, she's...
ですから、学園の主役は生徒で。
Words trail off halfway through a sentence. He's not doing fine, apparently. The audience begins to murmur.
白崎、どうしたんだ？原稿にミスでもあったんですかね？
I don't know what happened. The pep work went perfectly, so why? Shizaki's still frozen on the spot, staring at a specific seat in the audience. Did she see something weird? My eyes instinctively look in the same direction. What's her sister doing here? There's a girl in a wheelchair. She looks a little younger than us. She's not wearing uniforms. She's probably not a student here. Wheelchair-bound girl does a little wave at the stage. Shizaki reacts to the rave with a smile of joy and takes another breath.
失礼しました。学園の主役は生徒です。生徒会長も一人の生徒ですから、その生徒会長が生徒を評価するというのはおかしいと思います。
Shizaki restarts her speech smoothly. I get it now. The girl in the wheelchair might be Shidazaki's hospitalized sister. The very same girl who caused Shidazaki to will herself to become more proactive. Shidazaki probably asked her to come and listen to the speech.
つぐみちゃんどうしたんかね？
Who knows? Perhaps something nice happened to her?
なんだよ、意味ありげに。
Shizaki's delivering her speech with even more enthusiasm now, making my guess look prophetic, not pathetic. Things look good between Shizaki and her sister, and it'll probably get even better for them both. There should be nothing to worry about now. two candidates finished their speeches without further incident. And no incident essentially means our victory in the election is all but confirmed.
お疲れ様でした。
Takigawa calls out to us.
よくもまあ、しれっと顔を出せるな。部室の件といい、今日の会場の件といい、おふざけが過ぎる。まるで、私が仕組んだような言い草ですね。部室の件はそもそも。
Hello? Fuck? Did I press the wrong button?
いい。お前の反論など聞きたくもない。
Sakurawa lifts her palm up to interrupt. What do you want?
筧さんに伺いたいことがあります。少しお時間いいですか？
Takigawa looks straight at me. Go ahead. Go on ahead first, everyone.
筧さん、ファイトですよ。
We're not going to get into an argument here. The rest eventually leave. Thanks for resolving the club room issue.
いえ、財布のお礼ですから。
She averts her eyes from me. Anyway, what do you want?
塩見祭の人気投票がニュースになる前日ですが、望月さんとどんな話をしましたか？図書館で会話をしているはずです。
Leave that incident, eh? Digging into my memories. Ah, when Mochizuki came to the library.
そうです。
I saw Mochizuki walking away from the entrance of the library club on that day. She said that she were here to return a book, but that was no reason to loiter around the front of the opponent's headquarters. Listen, now Takigawa speaking from this incident, it sounds like there were some internal politics going on in the student council. I asked her why she was here, and she said she was returning a book.
嘘です。そんな理由で図書館に行くわけがありません。
Are you thinking that Mochizuki leaked the info on the improper votes?
まさか。あなたが取引を持ちかけたのでしょ？でなければ、望月さんが私を裏切るはずはありません。
I get it now. Mochizuki and Takigawa were very close from what I heard. Seen. Not that it's a surprise, they're both student council members, and one was mentoring the other to succeed her. Takigawa probably didn't want to believe that the mentor she trusted would leak the info on purpose. She came to me desperate for evidence that would back up her beliefs. It's actually kind of cute.
葵、何をしているの？
Mochizuki emerges from the auditorium. Hello, Mochizuki?
筧くん。こんにちは。
Mochizuki looks at Takigawa and I in turn and seems to sense what's going on. Wouldn't it be best to ask the person a question?
それは
Takigawa hesitates.
不正投票のことかしら。
Mochizuki casually hits the bullseye. Very much unlike the can, though. She thinks that I forced you into a deal for that info.
そう。私が不用意に図書館に行ったからね。葵、
Mochizuki positions herself right in front of Takigawa.
情報をリークしたのは私の独断で、他の誰も関係ないわ。
Takigawa's expression instantly hardens.
私を裏切るのですか？
She still is. That's why she did it, because you were going down the wrong path.
入学からずっとそばで支えてきたのに、私を応援してくれるというのは嘘だったのですか？
Takigawa shouts in anger.
裏切ります。今のあなたを生徒会長にしても学園は良くならないと思いますから。投票の件だけでなく、図書部の部室の件、今日の会場の件、みっともないにも程があります。
Mochizuki doesn't flinch in her reply. On the other hand, Takigawa's lips are clearly quivering.
あなたを応援したいのは山々だわ。けれど、不正をする人は応援できない。ましてや、次期生徒会長になんてできません。私はまだ現役生徒会長で、学園の未来を守る義務がありますから。望月。
Takigawa's body starts to go limp.
ごめんなさい、葵。でもこれだけは覚えておいて。正々堂々戦うのなら、結果はどうあれ、私はいつまでもあなたの味方よ。
Takigawa lifts her head up.
私はね、あなたに人として大切なことを守って生きてほしいの。これからの人生は長いのよ。 たとえ選挙に負けたとしても、間違った道に進みさえしなければ、きっといいことがあるわ。
Mochizuki smiles gently. They're only year apart, but the difference between them is so huge. Being the student council president for a year must have made her grow tremendously.
失礼します。
Takegawa briskly walks off. You can see tears forming in her eyes as she turned away. Mochizuki watches her disappear into the distance and turns back to me.
ごめんなさい。いろいろと迷惑をかけて。そばにいながら、部室の件も、今日の会場の件も止められなかった。
She bows deeply. Lift your head, Mochizuki, it's not your fault.
あの子、私が情報をリークしたのがショックだったみたい。本当は強引なことをする子じゃないんだけど。
She seems to have a lot of faith in you. She looks pleased as she ruffles her hair. Besides, we should be thanking you. We'd have lost the election by a landslide if it wasn't for your leak.
それは違うわ。潮見祭の人気投票の本当の勝者はあなたたちなんだから。私も立場がなかったら、ぜひ遊びに行きたかったわ。
She chuckles lightly. I can't imagine you participating in an event like ours.
あら、私こう見えて遊園地や絶叫マシンは大好きなの。
Are you serious? This definitely wasn't expected that.
明日はいよいよ投票日ね。
Indeed, time certainly has flown.
どの面下げてという話だけど、最後までよろしくお願いします。
Of course. She then says goodbye and leaves in the direction of the office building. But enough navel gazing. Time to meet up with the rest. October 8th. And election day is finally here. All day is reserved for the students to submit their votes. It takes a while to count the votes as well. There are 50,000 students to account for after all. And we'll know the results by around 8 p.m. tonight. Good work,
お
everyone!
邪魔します。
Enter the club room with Kodachi.
いやー、二人でいるのが自然になってきましたね。
Nothing really changed from before.
照れんなよ、キモいわ。
I'm not. I ignore Takamine and take my seat.
私も一緒に結果を聞いていい？もちろん。何度もビラ配り手伝ってくれたんだし。どうせ最近は入り浸りじゃないですか。お、先輩は敬いよ。
Kodachi ruffles Misono's hair.
それはすみません。はい、
Misono looks like she's pouting, but she seems oddly happy with it.
お茶。小立さんも。あんがと。
It's been a long time since I've had Shidozaki's herbal tea. It smells as great as ever. Oh, here it comes. The atmosphere in the club room gets serious in an instant.
皆さんこんばんは。ランチタイムアベニュー選挙速報です。お相手はいつもの芹沢美優です。よろしくお願いします。
いやー、大丈夫だと思っていても緊張しますね。
Yuzaki stiffened up.
白崎先輩、緊張しすぎです。そうかな。
Misono tips Shidozaki from side to side, causing her to stumble this way and that.
意外に器用な動きですね。芸人として嫉妬します。
毎年対立候補が出ない生徒会選挙でしたが、今年は熱戦になりました。前半の山は潮見祭での人気投票でした。それぞれの思いを胸に駆け抜けた夏。
What?
甲子園番組かよ。
I can already see the little grin on Tsurizawa's face in my mind's eye. Listening to her little jokes during her talk show makes me nostalgic. Feels like it's April again. Now that I think about it, the last 6 months passed by in a flash. There were the uncertain club activities at the start, when we were still feeling things out. Picking up that love letter, distributing flyers and costumes. Every day was a blast. The big turning point was Junifest. The event raised our stock to sky-high levels. We were swamped with requests from all kinds of clubs during summer break. We would have been rich if we were paid part-time rates for all the work we did. Then came the second semester, and with it, Shiomi Festival and Student Council election. That whole schedule looked so packed, but About to finish it with a bang, or at least we should be. The part that makes me most happy is the support we received from the people whom our club helped. We may not be doing what we do for any reward, but it's always a pleasure to see many people cheering for you. You wouldn't have stood a chance at the Shiomi Festival or the election without them. To be honest, Yuzaki isn't really a standout as an election candidate. Even if she would admit that she can be meek at... that she can be meek at times. No one would look at her and think she can pull off something incredible. She likely gained support because of the impression of benevolence and reliability she gives. Makes people think that she'll keep things going smoothly.
さあ、現在開票率は 32% というところですが、どうやら当確が出たようですね。
30% of the votes have been counted and the results are already being called. I can hear the flipping of paper from the speaker. Serizawa probably has a fresh script in her hands now.
いよいよ来たか。
So it's probably like, since 30% of the votes have already been counted, it's probably going to be a case of like, one side has like, let's say 12 votes, while the other one has 18 votes, and they already counted all of the votes for the person with the 12 votes. So it's kind of like nonsense to count even more. Or like 50-50 from those 13, so 50% and 15%. And there's like none left on one side and a huge stack on the other.
はい、大丈夫。絶対に圧勝ですよ。ま、いけるっしょ。
負けたら俺が脱いでもいい。
No, please win, please win. So will I.
Me too.
You can't even fucking strip.
みんな、今までありがとう。
Our hands go up on top of each other's over the meeting table.
本年度生徒会長選挙当選確実となったのは得票数7329票白崎つぐみ候補です。
The speaker calls a name that is music to our ears.
よし、やりました。来ました。
よーし。
Yeah!
来たじゃん。
I shake hands with Kodachi. You did it, Shirazaki!
みんなのおかげだよ。私。
The words get stuck in Shirazaki's throat.
さあ、白崎候補の選挙事務所から喜びの声です。本当、私。
A sudden burst of noise begins just outside our club room.
ああ、まったく取材のやつらね。他の図書委員じゃ頼りないから、ちょっと応援行ってくるわ。
Okay, do your best.
へいへい。
Kodachi waves goodbye lazily as she leaves the room.
ちょっとあんたら、ここどこだと思ってんの？図書館よ、図書館。インタビューなんか外でやってよ。あ、ほら、ちょっと。姉さん、持ちこたえられませんでしたね。笑い事じゃない。全部ここを目指してるんだぞ。
Run.
白崎先輩、これから大変ですよ。
It's time for our victory interview. Give it your best shot. Lift Shirazaki to her feet. You've already aced your speech at that huge auditorium. A little interview should be child's play, right?
もちろん。
Shirazaki puts her index finger up and punctuates her point with a brilliant smile.
じゃ、ドア開けるぞ。
しまってこー。さあ来い。
Like Shirazaki just bring it on. Shirazaki puts up a fighting stance. Oh, it's actually what she's doing.
今年の選挙は終わりました。でも本当の戦いは始まったばかりです。彼らがどのような学園を作っていくのか、じっくりと見届けていきましょう。それではまた来年の選挙特番で。おめでとうございます、図書部の皆さん。
The press conference finally ended a little before 10 p.m. Answering the same question over and over chips away at your psyche, that's for sure. Shirazaki wasn't the only one fielding questions either. The rest of us were dragged into it.
なん
で私まで喋らされてるのよ。
姉さん、世間的にはビキニの図書委員ってことでキャラ立ってるらしいですよ。
マジか。めんどくさ。
Kodachi releases a sigh.
さすがに今日は疲れた。
I'll be right back. What? I drink too much during these. Jesus fuck. Alright, I'm back. I almost forgot to put the microphone back down again.
早く帰って明日に備えよう。言ってももう10時ですけどね。
Kanosuke's comment elicits a few chuckles, but Kodachi isn't smiling. In fact, she looks dead serious.
さあ、一ついい？
Kodachi speaks up meekly.
私、みんなに謝らなくちゃいけないことがあるの。
Her tone is clear and firm. He's going to come clean about the entire Shepherd business. Hey, pull Kodachi out of the room.
何よ。
Going to apologize for getting the library club together, aren't you?
おかしい。
No. But you do realize everything you say is destined to be forgotten, right?
わかってる。
She looks so vulnerable right now.
でも、謝らないわけにはいかないっしょ。謝って許してもらわなきゃ、私はもうここにいられないと思うし。
This is the one thing you can be serious about, huh? My statement comes out as a jibe, but I'm delighted inside. She really wants to make meaningful relationships with everyone in the library club. Go ahead, I'll back you up.
もし追い出されたら、そん時は何してくれる？
I'll do my best to ensure that doesn't happen.
バーカ。正解は、お前についていく。でしょ？
She grins at me, then puts her hand on the doorknob. It's been about 20 minutes since we returned to the club room. Kodachi explained everything about how she was an apprentice shepherd and how she pulled the strings leading to the formation of the library club. Completely unsurprisingly, everyone was quite cynical. Fortunately, my occasional interjections to back her up eventually led to everyone's acceptance.
つまり、小立さんは羊飼いだったけど、今はもうやめちゃったわけね。で、私たちに図書部を作るよう仕向けたのはお前だと。しかも、原因は筧さんへの逆恨み。これはちょっと。
No one can hide how perplexed they are.
すべては私が始めたことなの。本当にごめんなさい。
Kodachi bows her head deeply.
よし
The fucking damage, you two. No one bothers paying attention to Takamino with the fat cat.
でまあ、結局、姉さんは筧さんをゲットしたわけじゃないですか。そこですよ！
What? That's what stuck out to you?
そこだ。
Oh, no, 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 no.
そこだよ。そこです。
Female Brigade all nod knowingly.
つまりよ、家計はこう、自分の意思でナギちゃんを選んだのかって話だよ。
Obviously, it'd be stupid to date someone else because you were ordered to.
じゃあ、小立さんが好きなんだね。
Shizaki pursues me like a detective. I love her.
10トントラック何台分？
Hell if I know. My retort ears a withering glare from Kodachi. Guess it'd take about 100 of them. I could feel my face going red.
見えた。
Sakuraba closes her fan with a snap.
筧は譲ろう。
I don't know why I do that.
この件、私は小立を許す。
Whoops. Kodachi opens her eyes wide.
私は今が楽しい。そして、図書部からいろいろなことを教わった。
Thing is, Savan knew what was going to happen. Like, Savan was fully aware of it. He probably could have stopped all of this. But he didn't.
いや、図書部の活動を始めたことが、私の人生を変えてくれたと言ってもいい。子たちには感謝こそしても恨むことはない。
Sakuraba puts my thoughts into words exactly. He's as eloquent as always.
桜庭、私も同意です。今はすごく楽しいですから。
Hair annoy annoy. Misono smiles warmly.
私だって感謝してますよ。図書部には返しても返しきれないくらいいろんなものをもらってますから。
まあそうね。俺は全然気にしないぜ。
Takemina nods with a grin.
私もだよ、小立さん。小立さんのおかげでみんなに会えたなら感謝してもしきれないよ。
Our new student council president smiles away all the uncertainty.
ありがとう。でも一つ誤解があるの。図書部結成のきっかけになるメールを私が出したのは本当。でも道を選んだのはみんな一人一人ってこと。羊飼いはあくまで人間のサポートで。
Kodachi stops for a second, then continues.
人生はその人のものだから。
I've heard these words so many times before, but to sound more forceful coming from Kodachi's lips. Everyone takes in the gravity of her little speech by forming a little smile.
これからも一緒にやっていこう、小立。
Sakuraba is the first to extend her hand figuratively.
ありがとう。みんな。
Kodachi's words drip with emotion. She's probably lived a similar life to mine. I doubt she ever had to thank someone, or even thank several people before. In fact, this may well be a first for her.
よし、一件落着だ。
これからもよろしくね、小立さん。はいよ。こっちこそ。
Oops. Kodachi timidly shakes Shidazaki's outstretched hand.
小立さんに会えてよかった。
Soon enough, Shidazaki's other hand clamps over Kodachi's as she begins her patented Shidazaki shake.
痛いっての。恥ずかしがっちゃって。
Shizaki's teasing Kodachi, and it's a sight for sore eyes. One wrong choice, and Kodachi wouldn't even be here anymore. So glad I decided to go with this life. Another view. Is that gonna be Savan?
What?
Called it! The sight that escapes from Savan's chest feels like one of despair, yet with a tinge of relief. Gyotaro-Kake and Nagi Kodachi will now walk the path of normal humans. The number of people he wishes happiness for continues to increase. An elderly man soundlessly appears behind Savan's back. Savan greets the man with a short bow.
惜しいことをしたの。筧とかいう青年。前例にないほどの能力を秘めていたというじゃないか。
ええ、残念です。
彼ほどの優秀な人材なら、多少無理をしてでも羊飼いになってもらうのが人類のためだと思うが、試験に私情を挟んだのではないか。
まさか。彼らの人生もその他の人間の人生も
Are we gonna find out that he's his dad now? Like, that is something someone mentioned in the comments of one of the former parts. I don't quite remember who it was right now, though. Sadly, like, I'm sorry about that. I'm very bad at remembering things, so whoever you are, I'm sorry, but you know, I mean you. Basically, he in the comments basically was like, "Yeah, I bet he's his dad," and like thinking about it afterwards, it was like, yeah. That would make sense. Like, especially now.
まあいい。彼らがこなすはずだった仕事は君に頑張ってもらうことにしよ
う。了解しました。
Another view end. Apparently that wasn't what happened though. Kodachi and I reached our apartment block just before the arrival of a new day.
ただいま。
She's been staying in my apartment ever since we started dating. It's not quite living together yet. It's more like she's freeloading off me. She immediately goes into the dressing room to change. For enough that she's gotten used to living here. All the excitement from the election made us all quite sweaty. She eventually emerged from the dressing room, clad in her summer uniform. Apparently her casual clothes haven't dried out yet. She really should get it together.
何？
Nothing. Just thinking of how much you've gotten used to this place.
迷惑？
Or at all.
まあ、居候としてお茶くらいは入れさせていただきますよ。
Which she does by flopping onto the floor next to the bed and pouring bottled tea straight into her glass. Impressive skills.
五島園の人に言ってあげてよ。
She gulps down her tea in one swig, then slams the glass onto the table. One body flop later, and she's rolling on my bed.
はあ、ちょっとここ借りるから。
She plops her head onto my lap. A guy can give a lap pillow now?
いいじゃん、いいじゃん。高さと硬さがちょうどいいんだって。
She slaps my thigh a few times to prove her point. This bitch can hold so many Kodachi heads! She's lowered her guard entirely since we started dating. Guess she only allows it, since we're similar. So it was a good day.
だね。選挙に勝ったし。
The election certainly was a highlight, but I was referring to Kodachi's confession and how everyone accepted it. I'm willing to bet she knows that too, but she just didn't want to say it out loud. She's more shy than she seems. I'm glad you managed to let it all out to everyone. Didn't I tell you they'd react the same way as me?
うん。だったね。
Her voice grows sleepy as she recollects her memories of the day.
なんかね、びっくりしちゃった。
Huh?
みんな気色悪いくらいいいやつだなって。
For the record, what you see is what you get with them.
そうなんだろうね。不思議。自分は何してたんだろうって思っちゃう。
A smile of self-derision crosses her face. Our lives were like the shadow of a normal person's life. We lived in the same world as them, yet they somehow felt alien to us. All of us had to overcome the same wall. In some places, the wall was insurmountably high. In others, it was low enough for a kitten to hop over. The only reason why others had an easier time in finding lower portions of the wall to scale was a simple factor neither of us had. Hope.
私さっき部室で羊飼いのことを話したじゃない？
Yeah, I guess you could say that they had quite a hop to get over that wall. I hate myself.
羊飼いはあくまで人間をサポートするだけで人生を決めるのは人間だって。今まで何度も言ってきたことだけどずっと本気じゃなかったの。心の中でバカじゃないのって思ってた。でも
She turns over on the bed.
今日初めてそれでいいじゃんって思えた。人を導くなんておこがましいって思ったのよ。もっと早く分かってたらよかったのにね。笑っちゃう。
I silently rubbed the top of her head. The irony truly is delicious. If you were offered another chance to become a shepherd now, would you take it?
どうかな。受けないんじゃないかな。
Thought so. For whatever reason, the longer you live amongst others, the more affection you start to feel for them. Makes you wonder how people like Siobhan managed to overcome that sentiment and become shepherds. What kind of mentality did they have? Can't imagine it at this point.
よっと。
She raises herself up into a sitting position.
全員平等なんて無理じゃん。ね。
Aw, look at that. Look at how fucking adorable this is. Ah, she is best girl. She is best girl. She is so best girl. She stares into my eyes. I agree.
なんで？
She starts leaning closer to me. Her face is so close, I could get lost in those big eyes of hers. One thing's for sure, a fire's been lit inside me. Because you're special to me, Kodachi.
ナギって言ってよ。
You're special to me, Nagi.
私も京太郎が大事。誰より。
Our lips gravitate towards each other's. A little graze like a light peck. We immediately retract our heads ever so slightly after. Our staring contest resumes once again. This time it's up close and personal.
近いね。
Is that bad?
うん。
Her lips approach mine once again. We take it slowly this time. Our tongues lick at each other's lips, searching for confirmation of our love. There's gonna be a sex scene, isn't it? Our lips finally part ways. Her cheeks are flushed.
京太郎、顔真っ赤。
Seems mine are too.
ねえ、京太郎は今、何考えてる？
What about you?
私は、京太郎ともっとキスがしたい。
She enforces her point by pressing her lips against me once more. She giggles happily after finishing our kiss. Seeing her smile makes me want her even more.
それで、京太郎は何を考えてるの？
I want you.
Huh?
I gently lay myself on top of her. Whoops.
ちょっと、
I guess you did see some panty down there, but it's nothing that would warrant anything too big. I guess I can show this now since the text box does somewhat censor this. But this is obvious what's happening. Anyways, see you after the sex scene. There we go. Sex scene is over. Still gonna like censor this though, just in case.
まだ、匂いが残ってる。
I'm gonna have to censor anyway, I guess, turns out. $5.31. It's like 31.30, I suppose. I hate life. I hate everything about it. The thing is, it's 2 a.m. And I got a D&D session at 6 a.m. I wasn't expecting this to take so long. Anyways. Want to take a shower?
もうそんな元気ないわよ。
She does look extremely relaxed. Her first time must have taken a lot out of her.
もう、こんな状態で寝たら、あんたの夢見ちゃうじゃない。
You don't want to?
別に。夢の中では、逆にあんたの方をめちゃくちゃにしてやるんだから。
You can do that in reality too.
バカじゃないの？変態。
Sorry about that. I give her a kiss to go with my apology. Alright, let's get some sleep.
一緒に？
Together.
このまま、裸で？
Yeah.
絶対、あんたの夢見ちゃう。
Be nice to my dream self, okay?
だから、めちゃくちゃにしてやるんだって。
Uh-huh. I pull her close. Our arms entwine around each other in confirmation of the seeds of love that have sprouted between us. With the lights off, it really feels like we're becoming one. October 9th. Can this end, please? Rays of light seep through the blinds into my eyes. Actually, I'm gonna put through this again. I force myself up to look at my phone. I am so good. I am so good. Why you do this to me? A voice from the side gets my attention. Alright, Nagi slept with me last night. It's the first time I've had the pleasure of waking up in the morning with someone by my side. Take another look at her sleeping face and bask in the glow of my own happiness. And a bit of amusement. Nagi. And mutter in a soft voice while tussling her hair. Also have to look like over here. Because I can barely properly read there right now. Nagi turns away from me in her sleep, taking the thin blanket with her. That little action is enough to fill my heart with joy. The rays of the sun suddenly get stronger, as if the clouds have made way for this moment. Ah, yes. It's almost as if the sun is shining down on my life. Think back on my life in the mansion. I couldn't have imagined my life being so bright back then. That was close, I think. That was so close. Hold on, I would just like check how close that was, and judge off of that if I should have to censor that. It is so close, just barely in the green. I spent most of it huddling in the corner of a dark room, hugging my knees close to my chest. The whole room teemed with a melancholy down to the cracks in the floor. It's quite possible that I might have been stuck inside these four walls for most of my life. But that's all in the past. The door has opened. Light is shining down on me. Hey, look! The world outside is so bright. Let's go explore! Something's not quite right. The nagging feeling isn't going away either. In fact, it's getting more persistent. It's off. Something's definitely off. Oh, yeah, I know what's off. That day, a child was stuck in the dark room, hugging their knees and crying. That child wasn't me. The impact hits me like a blunt weapon to the back of my head. In the depths of my mind, long unused gears start to grind. It was Nagi. A monologue brings memories resurfacing back to the fore. I remember it all now. Nagi stayed with my family for a short period. One of my many mothers brought her into my life. Her mother was one of the gold diggers. She had no interest in her daughter whatsoever and forced her into that dark room countless times to get her out of the way. I didn't feel any sort of connection to that mother, and that went double for her child. I didn't even know her name or face. She was a stepsister name only. That stepsister was Nagi Kodachi. She was living such a desolate and lonely life. Upon seeing the news, a resident, the helpers at our mansion, quickly turned their attention to her. They saw the chance to mess with a helpless little girl. This again. I already knew that what they were planning. I went through it all myself before. If I didn't intervene, they would surely sink their poisonous fangs into her. It had nothing to do with me. I should just ignore it. Those thoughts were running through my mind, and somehow morality awakened within my heart. I suppose I was imagining myself in her place. The fateful day came shortly after. It was a gloomy and wet afternoon. My then mother was out and enjoying herself. The helpers made their way into the dark room. I hid and watched them from behind the corridor, knowing full well what would happen. The girl would be trembling in fear. The men with their foul odor would try to coax her into doing their bidding. Regardless of her answer, though she's obviously saying no, they'd immediately move on to violence and yelling. She'd stop resisting after a few smacks, and they'd surround and violate her with all sorts of objects. But it would never come to pass. I waited for the right moment and banged on the wall with all my might. That put an end to it. The helpers were furious with me for interrupting their little game, of course. They paid me back, and then some a few days later. But I was used to the abuse. What the fuck is this?! What the fuck?! I was looking up at the sky after taking my beating when the girl started to talk to me. I'm okay, they're done now. I'm fine. She took my blood-stained hand in hers. Don't. Instantly jerked my hand back. She stared at me with unease in her eyes. Stay away from them. Thinking of everyone in this place as beasts. Oh, come on, don't do that now. They really had to do me like this! This is evergreen all over again! I mean, if it's actually evergreen all over again, I'm gonna get upset. Her nasally voice made me twitch in irritation at first, but that feeling of irritation became a sense of discomfort. I was born from a beast, so I'm a beast too. She had a little smile on her face then, if I recall correctly. It was our one and only conversation. Her parents filed for divorce 3 months later. I never saw her at the mansion again. Nagi's worried look brings me back to my senses. Yeah, morning.
顔色悪いけど、もしかして後悔してる？私とこうなったこと。
Whoops. That takes me a few seconds to process what you meant. Of course not. I feel happier than ever. Sorry for making you worry. I pat her on the head, which brings warmth back to her eyes. Nagi, I remembered it all.
何を？
Everything in the past. Before you went to the institution. You lived at my place, right? The expression of shock crosses her face, but is soon replaced with solemnness.
そっか。私はもう羊飼いじゃないもん。
They really had to do me with the surprise incest now, really. The thing is, at this point, I don't fucking care. I like Kodachi too much. Like, this doesn't affect her ranking at all. Like, it's so late in the game, it's already too late. Like, I'm legitimately scared of this turning into an evergreen situation. If you don't know what evergreen is, just read the manga. It's a manga about, you know what, I'm just not gonna say anything. Actually, I kind of spoiled the entire manga by saying all this. Oh well, a glimmer of sadness tinges the smile on her lips. So, you were the girl I saw back then.
正解。3ヶ月くらい京太郎の妹だったよ。
You just told me.
ヒントは出したんだけどね。
Seriously, I never noticed.
前に言ったじゃない。京太郎は私をけだものから守ってくれたって。
That she did. I just thought she was using a figure of speech. You would normally think of cats and dogs as beasts.
あの時から京太郎は私のヒーローだったの。みたいな。
She almost questions herself with a smile. Hopefully this forgetful hero didn't destroy your dreams.
まさか夢は壊れてないよ。現実になっただけ。
She takes my hand. I was on your mind the whole time.
うぬぼれんじゃないの。
She puts more strength into her grip on my hand.
こっちだって忘れたり思い出したり。なんとなーくいつも心にはあった。その程度よ。
A little smile accompanies her words.
あ、でも一つだけ忘れられないことがあったな。
What's that?
京太郎が助けてくれた時、最後に言ってくれた言葉。
I don't remember.
私はね、自分がけだものだって言ったのよ。そしたら京太郎はこう言ってくれた。けだものはお前みたいに綺麗な目はしてないって。
Yo, Kid Kyotaro kinda got the moves. Just saying. I must have been a really sad brat.
だよね。
She giggles to her heart's content. So much so that she has to wipe the tears from her eyes.
でもそんなことでも忘れずにいるんだから。私はずっと周りをけだものだと思って生きてきたし、だからこそ生きてこられた救いだったんだと思う。
I don't know what kind of terrible experience she underwent, but it seems she was able to maintain her sense of self by thinking of everyone else as beneath her.
つまり昔の京太郎は私にとって特別だった。でもそれが羊飼いを目指すようになってからはかえって邪魔になっちゃったわけ。
You can't be a shepherd if you think of a specific human as special over others.
京太郎に救われて、京太郎に邪魔されて、忘れようとしても忘れられなくて、またこうやって京太郎に救われてる。私の人生にとって京太郎って何だったんだろうね。
A bittersweet smile plays on her lips. Since I met her, I've been a part of her throughout her life, though the exact influence I've had has changed over the years. Did our encounter bring happiness to her? Or would she have been better off if we never met? Do you have any regrets about our beginnings? Her head snaps up to face me.
全然。ずっと曲がりくねったトンネルを歩いてきたけど、やっと外に出られた気分。
Her bright smile says it all. I'd feel for a girl. from all those years ago looks so joyful now. It's enough to make me feel accomplished. That's good. Thank you.
なんであんたがお礼言うのよ。
She chuckles as we lean into a firm embrace.
私は今、特別な人間がいるってこと、すごく幸せに思えてる。終わりよければすべてよしってね。
We exchange a light kiss.
久しぶりだね、お兄ちゃん。
Stop. She gives me the widest smile I've ever seen.
いや、お兄ちゃんみたいな。
Sorry, but I don't have a little sister fetish.
外した。一撃必殺だと思ってたのに。
Okay, I think I can get rid of this real quick. Since it shouldn't, like, show anything, I would have to censor. She's legitimately, like, devastated by the realization. Wait, that doesn't work? And I love Kyotaro for saying that here. Like, let's like kind of like shove that under the rug, please. Like we don't need to unearth that one anymore. Like let it die and leave it buried. What does she think of me exactly? You already floored me without that. Heck, you slammed me right to the earth's crust.
わーお、クラッときたわ。
I'll prepare even better ones for the next time you try to address me like that.
わかりました。もう言わないって。
She pokes my cheek with her finger, followed by her entwining her arms around my neck. There's only one logical progression. Another kiss.
好き。京太郎。
The thing is, I don't see this as incest, like at all. Like they are not on the same family registry. They do not have the same blood. They are not family. It's fine. At least I'm trying to tell myself that. And I still adore Kyotaro's reaction, like, how about no? Her whispery voice melts into my ears. Words can't describe how pleasant this feels. Whoops. My phone alarm goes off. Apparently I forgot to switch the alarm to weekend mode.
あー、何よもうタイミング悪い。
Sorry. I switched the alarm off.
今日何か用事あるの？
Oh, that is so fucking close! Like, you could just barely see Nip. Not particularly. Let's make some while we have breakfast. Hold on, I'm gonna just go ahead and make sure of something real quick. Namely...
読書は？
Not... Hold on. That was close. There, she said not gonna read. I don't need to anymore. I knew it! I knew it! I should have done that! Yes! That censored it! That censored it! Yes! I'm so fucking good! I open the blinds and let the fresh light of autumn fill into the room. It's 8:30 a.m. Like every Saturday awaits me, the first in a long time. How did I spend it with Nagi? It's funny how little worries like this are enough to send my heart soaring. And again! Like, just barely, you just see massive underboob. That's all you see. Anyways, a few hours later, Nagi and I... You know, fuck it. This... Hold on. Let me just check something. Be right back. Okay, I'm back real quick. Something was added. Clairvoyant daydreams? That's apparently the sex scene for, Senri and Kana combined. Just gonna go ahead and mention that here. Anyways, also, there appear to be 6 more CGs left for her route, so, yeah, I'm not gonna go through that. I'm just go ahead and end the part here. Hope you guys enjoyed this one, and see you next time. Bye-bye. Help. Just help. I regret this. Bye.